Consider the profound possibility that history's most perilous veracities were once meticulously inscribed on parchment, only to be silently expunged. Imagine if the Knights Templar, in their ultimate moments of desperation, did not merely conceal precious metals or sacred artifacts, but rather potent words, utterances so explosive, so subversive, that their own brethren violently removed them from official records. What if a fragment of such a page has now re-emerged, not complete nor perfectly preserved, yet sufficient to instill deep apprehension in any individual comprehending its significance? One might pause, allowing the investigative light to stabilize, for this inquiry seeks not material wealth or legendary tales, but rather the very truths they endeavored to obliterate. The prevailing narrative of the Knights Templar, those monastic crusaders of medieval Europe, mystics clad in armor, sworn protectors of the Holy Land, and its esoteric knowledge is widely recognized. They were ultimately condemned as heretics, their order dismantled by papal edict, their assets confiscated, their leaders subjected to torture, and their name relegated to ignominy. Yet, amidst that prolonged decline into obscurity and silence, a crucial element vanished. Not an artifact of ceremony, nor a weapon of war, but profound intellectual content. Centuries later, a scroll fragment, uncatalogued and charred at its edges, came to light. Its ink was faded, its language enigmatic, neither entirely Latin, nor Coptic, nor entirely benign. It alluded to pages that had been torn, a ledger rendered incomplete, and the unsettling implication that the ultimate truth of the Templars was not suppressed by monarchs or pontiffs, but rather meticulously redacted by the order itself. This evening, our journey traverses fire and parchment as we meticulously trace the evidence, the subtle hints, the significant absences, and the whispers encased in wax. There is even a historian who asserts that the vanished examen scroll contained a novitiate rite involving sacred geometry and lunar cycles, an argument supported solely by a marginal sketch found in a related document from Acre, depicting a peculiar spiral diagram, potentially a moon spiral or a labyrinth. The investigation commences with a particular type of parchment, not the kind carefully preserved in ornate libraries, rolled with silk ribbons and sealed with wax. This document bore the indelible marks of ash and water damage, having been subsequently rewarped and concealed for centuries within the concealed compartment of a reliquary. Intriguingly, this reliquary should not have existed within a chapel that is no longer identified on any contemporary geographical survey. The discovery occurred in 1897, when a modest team of restoration specialists in northern France carefully dislodged a decaying oak altar stone. Beneath this stone, wrapped within a bundle of deteriorated linen, lay fragments of scrolls bearing the unmistakable cross of the Knights Templar. This loss could of course be rationalized by fire, flood, or even rodent damage, the usual culprits. Yet, none of the missing scrolls are explicitly marked as damaged or lost. They are simply absent, without comment, annotation, or a scribbled footnote in the margins. Such an omission is peculiar for a clerical culture meticulously obsessed with explaining every discrepancy in exhaustive Latin detail. One particular scroll, subsequently catalogued by the Société des Manuscrits Perdus, displayed what seemed to be the commencement of an oath, perhaps a ceremonial vow. It began mid-thought and concluded mid-line. Surrounding this void were faint impressions, suggesting that something profoundly volatile had once resided there and was intentionally prevented from remaining. The investigation commences with a particular type of parchment, not the kind carefully preserved in ornate libraries, rolled with silk ribbons and sealed with wax. This document bore the indelible marks of ash and water damage, having been subsequently rewarped and concealed for centuries within the concealed compartment of a reliquary. Intriguingly, this reliquary should not have existed within a chapel that is no longer identified on any contemporary geographical survey. Investigators who examined these fragments noted another subtle, yet unforgettable detail. Char patterns surrounding the absent page sections indicated uneven burning and external scorching from centuries of smoke. However, they also revealed what appeared to be a separate incident, confined specifically to the scrolls themselves, a controlled, localized, almost surgical immolation. At some point, an attempt had been made to eradicate more than mere words, not an artifact of ceremony, nor a weapon of war, but profound intellectual content. Centuries later, a scroll fragment, uncatalogued and charred at its edges, came to light. Its ink was faded, its language enigmatic, neither entirely Latin, nor Coptic, nor entirely benign. The scrolls discovered beneath the altar appear to have survived this fire, or more accurately, to have been rescued from it. Yet they were already incomplete at that time. A ledger number, inscribed in Roman numerals, identified one scroll as Folio X66, with the next recovered scroll being Folio XL, indicating two missing. One might attribute this loss to decay, time, or even rodents. However, a private record belonging to one monk, a diary that fortuitously escaped incineration, alluded to something far more sinister: the distinct odor of oil, not wax, and the resonant sound of metal chains being dragged across stone during the night the fire commenced. He documented witnessing 3 hooded figures fleeing down the east corridor before the flames engulfed the chapter library. His final entry, penned in trembling Latin, states, "Not all fires serve for warmth." However, the precision of the slicing marks and the abrupt loss of context suggest that these pages were removed while the archive remained functional. This implies a premeditated and internal act of redaction. However, the dating of this reference, late 1297, coincides precisely with the period just months following the Reims fire. This convergence has ignited considerable debate among Templar scholars. Some argue it represents mere coincidence, contending that these parchment fragments are ritualistic rather than evidentiary. However, the dating of this reference, late 1297, coincides precisely with the period just months following the Reims fire. This convergence has ignited considerable debate among Templar scholars. Some argue it represents mere coincidence, contending that these parchment fragments are ritualistic rather than evidentiary. Furthermore, there is the intriguing aspect of the handwriting. One scroll, fragmentary and soot-fringed, with its text gradually fading into obscurity, bears a notation in an entirely different script, a hurried correction, an annotation, or perhaps even a warning. The words "non legiter hoc periculo est" translate roughly to "let this not be read, it is dangerous." Some interpret this as the scribal equivalent of a medieval reminder, a dramatic flourish, or simply a precaution. Yet, this very phrase reappears in a much later, entirely distinct manuscript from Avignon, discovered within a Dominican monastery. There, it is scrawled at the top of a reference to the Treatise of the East Wind, a lost Templar document believed to contain eschatological visions. If authentic, this would imply that what was removed was not merely controversial, but potentially prophetic. Naturally, no comprehensive discussion of these fragments would be complete without acknowledging a long-whispered theory, rarely committed to print, that one of the missing pages contained a diagram, a map not of geographical locations, but of initiation, a ritual chart that could be followed even in the absence of a master. This concept, while largely rejected by formal historians, maintains a peculiar persistence among those who investigate the mystical orders that emerged in the aftermath of the Templars' collapse. A scroll capable of imparting the highest rites, without the necessity of a mentor, would indeed represent knowledge worth obliterating. Thus, one invariably returns to the precise slicing, the localized burning, the deliberate eradication. One envisions an individual, or perhaps several, within a scriptorium illuminated by candlelight, blades glinting beside ink pots, making decisions not about what to commit to writing, but about what must perpetually remain unread. One ponders whether their hands trembled, whether their quills paused before the initial incision, One questions what truth could compel a scribe to become a censor, a monk to become a redactor. And more profoundly, one wonders if, somewhere, an exact copy was meticulously preserved. One observes those ancient ledgers, meticulously compiled by monks with infinite patience, featuring careful columns, Roman numerals, and rows upon rows of recorded names and objects. These served as the medieval world's equivalent of spreadsheets, albeit without the modern complexities of software crashes and corporate jargon. However, unlike contemporary databases, these inventories frequently concealed secrets within their very silences. One questions what truth could compel a scribe to become a censor, a monk to become a redactor. And more profoundly, one wonders if, somewhere, an exact copy was meticulously preserved. The inventory, at first glance, appears complete. It enumerates 74 scrolls, 12 bound volumes, and 7 sealed scroll tubes, each accompanied by corresponding dates and scribe initials. However, cross-referencing this with an earlier inventory from the same commandery, dated 1302, reveals an immediate and striking discrepancy. The earlier document lists 83 scrolls, indicating that 9 are now missing. One particular Templar inventory, preserved in the Vatican's Archivio Segreto and dated to the winter of 1306, seems to resonate with a pronounced silence. This document, titled Registrum Templi Grandis, represented a final summation of Templar scrolls, codices, and ritual texts housed at the Paris commandery, just prior to the commencement of the arrests. More curiously, several scrolls listed in the 1302 inventory bear duplicate titles with subtle variations. Doritus Orientis appears twice, once with an asterisk beside it. Examinatio Novicorum is listed in 2 forms, one labeled Stratus. These duplicates vanish from the 1306 version, leaving only the more orthodox-sounding titles. Consequently, what was lost may not have been physical artifacts at all. Rather, the loss might have been editorial in nature. This discrepancy has fueled years of scholarly dispute among Templar researchers. One faction posits that the duplicates were temporary copies discarded due to redundancy. Another believes that the duplicate titles signaled alternate versions of official doctrine, perhaps adapted from Eastern traditions encountered during the Crusades. There is even a historian who asserts that the vanished examen scroll contained a novitiate rite involving sacred geometry and lunar cycles, an argument supported solely by a marginal sketch found in a related document from Acre depicting a peculiar spiral diagram, potentially a moon spiral or a labyrinth. The discovery occurred in 1897 when a modest team of restoration specialists in northern France carefully dislodged a decaying oak altar stone. Beneath this stone, wrapped within a bundle of deteriorated linen, lay fragments of scrolls bearing the unmistakable cross of the Knights Templar. Another missing title is Tabula Alba, or the White Table. Modern interpretations instinctively conjure Arthurian imagery, yet it is pertinent to recall that the Templars did, in fact, sponsor round-table reenactments in Outremer, some of which were performed not as mere spectacle, but as symbolic reflections of divine chivalry. The discovery occurred in 1897, when a modest team of restoration specialists in northern France carefully dislodged a decaying oak altar stone. Beneath this stone, wrapped within a bundle of deteriorated linen, lay fragments of scrolls bearing the unmistakable cross of the Knights Templar. However, the dating of this reference, late 1297, coincides precisely with the period just months following the Reims fire. This convergence has ignited considerable debate among Templar scholars. Some argue it represents mere coincidence, contending that these parchment fragments are ritualistic rather than evidentiary. Indeed, labyrinths possess a long and enigmatic association with Templar legend. Furthermore, one of the scrolls absent in the 1306 inventory is simply titled Via Noctis, or the Way of the Night. No known copy of this scroll exists today. although the title appears in a 17th century Jesuit polemic against heretical texts, which accuses the Templars of maintaining a pagan path disguised within Christian rites, a considerable divergence from discussions of gold chalices and bearded oaths. Something unequivocally changed. This was not an act of destructive incineration, but rather a deliberate rearrangement of foundational blueprints. This process has been subtly termed the Great Papering by certain scholars, an unofficial designation referring to what they believe was a systematic internal purge of esoteric materials. This purge was perhaps not primarily intended to conceal heresy from the Church, but rather to distance the order from teachings or rituals deemed too susceptible to misinterpretation, or perhaps too sacred to endure the impending trials. One scholar, in an unpublished letter to a colleague, characterized it as the redaction of apocalypse. The temptation, of course, is to envision dramatic bonfires, frantic shreddings, and trembling hands discarding truths into darkness. Yet, the actual narrative may have been more subtle, a slow erasure, a deliberate selection of what future Templars would remember and what they would be forbidden even to conceive, akin to choosing which dreams are safe enough to persist in daylight. And if this premise holds true, then the inventory is not merely a record of loss. It is a blueprint of intention, a map delineating what the Order sought to preserve and what it feared would be weaponized against it. A missing scroll is not simply absent. It represents a decision, a warning, a demarcated boundary. One can almost visualize the final scribe, not a martyr or a prophet, but a weary individual in a darkening scriptorium, holding a quill above the ultimate entry. Knowing that the number he was about to inscribe would resonate through centuries, he meticulously scratches it down. Lexarf. He then sets the pen aside, leaving 9 scrolls lighter, and the world, perhaps, 9 secrets poorer. Within the most ancient recesses of any archive, certain names invariably resonate longer than others. Not the celebrated figures, no grandmasters or inquisitors, but those inscribed haphazardly in margins, those whose handwriting never quite conforms to the official style. For the Templar scrolls, that name is Brother Amaric. He does not appear in trial transcripts. There is no record of a heroic demise, no confession extracted under torture, no execution date. Instead, there remains only a trail of ink, distinctive, densely packed, and undeniably vibrant. Across a dozen surviving manuscripts attributed to the Templar scriptorium at Aragon, Amaric left not only transcriptions, but also a unique set of annotations. Initially, these annotations appear innocuous, a question mark beside a verse from Revelation, a small triangle marking a calendar error. However, they subsequently become more peculiar. A comment adjacent to a list of liturgical chants reads, Vox duplicus lunae, the voice of the double moon. A faint symbol resembling a mirrored Templar cross appears in the bottom corner of one initiation scroll. On another, near the concluding line of an otherwise standard prayer, Amaric inscribed a curious phrase, Non est luce ni ignis interior, there is no light except the fire within. While monks historically exhibited their eccentricities, Latin scribes often doodled dragons, cats, or penned passive-aggressive critiques of their own ink. Amaric's notes possess a more discernible purpose. They are consistent, repetitive, coded, and, when arranged chronologically, another pattern emerges. The annotations appear to increase in frequency, then abruptly cease. Coinciding with this cessation, all trace of Amaric vanishes from historical records. His final known annotation appears in the margins of a scroll now housed in Zaragoza. It is written in a hand slightly less steady than before. The scroll itself contains an account of the 1291 retreat from Acre, yet Amaric entirely disregards the primary text, instead writing just 4 words, Paginis ignotus sed certis. The pages are unknown but certain. This fragment, loosely interpreted, has generated numerous pages of academic commentary. Some scholars contend he implied that specific texts, though lost, were historically authentic. Others believe he signaled that certain knowledge, despite its absence, remained indisputable in its truth. A third, more speculative school of thought views the phrase as a confession, that Amaric was aware of what had been redacted and perhaps even participated in the act. To comprehend this theory, one must examine beyond the annotations and into the structural integrity of the documents themselves. Some of the scrolls copied by Amaric exhibit non-standard line spacing, unusual gaps, and seemingly arbitrary breaks in the prose. Initially attributed to errors in parchment quality or age-related degradation, these gaps have since been digitally mapped by researchers exploring a long-standing hypothesis that Amaric was embedding a cipher. His final known annotation appears in the margins of a scroll now housed in Zaragoza. It is written in a hand slightly less steady than before. The scroll itself contains an account of the 1291 retreat from Acre, yet Amaric entirely disregards the primary text, instead writing just 4 words: Paginis ignotus sed certis. The pages are unknown but certain. Such findings possess a certain dramatic flair, and many scholars understandably remain skeptical, citing confirmation bias and pareidolia. Indeed, if one scrutinizes long enough, almost anything can be perceived as a treasure map. However, the cipher theory gained renewed momentum in 1998 when a previously overlooked fragment, an index sheet belonging to Amaric, was discovered bearing peculiar numbering. The folio sequence inexplicably jumped from 16 to 18, entirely omitting 17, but then listed folio 17 sideways with no content description, only the circled word tenebrae darkness. At this juncture, the narrative becomes even more obscure. A surviving letter from a Dominican scribe in Toulouse, dated 1309, expresses concern that certain Templar texts had fallen into the hands of individuals who would conceal poison in poetry. This phrase, poison in poetry, resonates with the tone of Amaric's cryptic insertions and even references a line from one of his notes, vers altis, hidden in verse. Did Amaric embed entire teachings within rhyme and meter? Were his marginal notes merely red herrings, designed to distract from a deeper concealment? Or was the code itself the message a warning, perhaps, or a trail deliberately left for those equipped to read in multiple layers? One theory proposes that he was documenting oral teachings deemed too perilous to commit explicitly to writing. In this perspective, the strange phrases served as mnemonic clues for an inner circle who had already memorized the actual content. One might envision a medieval Da Vinci Code, yet slower, more poignant, and considerably more fragile an individual attempting to communicate something in a whisper without uttering a sound. Also noteworthy is Amaric's recurring reference to Eastern symbols, which were not commonly recognized in Europe at that period. One scroll includes a doodled eye encased within a triangle, a symbol later associated with enlightenment, yet rare in Christian manuscripts prior to the 15th century. Another depicts what appears to be a serpent consuming its tail, the Ouroboros. While present in Gnostic and alchemical traditions, this symbol was considered perilous within ecclesiastical circles, deemed excessively cyclical and infinite. Yet, there it is, meticulously drawn beside a benediction. All of this would be more readily dismissed were it not for one final document. In 1624, a Jesuit archivist named Father Luis Benavides catalogued a scroll in Salamanca, now believed lost. His notes described a parchment fragment characterized by unusual spacing, non-standard Latin, and interlinear symbols. He remarked that it had previously been attributed to a Templar scribe of dubious repute, Americus. He then underlined a phrase, ignis in verbis latuit, the fire lay hidden in his words. Perhaps that is the ultimate key. Amaric was not writing a confession. He was crafting a literal matchbook, a single spark, meticulously placed, awaiting someone to ignite it centuries later. And perhaps, just perhaps, some of the missing pages were not erased at all. Perhaps they were never inscribed on the page in the first place, but instead reside within the spaces, the silences, the interstitial gaps between words, requiring only someone willing to read between the flames. The fire officially ignited just before dawn on June 10, 1308. The monastic community at the commandery in La Rochelle had been preparing for Mass when they detected a sharp, acrid smoke. Not the fragrance of incense, but something considerably darker. By the time local guards arrived, the scroll chamber had been utterly consumed. Not merely damaged, but entirely gone. The shelves had collapsed inwards, the timbers charred to their core, and a full 2 decades of scriptorium labor reduced to soot and dust. The official cause, a lightning strike. The local bailiff's record states it plainly, ignis de Kylo. Yet, lightning rarely strikes with such repetitive precision. That year, 3 distinct Templar archives in France burned within a span of 10 weeks. Was this a pattern, or a mere coincidence? To the chroniclers of the era, divine punishment was the favored explanation. To contemporary historians, it evokes the unsettling impression of controlled demolition. 3 fires, 3 vaults, 3 locations primarily associated with scroll storage rather than treasure. Each site contained not wealth, but knowledge. Each site yielded the same tragic outcome, a repository of Templar writings reduced to ash just prior to the arrival of the Inquisition. The most revealing of these incidents may be the blaze at Leon, a smaller commandery not renowned for its military importance, but rather for its meticulous record-keeping. The fire erupted 2 nights after inquisitorial summonses were issued for the senior scribes. The Templars there had a mere 48 hours to present their records. 48 hours later, they possessed nothing left to display. A total loss, they claimed divine misfortune, or something more. A peculiar fragment from a trial deposition given in 1310 by a brother Hughes may offer a clue. When questioned about the Leon fire, he responded not with a denial, but with a metaphor. When a tree rots from within, he stated, sometimes it burns itself to preserve the forest. The inquisitors, accustomed to straightforward denials or coerced confessions, appeared perplexed by this response. It does not reappear in any subsequent interrogations, yet it persists in the margins of the official record, like an indelible smudge. There is another strange anomaly. In the surviving account of the La Rochelle fire, one monk recalled seeing men clad in black, leaving the scriptorium the night before the blaze, not the white mantles with red crosses of Templar brethren. Black garb was traditionally associated with Benedictines or inquisitors. His testimony was later dismissed as confused, attributed to excessive smoke and poor eyesight. However, another report from Sens, where a fire erupted under similar circumstances, described nearly identical observations, shadowy figures in cloaks, without distinguishing crosses or voices. This raises a disturbing possibility. Were these fires initiated by the enemies of the Templars, or by the order itself, in a desperate attempt to destroy what could not be defended? This debate fragments even the most cautious scholarship. One faction argues that these fires were acts of mercy rituals of internal self-purification intended to protect their brethren from being compelled to divulge truths under torture. Better, they contend, to let the parchment burn than to allow the scroll to become an instrument of execution. Others suggest the fires were fabrications, not actual events, but staged deceptions, part of a broader illusion designed to conceal the smuggling away, rather than the destruction of certain scrolls. A ledger unearthed in Bruges in the 1700s lends credence to the latter theory. It enumerates shipments from La Rochelle in the week preceding the fire, including crates described not as weaponry or gold, but as sacrament inscriptus sacraments in writing. The phrase itself was unusual, rarely employed outside theological contexts. The shipment destination was coded, but a watermark suggests the crates traveled south, possibly towards Spain, or perhaps to a priory no longer marked on ecclesiastical maps. An additional layer of intrigue emerged in 1822, when a cache of melted lead seals was discovered buried in a garden just outside the ruins of the Sens commandery. Among them were fragments of a scroll tube, scorched yet unbroken. bearing the seal of Bertrand de Blancfort, one of the lesser-known Grand Masters. However, Blancfort had died in 1171. What was his seal doing on a tube buried in the early 1300s? Was it a forgery? Or had someone attempted to present newer writings as ancient, hoping to imbue them with an aura of forgotten legitimacy? Forgery, within this historical context, becomes an even more intricate subject, because certain texts such as the Rule of the Temple, the Rite of the Light, and the elusive Canto Nocturni have always had their authenticity questioned. While present in Gnostic and alchemical traditions, this symbol was considered perilous within ecclesiastical circles, deemed excessively cyclical and infinite. Yet, there it is, meticulously drawn beside a benediction. Not because they believed these to be true, but because they feared what would transpire if others did not believe. In this interpretation, the fires were not instruments of erasure, they were diversions, a magical sleight of hand burning one room to divert attention from a hidden cellar below. This concept finds some indirect support in the curious recurrence of the phrase "a libri absconditi," the hidden books in trial transcripts from multiple brothers. Each time, it was referenced vaguely, without naming specific titles. One man claimed that prior to the arrests, his commander had whispered, "They may take the vault, but not the hidden books." None of the accused, of course, could produce them, yet they all spoke as if these books had once been present, as if the order had always anticipated this moment, as if the fire had always been an integral part of their plan. While present in Gnostic and alchemical traditions, this symbol was considered perilous within ecclesiastical circles, deemed excessively cyclical and infinite. Yet, there it is, meticulously drawn beside a benediction. In a Parisian museum case, beneath thick glass and cool light, such a ghost exists. A blackened parchment fragment, curled by heat, too brittle to unroll. One line remains visible, partial Latin, just enough to read, "Quod ignimus, we chose the fire." A peculiar silence descends upon the Vatican archives, not the reverent hush of pilgrims or the resonant quiet of cathedral domes, but a muffled, cushioned stillness, one that feels deliberate, controlled. This is most palpable in the restricted index room, where not all manuscripts are outright forbidden, but some are decidedly inconvenient. Tucked behind red velvet cords, and within polished drawers, resides a document known only to a select few scholars as the Index Templarius Secreto, the Templar Blacklist. Its existence was first noted in a 15th century Vatican inventory, quietly acknowledged but never publicly advertised. It contained the names of specific scrolls and codices associated with the Knights Templar, texts deemed too dangerous, too heretical, or too politically volatile to circulate, even internally. These were not merely books lost to the ravages of time. They were systematically expunged from ecclesiastical record, not by fire or natural degradation, but by explicit decree. The Index Templarius Secreto enumerates 27 titles. Most are vague, even poetic. Liberus denomento, Ordo Interioris Flammi. Others are chillingly precise. One is marked as containing the doctrine of inner divinity as it relates to the crucified king. Another refers to a scroll describing the ritual of consuming light beneath the moon's wane. And one, ominously bracketed in red ink, simply reads Tabula Fraternus, an instrument of reversal. There is no record of these scrolls ever having been submitted to any papal court. No trial transcript references them, no bishop's seal confirms their rejection. Yet here they are, quietly condemned, without the benefit of defense. It is as if the judicial process was bypassed, moving directly to pronouncement of sentence. The very presence of red ink narrates a story. Someone desired these names to be remembered, even as the physical pages themselves vanished. Even more remarkable is the uncanny correspondence between titles listed in the Index Templarius Secreto and fragments unearthed in entirely unrelated collections. A marginal note from a Cistercian copyist in the early 1300s complains of a Templar scroll bearing twisted psalms and lunar diagrams, a near-perfect match to Denimento, which references the moon's lost name sung backward in prayer. Another title, Ordo Interioris Flammi, appears in a Florentine book auction catalogue from the 1700s, described as a ritual of internal combustion for purification of the novice soul. That scroll has since disappeared, having been sold to an unnamed private collector and never seen again. Theories regarding the blacklist are as numerous as they are conflicting. Some suggest it was compiled by Pope Clement V himself, forming part of his uneasy compromise with Philip IV of France. The Pope, caught between allegiance to the Church and the relentless pressure of a vindictive French crown, may have sanctioned a purge of unfit texts to safeguard the Church from the political repercussions of the trials. Others point to Cardinal Bertrand de Got, Clement's advisor and later successor, as the true architect, a man known for his secretive disposition and fervent obsession with doctrinal purity. The Index Templarius Secreto enumerates 27 titles. Most are vague, even poetic. Liberus Denominto, Ordo Interioris Flammi. Others are chillingly precise. One is marked as containing the doctrine of inner divinity as it relates to the crucified king. Another refers to a scroll describing the ritual of consuming light beneath the moon's wane. And one, ominously bracketed in red ink, simply reads Tabula Fraternus, an instrument of reversal. If accurate, this would signify an astonishing level of self-awareness within the order, and an implicit admission that their scrolls might outpace their capacity for control. A 14th century Dominican friar, writing anonymously from Provence, supports this possibility. He describes encountering a Templar commander who steadfastly refused to read from a particular scroll, even under threat of excommunication, asserting that it speaks only to those prepared to abandon all anchors of reason. The friar concluded that madness had taken hold, yet his phrasing conveys awe more than fear. He records, "The scroll bore no name, only a circle, black, waxing, unbroken." Circles, naturally, appear frequently in the marginal symbols of other Templar texts, often juxtaposed with moons, flames, or mirrored eyes. Their precise meaning remains elusive, but the recurring motif suggests a shared internal language, a code of warning or reverence. The fact that the Index Templarius Secreto preserves these symbols, even as it condemns the texts they mark, may imply that the compiler of the list understood the language or once belonged to the inner circle. It would not be the first instance of the Church repurposing internal documents for its own mechanisms of control. The Inquisition itself extensively utilized heretical confessionals, co-opting the format while simultaneously condemning the content. To possess forbidden knowledge is dangerous, but to discern what to forbid requires an even deeper familiarity. The fundamental question persists. What precisely did these missing pages contain? Theories range from astrological rites to proto-Gnostic theology, from encoded bloodlines to liturgical inversions that reframe the Passion of Christ as a metaphor for personal transcendence. One fragment, allegedly copied from Liber Nocturnus, speaks of the fire within the vessel becoming the vessel itself. Mystical nonsense, perhaps, or a metaphor for something more radical. The replacement of church mediation with inner divine experience, which, in medieval terms, constitutes theological arson. And this may represent the true threat. Not demons, not clandestine deities, not esoteric geometry, but the disruptive idea that a Templar scroll could instruct a knight to bypass the church entirely, that salvation could be internalized, that Scripture's divinity stemmed not from its authorship, but from its readership. Such an idea, if widely disseminated, would have fundamentally undermined the very bedrock of clerical authority. It would have been unacceptable, dangerous, and in some respects, worse than heresy, it was independence. Thus, the blacklist fulfilled its purpose, not merely to erase the scrolls, but to ensure they would never be copied again, never whispered, never even contemplated. It was not necessary to incinerate every copy. It sufficed to convince enough individuals that the scrolls had been obliterated and that even the mere thought of them was perilous. Yet, Thoughts possess a tendency to leak. Whispers recur. Titles reappear in private collections, in antique catalogues, in the footnotes of long-forgotten letters. The pages themselves remain absent, but the names persist. And occasionally, when the names endure long enough, the pages ultimately follow. It appeared in a drawer, where it had no rightful place, tucked behind a bundle of diplomatic records from the reign of Pope John XXIII. Nestled amidst mundane exchanges concerning cathedral repairs and episcopal appointments, it bore no grand seal, no protective binding. It was merely a single folded page, brittle and stained with age, and at its conclusion, a signature penned in careful, fading script. Bertrandis humilis servus Dei Bertrand, humble servant of God, better known to history as Pope Clement V. This letter should not exist, not in this archive, not in this format, and certainly not with its content. Dated 1307, just 2 weeks after the mass arrests of the Templars in France, the letter is addressed to my brother in Christ, Peter of Longris, a lesser-known bishop with close ties to Philip IV. The main body of the letter initially appears pastoral, with vague references to brotherly mercy and prayers for strength during trying times. However, a jarring shift then occurs. Clement writes, "As agreed, the pages deemed unsound are to be struck from the record. They shall not accompany the prisoners to Poitiers. They serve neither doctrine nor defense." Struck from the record, not examined, not judged, simply erased. One can readily grasp the implications. Thus, the blacklist fulfilled its purpose, not merely to erase the scrolls, but to ensure they would never be copied again, never whispered, never even contemplated. It was not necessary to incinerate every copy. It sufficed to convince enough individuals that the scrolls had been obliterated, and that even the mere thought of them was perilous. Yet, thoughts possess a tendency to leak. Whispers recur. It appeared in a drawer, where it had no rightful place, tucked behind a bundle of diplomatic records from the reign of Pope John XXIII. Nestled amidst mundane exchanges concerning cathedral repairs and episcopal appointments, it bore no grand seal, no protective binding. If these pages, presumably scrolls or transcripts seized alongside the Templars, were deliberately excluded from official proceedings by papal instruction, then much of what we purport to know about the trials is filtered through a conscious absence. The letter suggests not merely political maneuvering, but editorial manipulation, fundamentally reframing the entire narrative. The Templars were not simply subjected to trial, their defense was preemptively disarmed. One passage from the letter mentions the matter of the Eastern wisdom, a phrase that appears nowhere else in contemporaneous church documents. This alone suffices to provoke theories, some plausible, others uncomfortably speculative. Was this a reference to Gnostic influence, Sufi mysticism, or to the rumored Codex Orientalis, an alleged Templar document describing their encounters with various sects during the Crusades, including teachings not easily reconcilable with Roman doctrine? A copy of that codex has never surfaced, yet descriptions of it have. Most notably, a 17th century Jesuit catalogue lists a black book with brass clasps confiscated from a private collector in Toulouse. It was destroyed, according to a marginal note, for errors concerning the Word made flesh, another tantalizing link in a chain of vanished context. Even in the absence of the codex itself, the Clement letter casts a long shadow. For one, it suggests that church officials were aware that certain scrolls or pages were unsound, meaning either dangerous, doctrinally deviant, or politically embarrassing, and rather than confront them, discreetly removed them from circulation. No trial, no record, simply gone. This brings to mind a particularly perplexing element from the Chinon parchment. While the main document grants absolution to the Templar leadership, it references earlier confessions not submitted for review. For years, historians presumed this referred to hearsay or procedural missteps. But what if those confessions were authentic, documented, and simply discarded? There is another subtle connection in a separate ledger from Avignon, dated 1311. A scribe notes that 3 scrolls relevant to the recent tribunal were removed for ecclesiastical sanitation. The term is as vague as it is chilling. Sanitation of thought, sanitation of memory. And who authorized this removal? The list of what was excluded begins to carry more significance than what remains. Even more curious is the fact that the Clement letter, despite its implications, does not deny the scrolls' existence. It affirms them, validates them, if only by reference. This signifies that the Church possessed knowledge and chose silence. One detail in the letter is particularly striking, not for its content, but for its handwriting. The final sentence, following the formal sign-off, appears to have been added later. It is in a different ink, penned with a more frantic hand. It reads, "The brother from Cyprus has not returned. If he carries a copy, we must pray it falls into silence." A brother from Cyprus, not a cardinal, not a courtier, but a brother, likely a Templar, possibly one of those who eluded arrest. And if he carried a copy, then somewhere, even now, that missing page might still exist. This concept resonates with an ancient theory among archivists, that the more dangerous a document, the more probable its survival, not due to its content, but due to the fear it inspires. Individuals do not destroy what terrifies them. They enter it far away, deep underground, encoded in language, in cipher. Thus, the letter that should not exist transforms into a kind of map, a subtle signpost leading toward the lacunae in the historical record, the spaces where history paused and the words were deliberately withdrawn. One can almost hear them now, whispering just beyond the periphery of the page. He never raised his voice, never overturned a table, never stormed from a tribunal in protest, nor penned an angry treatise in exile. Guillaume Imbert, Inquisitor of Poitiers, left behind only silence, a highly curated, carefully punctuated silence, until one slim folio surfaced in the archives of Lyon. It bore no title, no cover, just 33 pages of handwritten notes, undated, unsigned, and clearly never intended for eyes beyond the church. Yet, the handwriting matches known samples from Guillaume's trial transcripts, marginalia compared to inked statements, exhibiting the same characteristic flourish in his lowercase g, and the same peculiar tilt in his capital R. This renders the content problematic, for Inquisitor Imbert, despite his unwavering loyalty and procedural diligence, apparently began to harbor doubts. The folio is a curious amalgamation of summary and introspection. Some pages read like meeting minutes, while others diverge into personal meditation. He characterizes the Templars as fractured and confused, yet not utterly lost. In one entry, he notes that the scrolls brought forth today differ from the earlier accounts, language less fevered. One even bears resemblance to the minor prophets. That final line attracted considerable attention when the folio was discreetly circulated among a handful of clerics in the early 1900s. The implication that Templar writings held theological parallels to canonical scripture was dangerous, damning, or perhaps even divine. In another passage, Imbert records a moment during interrogation when a Templar prisoner, whose name has been redacted, began to recite from memory a passage not known in our Gospel. The Inquisitor writes, "He spoke calmly, as though he were delivering a psalm. I asked him to stop. He smiled, then quoted another line. The scribe's quill hovered, but did not commit it to writing." This image lingers a moment when something significant was articulated and intentionally omitted from the official record. There is also a notation that simply reads, "A scroll bearing a sun within the cross, written in Aramaic and something else, burned before I arrived." It does not specify who ordered the burning, but the phrase "before I arrived" carries considerable weight, as if Guillaume suspected that some scrolls were destroyed not in judgment, but in fear, or, more disturbingly, as a strategic maneuver. Guillaume's folio also includes a page that has been largely obliterated by scratching, yet beneath the abraded surface, spectral ink remains, forming a single, almost legible line. "Let none know I have written this. Not even him. Him, the capitalized initial, implies either God or the Pope. In either case, Guillaume was evidently apprehensive, and perhaps with good reason, because among the scrolls reviewed during the early Poitiers interrogations, Guillaume references one he calls Veritas Ultima, the final truth. This text is not mentioned in any other trial documentation. It does not appear in the Paris or Chinon inventories. Yet, in his notes, Guillaume describes it as a recitation, lyrical in tone, without known author, detailing the last rite of the initiates and the veil drawn between flesh and flame. No known copy of this text exists, yet fragments of similar phrasing appear in later mystical treatises from Spain and southern France, including one attributed to a group of exiled monks who claimed descent from the true guardians of the Western Fire, a poetic phrase, or perhaps a ciphered lineage. It was Veritas Ultima, according to Guillaume, that caused him to hesitate. He writes, "There are lines within it that echo the Psalter, lines that ring truer than the accusations." He does not deny the other charges, he does not absolve the order, but he acknowledges something rare for an inquisitor, the possibility that some of the scrolls were not heresy, but something older or deeper. The context becomes more intricate when one recalls the earlier fires La Rochelle, Laon, Sens. Guillaume had access to what survived those losses. His notes confirm he examined scorched scrolls, damaged by smoke but partially legible. In those scrolls, he references diagrams reminiscent of Enochian structures, circular patterns with concentric symbols. Enochian imagery was common in angelology, but considered fringe by the Church, and certainly not something a Templar knight was expected to doodle in his prayer book. What becomes evident as one follows Guillaume's quiet rebellion is that he was not attempting to save the Templars as an organization. He was striving to comprehend them, not the structure, but the thought, the theology, the incandescent core behind the ritual. And here, the callbacks begin to coalesce. The scroll Amharic annotated with non-legata hoc periculos est, the pages excised from the Paris inventory without stated reason, the Clement letter imploring silence concerning the Eastern wisdom. All these threads converge toward a small corpus of writings that were not strident or violent, but whispered truths too close to the uncomforting reality. Guillaume concludes his notes with a final page, entirely blank save for a single Latin phrase centrally inscribed, Saepe veritas melius latet. Truth often hides better. There is something both weary and defiant in this statement, as though he understood that history would efface his doubts like ink in the rain. And he was correct. His folio was never cited in subsequent ecclesiastical reviews. It lay dormant in the Lyon archives until a graduate student, misfiling a 19th century church register, opened the incorrect drawer. What is paramount is that someone preserved it. Someone chose not to discard it. And in that act, quiet and almost forgettable, Guillaume's rebellion endured, not as a public protest, not as martyrdom, but as memory, a final breath held just long enough to reach us. The designation surfaces infrequently, and always as whispers, Secretum Templi, the secret of the temple. It appears only 4 times in the surviving medieval record, and each instance is marked by deliberate vagueness, never quoted, never described, always hinted at as something perilous, something strictly off-limits, even among those already deeply immersed in sacred mysteries. The most direct reference emanates from a 1312 letter composed by Archbishop Guillaume de Nogaret to a papal envoy in Toulouse. The letter is concise, administrative, and entirely focused on the dissolution of Templar holdings until the postscript. Scrawled at the bottom, and clearly added in haste, are 9 words. The codex remains unaccounted for. It bears no seal, no title, no location, merely that the codex. However, the envelope preserved alongside the letter was marked with an unusual glyph, 2 interlocking crosses flanked by suns, a symbol matching only one other known source. The carved stone seal discovered above the destroyed library at the Templar stronghold in Béziers. It is there that the investigative trail commences. According to one account, When Philip IV's forces seized Béziers, they anticipated finding gold. What they discovered instead was a library, dozens of scroll tubes, bound volumes, and 4 heavily reinforced wooden cases with brass locks. 3 were immediately opened. The 4th, marked only with the word Ordo, vanished. It does not appear on the seizure ledger. No court ever enumerated its contents. However, a Dominican archivist, writing 30 years later, noted that the chest containing the secretum was lost or never found. His deliberate choice of the word secretum has become the linchpin for those who believe the codex was authentic. If it was, then it may have constituted the most closely guarded manuscript within the Templar order. Its alleged contents represent a synthesis, a compendium, not a single text, but an intricately woven collection of the order's most esoteric writings, theological speculation, diagrams of initiation rites, and even first-hand accounts of what Templar emissaries had learned from their contact with the East. Some describe it as a mirror book, composed of 2 halves, one visible, the other requiring symbolic decoding through ritual experience. Others believe it contained no doctrine at all, but rather a ciphered map, not of terrestrial geography, but of consciousness, a method of spiritual ascent veiled in chivalric metaphor. The designation surfaces infrequently, and always as whispers, Secretum Templi, the secret of the temple. It appears only 4 times in the surviving medieval record, and each instance is marked by deliberate vagueness, never quoted, never described, always hinted at as something perilous, something strictly off-limits, even among those already deeply immersed in sacred mysteries. According to one account, when Philip IV's forces seized Béziers, they anticipated finding gold. What they discovered instead was a library, dozens of scroll tubes, bound volumes, and 4 heavily reinforced wooden cases with brass locks. 3 were immediately opened. The 4th, marked only with the word Ordo, vanished. It does not appear on the seizure ledger. No court ever enumerated its contents. These echoes, separated by more than a century and originating from disparate regions, suggest either a shared mythos or a tangible object whose nature defied standard documentation. In 1472, a Benedictine monk named Hugo Furios penned a peculiar commentary on texts that were meant to be recited, not read. He names no specific sources but refers to a book of the inner rule that was as smoke in the hand glimpsed, then lost. This poetic phrase takes on new significance when one considers the identical language appearing in a 14th century parchment fragment from Salamanca. The book was not for sight, only breath. Its presence in a Templar context suggests an intentional borrowing from non-canonical sources, which, if true, would explain why the codex had to vanish. Inquisitors harbored little patience for theological creativity. The Templars were already accused of embracing foreign rites and unorthodox symbols, a text openly synthesizing Christian and Eastern mysticism, potentially even Gnostic ideas, would have sealed their fate more rapidly than any heretical confession. However, perhaps that was precisely the objective. One speculative theory, controversial even within fringe academia, posits that Secretum Templi was not lost. It was deliberately planted, left behind intentionally for the Inquisition to discover not as a defense, but as a decoy. It was a compilation of fragments designed to confuse, to overwhelm, to cast doubt upon the very narrative being constructed against the Order, functioning as a kind of paper labyrinth. If one's adversaries cannot follow the trail, perhaps they cease the pursuit. Alternatively, perhaps the Codex was not intended for the Inquisition at all. Some researchers believe Secretum Templi was created in the final years preceding the arrests, a last gesture of synthesis by a faction within the Templars desperate to preserve their legacy. They could not preserve the Order, but perhaps they could encode its essence into a single, enduring manuscript, not indestructible in its physical form, but in its meaning copyable only through comprehension, legible only through ritual. The parallels to Amaric's coded scrolls are undeniable. The mirrored crosses, the references to ignis interior, the inner fire, the concept that what matters is not merely the text on the page, but what is awakened by the act of reading. The Codex, therefore, is not merely a book. It is a key, a portal, and those without the requisite training to open it would find nothing but poetic nonsense. One final clue originates from the 19th century. A German bookseller named Gustav Reinke recorded in his journal the acquisition of a peculiar volume from a French estate sale, bound in dark leather, unmarked, and filled with indecipherable Latin verse and geometric illustrations. He noted that the final page contained a single phrase, "The temple sleeps within." Reinke died shortly thereafter, and the book was never catalogued. Coincidence is a likely explanation. It lay dormant in the Lyon archives until a graduate student, misfiling a 19th century church register, opened the incorrect drawer. What is paramount is that someone preserved it, someone chose not to discard it. And in that act, quiet and almost forgettable, Guillaume's rebellion endured, not as a public protest, not as martyrdom, but as memory, a final breath held just long enough to reach us. And sometimes, the scroll is not truly lost. It is simply not yet prepared to be read. They were intended to be eradicated, extinguished like a torch plunged into water, on the night of October 13th, 1307, when Philip IV's comprehensive sweep across France commenced. It was designed to be total, simultaneous, and surgically precise. Thousands of knights, commanderies, scribes, horses, and relics were to be seized in one coordinated strike. Yet, it did not entirely succeed. Some Templars vanished, not merely fled, but utterly disappeared. And according to certain overlooked testimonies and correspondences, they did not escape empty-handed. They carried scrolls. The first faint whisper appears in an unexpected location, a 1310 inventory from the Abbey of Montaigon, a quiet, secluded Benedictine monastery not known for dramatic events, and not involved in the Templar trials. Yet, one entry, buried beneath a list of bequests, raises questions. One sealed case arrived in haste, not opened, delivered by brethren, cloaked in white, without banner. That is all. No contents are listed, no follow-up. The case is never mentioned again. Then there is the confession of Brother Gerard of Rodez. Under duress, and clearly terrified, he informed inquisitors that on the night prior to the arrests, 2 carts bearing wax-sealed tubes and copper-rimmed scrolls were escorted by silent riders westward, towards the sea. They said nothing, he recalled, only that the weight must reach the water before dawn. The inquisitors pressed him for names. He provided none. They wore no marks, only rings. This line was struck from later transcripts but preserved in a marginal note. Sigma digitorum probata, rings of proof. The notion that Templars escaped with scrolls is controversial, primarily because it disrupts the neat, satisfying symmetry of their downfall. If the order perished definitively, then the threat was concluded, contained, rendered safe. However, if some members escaped, particularly those entrusted with preserving knowledge, then their ideas may have taken root elsewhere, nurtured by secrecy and sustained by absence. This same motif is observed in Catalan records. In December 1307, a ship departed from the port of Collior under questionable paperwork, registered to no known order, bound for the Balearic Islands. Its listed cargo, grain and tallow. Yet, the harbour master's log includes a scribbled addendum. Tubes and cases, hand-bound, no stamp. More significantly, the ship's captain, one Raymond Amaric, later appears in Aragonese court papers connected to a shipment of ecclesiastical materials of Eastern origin. This pattern continues. An English priory in Templecombe received, without explanation, 3 visitors from the old house of La Rochelle in 1308. A clerk noted that they brought nothing but silence and satchels. The priory itself would later be linked to the famous Templecombe head, a painted panel discovered centuries later beneath the floorboards, depicting a bearded, enigmatic figure that some claim resembles the Shroud of Turin. No scrolls were found, but always the subtle implication of something smuggled, something meticulously protected. The implications extend beyond mere romanticism. If these scribes, these so-called ink-bearers, indeed fled with actual Templar texts, then the documents that ostensibly perished in the La Rochelle fire may not have burned at all. They may have sailed. And if they sailed, where did they land? Cyprus presents itself as an obvious answer. The island served as one of the Templars' final strongholds, and even after the official dissolution, it remained a sanctuary for those who refused to relinquish their vows. Reports from Venetian traders mention cloaked knights appearing in Limassol with strange Eastern books. One scribe refers to a manuscript that bore symbols of Solomon's ring and the double cross. These echoes, separated by more than a century and originating from disparate regions, suggest either a shared mythos or a tangible object whose nature defied standard documentation. However, the trail does not conclude there. In Portugal, under the protection of King Dinis, the Templars were not crushed but quietly transformed, becoming the Order of Christ, the same men, under a new designation. And the Order's early archives, still largely inaccessible, contain dozens of entries labeled Documenta Translata. One entry, dated 1313, lists 4 scrolls in foreign hand, unsorted, awaiting copying. These entries disappear after 1315. Perhaps they were copied. Perhaps they were concealed once more. The theory that these ink-bearers were not random escapees but part of a larger, coordinated strategy gains traction when examined alongside a peculiar memo written by Jacques de Molay in 1306, a year prior to his arrest. In it, he refers obliquely to those who will carry the flame westward should the tower fall. Not gold, not relics the flame. Could that flame have been the Order's hidden writings, its unorthodox theology, its knowledge absorbed from Eastern mystics and never fully accepted by Rome? Recall also the anonymous Jesuit memoir discovered in Toledo, which referenced a relic of paper worth a kingdom. The author claimed it had been passed down through silent hands, safeguarded not because of its content, but because of its inherent danger. The memoir refers to it as the word that undoes the crown. There is even an apocryphal legend, almost certainly exaggerated yet persistent, of a knight arriving in Scotland by boat, clutching a scroll sealed in pitch. He presented it to a local abbot, who read it and then immediately bricked it into the chapel wall. Centuries later, during renovations, a hidden niche was discovered. It was empty. Empty niches are a recurring motif in Templar investigations. Scroll tubes devoid of scrolls, chests with broken locks, spaces where something once resided, or perhaps still does. The narrative of the ink-bearers complicates the established story. It suggests intention, coordination, that when the flames arose, not everyone succumbed to panic. Some possessed a plan, and if the scrolls survived, either wholly or in part, then the Order's silence was not a failure, it was an act of discipline. What became of the scrolls they carried? Did they persist in private hands? Were they transcribed into cipher and assimilated into other traditions? Did they, even indirectly, inspire the emergence of orders like the Rosicrucians or the Freemasons, who seemed to materialize from obscurity bearing strikingly familiar rites? Or did they simply vanish again, awaiting another moment of crisis, another set of hands willing to transport them westward? One certainty remains. When the Templar network collapsed, it did not fall like a monolithic tower. It scattered like sparks. Some of those sparks extinguished, yet others found purchase somewhere. October 13th, 1307, marks a date deeply etched into the annals of history, remembered for the arrests, the trials, the commencement of the end. Yet, perhaps something else occurred that day, or rather, failed to occur. In the port city of La Rochelle, France, the docks were unusually quiet, suspiciously so. For a harbor that routinely accommodated dozens of ships, many belonging to the Templars, records indicate a sudden and inexplicable absence. No cargo was loaded, no routine shipments were logged, and no departures were recorded. Nevertheless, multiple accounts speak of a fleet observed departing just before dawn. Naturally, the absence of evidence does not constitute evidence of absence. Yet, the pervasive silence surrounding the Templar fleet has long captivated researchers. A handful of contemporary documents, typically dismissed by official historians, suggest that as many as 18 ships vanished without trace. No cargo manifests, no names, simply gone. The only physical clue is a port log, torn and water-stained, recovered from the archives of an ancient priory in Saint-Jean d'Angely. It lists vessels assigned to the Templar commandery at La Rochelle. Some entries include arrival dates, others do not. Several are marked with peculiar annotations. Nox Aegre departed by night. Others are simply labeled non-visus post diem tertium not seen after the third day. The official church position maintains that the Templars possessed no functional fleet at that time, having supposedly lost their coastal power. However, local records suggest otherwise. Merchant accounts from 1306 still document payments made to Templar captains for shipping wine, wool, and even exotic goods from Cyprus and the Levant. One contract, issued just months prior to the arrests, names a ship called Falconius Lux, the Light of the Falcon, whose home port was La Rochelle, and whose crew was entirely composed of men of the Temple. That ship is never mentioned again. Speculation has filled this void. Some assert that the Templars received advance warning of the arrests and utilized their ships to flee. Others contend that the fleet was merely a ghost story, invented later by romanticists eager for mystery. Yet, certain threads resist unraveling. An Aragonese sailor's account, recorded in 1310 and discovered in the Zaragoza archives, describes sighting white sails bearing red crosses near the mouth of the Ebro River. This sighting occurred weeks after the arrests. He reported it to a local commander, believing them to be lost crusaders. His report was disregarded, but in his own words, they sailed west, not east, toward the horizon, toward a place beyond maps. That same year, a Venetian record indicates a sudden surge in demand for ink, vellum, and scroll tubes among merchants dealing with Portuguese clients under Templar protection. The scrolls themselves were never observed, but someone, somewhere, required these materials, and quickly, Portugal, once again, becomes a focal point. Under King Dinis, the Templars were not eradicated but rebranded. Their fleet, if it indeed existed, may have found sanctuary there. The founding of the Order of Christ, successor to the Templars in Portugal, occurred just a few years later, and its initial members were former Templars, many of whom possessed naval experience. Coincidence or continuity? If the missing fleet did transport scrolls, then their disappearance was not a retreat. It was an act of preservation. The very act of vanishing may have been their ultimate ritual. This theory gains further weight when considered alongside an obscure entry in the Vatican's Liber Curia, the Book of the Curia, where an unnamed informant speaks of a treasure, not of gold, but of word and breath, borne by ship to the mouth of the setting Sunday. The poetic phrasing garnered little attention at the time, but word and breath strongly suggests scrolls. It is pertinent here to recall the testimony of Brother Gerard from Rodez, the terrified individual who claimed to witness carts being loaded with wax-sealed scrolls and sent westward to the water. His account was dismissed as hysteria, the ravings of a man succumbing to pressure. But what if he was not alone? What if he was the last to see the scrolls before they boarded the ships? The concept of knowledge sailing into oblivion feels like myth. Yet, the Templars were nothing if not theatrical. Their rituals were veiled, their doctrine encrypted, their movements designed for survival through secrecy. A fleet disappearing under cover of darkness would be entirely consistent with their character, less a panic, more a pilgrimage. And some assert that the ships never reached Portugal. One legend, considered fanciful but persistent, places the fleet further west, far beyond Iberia, Iceland, the Canaries, even the shores of Scotland. In one version, a single ship landed near Mull and delivered a sealed chest to a monastic outpost whose ruins still stand, wind-lashed and largely forgotten. In another, the fleet divided, half heading west, half south, each bearing portions of a fragmented archive, ensuring that no single location could ever again hold the complete truth. Then there is the Templar chart found in the 1700s, an ancient map discovered beneath the floorboards of a Portuguese chapel. It depicted no continents, only stars, lines crossing an ocean, devoid of names, marked only by symbols, the same symbols found on scroll seals described in earlier chapters, mirrored crosses, the Ouroboros, the circle within a circle. The implication, the fleet was not following a trade route, it was following an alignment, a celestial path. As always, this invites wild interpretations. That the scrolls contained prophecies, that the fleet carried instructions for spiritual elevation timed to cosmic events, that it was not merely ink they transported, but a calendar, a moment yet to come. Far-fetched, perhaps. This sighting occurred weeks after the arrests. He reported it to a local commander, believing them to be lost crusaders. His report was disregarded, but in his own words, they sailed west, not east, toward the horizon, toward a place beyond maps. That same year, a Venetian record indicates a sudden surge in demand for ink, vellum, and scroll tubes among merchants dealing with Portuguese clients under Templar protection. This sighting occurred weeks after the arrests. He reported it to a local commander, believing them to be lost crusaders. His report was disregarded, but in his own words, they sailed west, not east, toward the horizon, toward a place beyond maps. That same year, a Venetian record indicates a sudden surge in demand for ink, vellum, and scroll tubes among merchants dealing with Portuguese clients under Templar protection. Then there is the Templar chart found in the 1700s, an ancient map discovered beneath the floorboards of a Portuguese chapel. It depicted no continents, only stars, lines crossing an ocean, devoid of names, marked only by symbols, the same symbols found on scroll seals described in earlier chapters, mirrored crosses, the Ouroboros, the circle within a circle. The implication, the fleet was not following a trade route, it was following an alignment, a celestial path. One discovers them inadvertently, odd little phrases in merchant ledgers, initials that do not correspond to known sailors, purchases of oil and parchment in towns far from Scriptoria. They claim the Templar fleet disappeared, but perhaps it did not. Perhaps it simply turned its sails toward the one horizon. The church could not follow the one lined not with fire, but with silence. The island archive theory commences with an anonymous letter dated 1313, discovered in a box of unrelated shipping manifests within the Genoa city archive. The letter is unsigned, penned in a hurried hand, and addressed to an individual simply identified as Dominus G. It reads, "The remainder of the work is secured west of Limassol, under the old stone. They will not look where no fire has fallen." Most interpretations connect this to Cyprus, specifically the now ruined commandery of Colossae, once a sugar fortress, later a Templar enclave, and perpetually rumored to possess deeper cellars than official maps indicate. Excavations beneath Colossae in the 1990 seconds revealed bricked-up passages whose purpose remains unknown. One chamber contained shattered wine jars and rusted armor fragments, but no scrolls. Or perhaps, more poetically, they were left in plain sight, disguised in liturgical language, masked in metaphor, sleeping behind words no one interprets anymore. The islands are quiet now, but islands retain memory, and stone does not forget. Majorca enters the theory through a more poetic route. A Catalan poem from the late 1300s describes white men from the east bearing tubes of night and sun, their ship vanishing like the owl beneath the temple moon. Interpreted literally, this makes no sense, but tubes of night and sun evokes a powerful metaphor for scrolls, containing both darkness and illumination. Furthermore, in 1384, A Majorcan priest wrote to the Bishop of Tarragona about old letters in foreign hand stored in the sanctuary's undercroft, untouched since the bearded ones passed through. The term barbati, or bearded, was frequently used in late medieval texts to describe Templars. Nevertheless, the mere fact that the Templars maintained a fortified presence on the island long after their suppression elsewhere suggests it was not merely a strategic outpost. It functioned as a storehouse, perhaps even a final refuge for knowledge that could not venture further west. Coincidence or signature? Skeptics argue that if the Templars had truly hidden their archive, it would have been discovered by now. However, scrolls do not behave like treasure. They decay. They seek dry, secluded spaces. They blend into other texts. And the true protection is not always location. It is obscurity. If one does not know precisely what to seek, one will inadvertently overlook it. And some suggest that this has already occurred. In 1908, a French scholar named Émile Moreau claimed to have discovered a partial Templar scroll on the island of Gozo, near Malta. The scroll was incomplete, just a sliver of parchment wrapped around a bone cylinder, yet it bore a phrase not found in any known Latin liturgy. Ad lucem intravitim, and the light entered without voice. The parchment subsequently vanished from public record after Moreau's death. The official church position maintains that the Templars possessed no functional fleet at that time, having supposedly lost their coastal power. However, local records suggest otherwise. Merchant accounts from 1306 still document payments made to Templar captains for shipping wine, wool, and even exotic goods from Cyprus and the Levant. A consistent pattern begins to form. Wherever the church's influence was potent, the scrolls vanished. But on islands where ecclesiastical authority was diluted by geography, by political considerations, or by quiet complicity, rumors of preserved Templar texts persist. Even more curious is the account of a Portuguese sailor named Álvaro de Alvares, who in 1341 wrote that he encountered a brotherhood of the Old Cross residing among the hills of Madeira. Madeira would not be officially discovered for another 60 years, at least according to accepted history. Yet, Álvaro describes a small stone chapel, empty save for a table of flame and a book no one dared open. His story was dismissed by contemporaries as the drunken fantasy of a superstitious mariner. However, his phrasing, Brotherhood of the Old Cross, is an exact match for how Templars were described in Eastern chronicles from the 12th century. In 1908, a French scholar named Émile Moreau claimed to have discovered a partial Templar scroll on the island of Gozo, near Malta. The scroll was incomplete, just a sliver of parchment wrapped around a bone cylinder, yet it bore a phrase not found in any known Latin liturgy. Ad lucem intravitim, and the light entered without voice. The parchment subsequently vanished from public record after Moreau's death. Early Masonic rituals include repeated references to a vault of 7 winds, a term found in no biblical text, yet echoed in the alleged scroll of flame. One of the texts believed to have been part of Secretum Templi. That scroll was said to contain a map of the body overlaid with the zodiac, a blending of Christian mysticism and Eastern cosmology, too unusual to be mere doctrine, too specific to be mere coincidence. Thus, the theory persists that the scrolls, or at least copies thereof, still exist not within glass cases or museums, but in stone chambers beneath forgotten sanctuaries, misfiled in secluded monasteries, or discreetly guarded by brotherhoods who no longer recall the exact nature of what they protect. Perhaps one resides in a cellar, tightly rolled inside a forgotten vase, another tucked behind a false panel in an ancient altar, and some assert that the ships never reached Portugal. One legend, considered fanciful but persistent, places the fleet further west, far beyond Iberia, Iceland, the Canaries, even the shores of Scotland. In one version, a single ship landed near Mull and delivered a sealed chest to a monastic outpost whose ruins still stand, wind-lashed and largely forgotten. The process invariably commences with a handshake, a peculiar grip palm pressed to wrist. thumb positioned precisely. This is followed by a phrase, often in Latin or something designed to approximate Latin, succeeded by a series of symbols etched into stone or stitched onto aprons. These gestures, seemingly innocuous, even quaint, represent the remnants of something more ancient, perhaps considerably more ancient. If any of this holds true, then the scrolls may have been divided, not stored in a single location, but dispersed across a constellation of safe harbors, some in Cyprus, others in Sardinia, Majorca, Malta, even the Azores scattered like seeds. This would have constituted a clever insurance policy: destroy one location and the others remain. The island archive theory also directly connects to the evolution of esoteric orders. Nevertheless, the mere fact that the Templars maintained a fortified presence on the island long after their suppression elsewhere suggests it was not merely a strategic outpost. It functioned as a storehouse, perhaps even a final refuge for knowledge that could not venture further west. Described in ritual texts as a guiding light, often associated with divine knowledge, it is said to be visible only to the worthy, those who have undergone trials and maintained silence. This closely mirrors a line found in a Templar initiation fragment recovered from the ruins of a collapsed commandery in Aragon. The star is not above, but within. It burns not in the sky, but in the brother. The phrasing differs, certainly, but the core essence, inner illumination safeguarded by ritual progression, is hauntingly similar. Then there is the Masonic practice of tracing boards, large symbolic diagrams drawn in chalk or ink on the lodge floor before ceremonies commence. These boards frequently depict staircases, compasses, suns, moons, and occasionally a figure holding a scroll. In certain rites, the scroll is labeled Lux Veritatis, the light of truth. No biblical passage employs that exact phrase, yet it appears in a marginal note in one of Amaric's surviving scrolls. Adjacent to it, a diagram of interlocking triangles and a single, unblinking eye. One might dismiss this as mere coincidence. Described in ritual texts as a guiding light, often associated with divine knowledge, it is said to be visible only to the worthy, those who have undergone trials and maintained silence. This closely mirrors a line found in a Templar initiation fragment recovered from the ruins of a collapsed commandery in Aragon. The star is not above, but within. It burns not in the sky, but in the brother. More substantial than poetry is the case of the Carta de Ischia, a navigational map dated 1315, which includes an unusual marking off the coast of Sardinia. A small, unnamed island is annotated with a Latin phrase, Custodia Scriptorum, guard of the writings. No settlement is listed, no monastery, merely a symbol, a triangle within a circle. That identical symbol appears in a marginal doodle in one of Amaric's surviving scrolls. More substantial than poetry is the case of the Carta de Ischia, a navigational map dated 1315, which includes an unusual marking off the coast of Sardinia. A small, unnamed island is annotated with a Latin phrase, Custodia Scriptorum, guard of the writings. No settlement is listed, no monastery, merely a symbol, a triangle within a circle. That identical symbol appears in a marginal doodle in one of Amaric's surviving scrolls. Or one might consider another fragment, a page torn from a 14th century Parisian alchemical journal, unsigned, yet referencing a ritual preserved by the Silent Ones. It details an initiation process involving 3 degrees of knowledge, a veiled oath, and a symbolic death, all key features of early speculative masonry. Yet, this fragment predates formal Masonic lodges by at least 2 centuries. The Silent Ones, the text states, spoke by symbol and remembered only what could not be written. Naturally, critics of this theory argue that Freemasonry, as it emerged in the 17th century, was a product of Enlightenment ideals, not medieval mysticism. They point to guild roots, to Renaissance humanism, to Hermetic influence. And yet, the stubborn recurrence of Templar motifs within Masonic structures cannot be easily dismissed. the double-headed eagle, the red cross, the 13-step staircase, the emphasis on brotherhood, secrecy, and the pursuit of ancient light. Even the use of the term Grand Architect, a title found in a Templar fragment, referencing the divine creator, not as a king or judge, but as a builder, Architectus Mundi, the architect of the world. Some Masonic lodges in France and Portugal claim unbroken descent from surviving Templars. These claims are largely ceremonial, representing more mythology than verifiable history. But again, they persist. One Portuguese rite, practiced only in a single lodge in Tomar, commences with the phrase, "Let the stone remember the fire." However, perhaps the most compelling thread connecting Freemasonry to the missing Templar texts lies in the so-called Master's Word. In Masonic legend, this is a secret name of God, or of knowledge, or of something else, that is lost during the construction of Solomon's temple and must be recovered by the initiate through moral purification and symbolic death. This description could eerily apply just as readily to the later rituals of Masonry as to the esoteric Templar orders. One partial description of that scroll, preserved in a letter to Cardinal Bertrand, refers to a man walking within a spiral beneath the gaze of the seven fires. That same imagery is preserved in a Masonic ritual from the Rite of Memphis Mizraim, which includes the line, "He enters the spiral crowned by stars, feet in fire, eyes in stone." Coincidence after coincidence becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss. Then there is the curious appearance of specific geometric figures, the Vesica Piscis, the hexagram, and the spiral, all of which appear in early Masonic tracing boards, and, more obscurely, in diagrams from the Scroll of the Veil, a now lost Templar manuscript, rumored to contain cosmological visions and metaphysical correspondences between the body and the heavens. And what if those scrolls, long presumed lost, were not destroyed or buried in island archives, but encoded into living ceremonies, concealed not in stone, but in gesture, preserved not in vaults, but in the minds of men who never knew the origin of the ideas, only that they were sacred? In that light, the Masons do not possess the Templar secret. They are the secret. The investigation commences with a solitary phrase, 5 words barely discernible on a crumbling sheet of parchment, unearthed beneath a church floor in Poitou. Evangelium per eos reclusum. The Gospel was concealed by them. The document from which it originates, fragmented and charred at its edges, is written in Latin, yet interspersed with Greek and Syriac phrases. It lays no claim to authorship, no attribution to any evangelist, merely a flicker of text rapidly fading into dust. Yet, that single line has haunted historians for centuries. For if the Templars ever possessed a gospel not sanctioned by the Church, an alternative account of Christ's words, a suppressed testimony to his life, or, more significantly, a reinterpretation of his meaning, then, the stakes associated with the missing scrolls would multiply tenfold. The discourse would no longer pertain to mere ritual or doctrine. It would concern scripture, canon, and revelation, and the question no one dares voice too loudly. Did the Templars attempt to rewrite the gospel? The so-called redacted gospel remains more theory than tangible artifact. No complete version has ever surfaced, only scraps, suggestions, hints buried within unrelated manuscripts. However, when meticulously pieced together, as both scholars and conspiracy theorists have attempted, a chilling tableau begins to form. A gospel in which Jesus does not perish for sin, but imparts liberation from the necessity of intercession. A text wherein the crucifixion is symbolic, not salvific, where resurrection is not corporeal but intellectual. A perilous gospel. The Church, naturally, denies its very existence, yet it would be compelled to do so. The trail intensifies in an unexpected location, an inventory from the Inquisitorial Tribunal of Toulouse, 1309. Among confiscated items from a Templar cell is a scroll marked Testimonium Ignotum Unknown Testimony. It is not categorized among ritual scrolls, nor is it labeled as heretical. It is simply unknown. This scroll disappears from the record shortly thereafter. However, a note survives from an unnamed scribe, written in a hand distinct from others. Symbols familiar, speech not heard in mass. That cryptic line has been endlessly dissected, with some believing it refers to a text written in a hybrid dialect, perhaps Aramaic and Coptic, and others suggesting it was entirely coded in liturgical metaphor. Then there is the letter from Inquisitor Guillaume Imbert, the same individual whose quiet rebellion was previously chronicled. In his private folio, he references a testimony read aloud by a brother who named no apostle but claimed lineage from the breath of God. Lineage from breath, a peculiar phrase, yet not unprecedented. It echoes ancient Gnostic writings where pneuma, or breath, represents the essence of divine inheritance, not blood, not ritual, but breath. This is where the implications become profoundly uncomfortable, because buried in one of Amaric's annotations, scrawled beside a devotional chant, are the words verbum factum non est caro. The word was not made flesh, a direct reversal of the Gospel of John's foundational statement of Christian incarnation, flipped as if reflected in a mirror. If this was more than a scribal jest, more than some poetic heresy, then it may represent the smoldering ember of the redacted gospel itself. It is not difficult to envision the panic such a document would incite, a gospel devoid of a crucifixion, a savior who does not suffer but rather instructs, a path to the divine without martyrdom. It would obliterate centuries of doctrine with a single utterance. It would render sacrament obsolete, and it would necessitate destruction. Yet, destruction invariably leaves marks. Scroll tubes without contents, ink stains on walls, testimonies that allude to documents no longer present in the archive. One Cathar prisoner, interrogated in Albi in 1321, stated that the Templars sang the Book of the Wanderer, the one who woke but did not bleed. The Inquisitor dismissed it as poetic nonsense, but when juxtaposed with the fragments, it begins to resonate with something considerably darker. The title, Book of the Wanderer, reappears centuries later in a German esoteric volume, Der Wanderer, attributed to an unknown monk and containing only cryptic allegories. One chapter describes a man traversing a city constructed of letters, whose walls crumble when he speaks. Another chapter details a scroll with no ink that blinds those who attempt to see with their eyes, not their understanding. These tales may be mere fantasy, or they may be refracted memories of a scroll never intended to be interpreted literally. Even stranger is a 15th century Vatican marginal note, written in response to a now lost letter, which cautions, "Do not entertain the whisper of the fifth voice." It sings from the desert, not the mount. Most interpret this as metaphor, but in Templar accounts, there is frequent reference to a fifth scroll, or occasionally the scroll of no seal, a document not included with the others, perhaps because it bore no author or no signature the Church would recognize. Some now believe that this fifth scroll, this redacted gospel, was never widely circulated within the Templar ranks. It was hidden, passed from scribe to scribe, protected by the innermost circle, known only through memorized phrases and sacred gestures. If so, then its contents may never have been fully committed to writing at all, only spoken, only heard, only lived. And what of its curse? That term is not employed lightly. However, one recurring phrase in relation to the redacted gospel is extinguitur luminis. Its light extinguishes. It is found in two unrelated sources, a Dominican condemnation of heretical texts in 1315, and in a scribbled line on the inside cover of a damaged Templar prayer book discovered in southern France. The phrase appears to warn, not to promise, as if reading the gospel or understanding it carried a profound cost. The cost may have been faith, or sanity, or simply certainty. For to accept such a scroll would necessitate rejecting all else: the blood, the altar, the institution built upon substitution and sacrifice. It would imply that the divine is not something granted, but something remembered, and that is not merely theology, that is revolution. So perhaps the gospel was never truly redacted. Perhaps it was whispered once and buried within the very breath of those who dared to hear it. The tower stands, a stark silhouette of stone against the sky, austere and brooding, perched above the placid waters of the Vienne. Most visitors perceive Chinon Castle as a relic of royal drama, the historical stage where King Henry II quarreled with his sons, where Eleanor of Aquitaine once processed in silent dignity. Few direct their gaze toward the lesser tower, that structure with its narrow, slit windows and devoid of grand commemorative plaques. Fewer still comprehend what was discovered within, the Chinon parchment. That document forms the primary focus for most historians. Unearthed in the Vatican's secret archives in 2001, it sent shockwaves through the academic world, revealing that Pope Clement V had secretly and unofficially absolved the Templar leadership in 1308, a political maneuver, likely a hesitant step toward mercy that ultimately never extended to the gallows. Yet, while scholarly attention converged on analyzing the Latin text, something else was quietly catalogued, then largely forgotten. A series of symbols carved into the very stone of the Chinon Tower itself, located near the base of the chamber where Jacques de Molay was held. These are not decorative carvings, nor mere graffiti. They are deliberate, precise, and they follow a distinct pattern, a spiral that curves inwards upon itself, much like a snail's shell, commencing with a seven-pointed star, and culminating in a shape scholars refer to as the Broken Sunday. Initially, these carvings were dismissed. Medieval prisoners frequently left marks initials, devotional symbols, tally marks. However, these differed significantly. They bore resemblance not to conventional Christian symbology, but to the coded alphabets employed by early alchemists. Even more curiously, the symbols match a sequence found in a Templar scroll fragment recovered from Cyprus, a sequence believed to be part of a cipher key. That scroll, preserved in the archives of the Order of Christ in Portugal, contains a string of 21 glyphs, each flanked by a mirrored cross and a half-moon. The identical sequence, in the identical order, appears carved into the tower wall at Chinon, concealed in plain sight. The implication is profound. Someone was transmitting a message, or meticulously preserving one. Cipher scholars refer to this as the Chinon loop. It is not a traditional substitution cipher, nor a simple transposition. It appears to be a hybrid, a layered system necessitating both a key text and a spatial map. One hypothesis suggests the loop functions akin to a labyrinth. One does not read it linearly from left to right, but rather traverses it, either physically or symbolically, following an inward spiral, unlocking symbols only upon crossing specific directional thresholds. The challenge lies in the absence of the key text, or has it been found? A marginal note in one of Amaric's scrolls, yes. Him again references the loop that cannot be closed unless read from within. Most interpreted this as a metaphor. However, a 19th century Jesuit codebreaker named Elias Dumont believed it referred to a scroll called Sol Occultus, or the Hidden Sunday. According to Dumont's private notes, which remain unpublished, this scroll was mentioned in a lost inventory from the Templar commandery at La Rochelle. It was described as a map of stars and voices, not of land, and its margins, Dumont claimed, contained a sequence of glyphs matching those found at Chinon. If Sol Occultus was indeed the key, then the cipher in the tower was not merely a message. It was a lock, a vault door constructed of stone and silence, awaiting the appropriate resonance to open it. Why would the Templars embed anything into the very walls of their prison? Perhaps they believed someone would follow another knight, a brother, a witness. Or perhaps they were embedding a confession, not one extracted under torture, but one crafted in unwavering faith, a true record of their knowledge hidden beneath the surface, preserved through form rather than explicit speech. This leads to the theory of the reverse gospel, a phrase that emerged in a 17th century French manuscript detailing lost Christian sects. The anonymous author, naturally, describes a scroll found in the ruins of a place of judgment which contained symbols that spoke backward, a gospel walked, not read. The description is vague, the location is never specified. but the timeline and tone suggest Chinon, and the phrase, "a gospel walked," may not be metaphorical at all, if the cipher loop is spatial. Interestingly, a 14th century Templar prisoner, Brother Anso of Brittany, mentioned in his trial that the walls knew more than the scribes. His statement was dismissed, but centuries later, it resonates as a clue. And then, there is the matter of the hidden phrase. In 2004, a team of restorers working on the tower wall discovered faint etching beneath the spiral cipher. The words, though weathered, were confirmed by digital imaging to be Latin, quod est clausum non est mortuum, that which is closed is not dead. It is the kind of phrase amenable to a dozen interpretations. Perhaps it refers to the order, perhaps to faith, or perhaps to a scroll. For, throughout all the recovered texts, one motif recurs more frequently than any other. The concept that knowledge cannot be eradicated, only concealed. That truth, once comprehended, transforms into a presence, a spectre within the architecture. If the cipher in the tower is what some believe it to be, then the Templars did not take their secrets to the grave, they carved them into the walls. They transformed their prison into a vault. And even now, the lock remains. It was a tumultuous night in the spring of 1323, when an improbable event transpired at the Abbey of Saint-Pont-de-Thomières. A violent thunderstorm had swept through the mountains of southern France, and the monks had just settled into evening prayers when a side chapel window shattered inward, not from the force of the wind, but from a distinct impact. What ensued was recorded by Brother Theodore in a chronicle penned months later, and curiously concealed beneath a loose flagstone in the abbey cellar. The entry commences simply, "We were visited not by pilgrims, but shadows." The intruders sought neither relics, chalices, nor gold. Their direct course led them to the library, yet not the main collection, which would have been too obvious. They proceeded to the Archivum Clausum, the sealed room within the eastern cloister, reserved for restricted scrolls, primarily theological disputes, and heretical fragments kept for study. When the monks regained control at dawn, they discovered only one item missing, a scroll tube, labeled In Venire Perditum, to find the lost. The official church position maintains that the Templars possessed no functional fleet at that time, having supposedly lost their coastal power. However, local records suggest otherwise. Merchant accounts from 1306 still document payments made to Templar captains for shipping wine, wool, and even exotic goods from Cyprus and the Levant. Break-ins were a rarity in monasteries. Scroll theft was virtually unheard of. The sheer strangeness of the incident kept it quiet. Brother Theodore's chronicle was never officially copied, and the abbey's ledgers from that year were recopied without any mention of the stolen scroll. Silence descended. However, the trail did not conclude there. 2 years later, in 1325, a Dominican inquisitor named Father Martel composed a letter to Avignon warning of a contagion of texts spreading westward, specifically citing fragments attributed to the Order of the Temple. He refers to a treatise of the returning flame, a scroll describing the purification of the divine vessel through the memory of the fall. The phrasing is peculiar, even poetic, but what is critical is this. The Benedictines had previously logged a sealed manuscript under a similar name, matching the exact length of the missing tube. Coincidence collapses under the weight of such detail. What truly transforms suspicion into certainty is the subsequent event, a second break-in, this time not by thieves, but by papal decree. In 1326, Pope John XXII quietly ordered a review of certain abbey holdings across Languedoc. His envoys arrived unannounced, opened sealed archives, and removed several items deemed doctrinally unstable. Among them, one damaged scroll whose outer wrapping bore traces of red wax. The accompanying scribe's note stated plainly, "Contents, undeciphered, origin disputed, transferred to Avignon under seal." The implication is striking. The scroll was not destroyed. It was confiscated, preserved, and presumably subjected to study. Why such pervasive secrecy? Because by then, church officials had begun to suspect something far more profound than mere heresy. The fragments surfacing in obscure abbeys, fragments stolen, smuggled, or mysteriously donated, exhibited thematic and symbolic resemblances to Templar doctrine. Yet, they also ventured into perilous territory. Some invoked not the Christ of the cross, but a light being who descended not to perish, but to awaken. Others spoke of knowledge stored within the body, not symbolic knowledge, but mapped and methodical, with diagrams resembling the Eastern chakras or the Sephirotic tree. These were not scrolls of political intrigue or military codes, they were scrolls of transformation, the kind that threatened ecclesiastical control not with armies, but with potent ideas. Which brings us back to Saint-Pons de Thomières. Further investigation reveals that the abbey's leadership maintained long-standing Templar ties. Several senior monks had previously served as chaplains in the southern French commanderies before transferring to Benedictine orders after the trials. One individual in particular, Abbot Gérard de Castres, was quietly absolved in 1312 of charges, never disclosed in the official records. A later marginal note in a diocesan ledger identifies him as Amicus Templarium, a friend of the Templars. Some now speculate that Gerard may have assisted in smuggling the scroll into the abbey for safekeeping. Others believe he was part of a broader network, one designed not to preserve mere treasure, but doctrine. And if this premise holds true, then the Benedictine break-in was not a simple theft. It was a recovery, an extraction, perhaps even a rescue. The scroll taken was not lost, but reclaimed by those who still believed in its message, or feared what would transpire if it fell into the wrong hands. In this light, the events of that stormy night form part of a larger pattern. Scattered scrolls, strange symbols, sudden disappearances, silent recoveries, followed by an even tighter silence. It is a pattern that suggests more than coincidence. It suggests infrastructure, a shadow network, one that was aware of the scroll's locations, and one that still possessed the knowledge to interpret them. The theory is reinforced by a later account, this time from the Abbey of Moissac, describing a traveler who arrived in 1334, hooded and unarmed, bearing a sealed scroll. He claimed to be a brother of the old order, preserving the written flame. The scroll he carried was never opened. The monk who received it left only one note in the abbey ledger: "We buried it in silence." Fire does not need witnesses. Thus, the break-in at Saint-Pons de Thomières becomes more than a mere footnote. It becomes a pivot, a moment when something almost slipped into public view. A window briefly cracked open before the storm slammed it shut. One can almost visualize it, the torchlight glinting off rain, slick stone, the careful hands unsealing a waxed tube, the quick glances over shoulders as shadows moved through a sacred space, not to desecrate it, but to safeguard something buried within a scroll, a truth, a flame transported under cloaks and across centuries. The crucial information was not contained within the main body of the text itself. Rather, it was discovered in the margin, faint and curling towards the edge of the page, as if the writer had intended it to remain unseen, but could not entirely suppress its inscription. Penned in a smaller hand, pressed firmly into the parchment, as though the ink alone was insufficient to ensure its permanence, the phrase was concise and easily overlooked. De sanguine regis corte, of the blood of the king, carefully. The scroll in question bore no relation to monarchy. It was a devotional text, a prayer manual attributed to the Templars' southern French houses, predominantly liturgical and generally innocuous. However, that marginal note fundamentally altered its significance, not due to its explicit statement, but due to its profound implication, that concealed within the order's writings, perhaps within the scrolls now lost, lay a secret not of theology or ritual, but of lineage. This theory, like many surrounding the Templars, has long resided within the realm of speculation. The concept that the order possessed knowledge of a royal bloodline, one that either challenged or superseded the authority of Europe's thrones, is the type of narrative that simultaneously invites intense obsession and outright ridicule. Yet, the clues are persistent, subtle, and widely dispersed. A fragment discovered in Portugal, dating to the early 14th century, contains a list of names, partially redacted and partially burned. The names appear noble but unfamiliar. They are prefaced by the Latin phrase Familia Luminis, the family of the light. One name is marked with a small cross, another with a crescent, and a third, curiously, with a six-pointed star. The scroll bears no title, but its reverse side is inscribed with an epigraph. "We did not choose them. They were born chosen." The implications are immediate. Chosen by whom, and for what purpose? One interpretation, favored by scholars focusing on the Templars' Near Eastern encounters, suggests these markings refer to a syncretic lineage, one that fused Jewish, Christian, and potentially Islamic bloodlines into a sacred genealogy preserved for reasons that remain unclear. This theory gains further traction when viewed alongside the so-called Bézier's tablet, discovered in 1867 and dismissed as a forgery by the Church. It lists 33 names and a date, 1129, the year the Templars were officially recognized. At its base is a crude carving, a chalice within a sunburst, and beneath it, a single phrase in Old Occitan, "Of flesh and fire, the hidden king." The phrase reappears in a later context. In a 17th century Masonic tracing board attributed to the rite of strict observance, which itself claimed Templar origin, the symbol of the chalice reappears, this time accompanied by a double helix and the phrase "Veritas in cruor," truth in blood. It is a recurring theme, suggesting that somewhere in the Templar archives existed a record, not myth, not allegory, but actual genealogy linking someone or some group to a divine or royal source that contradicted the Church's authority or the legitimacy of crowned heads. That would provide ample reason for redaction, immolation, or profound concealment. One of the most tantalizing details supporting this theory originates from a rarely cited trial transcript involving a Templar named Etienne of Arles. Under questioning, he claimed that the master carries not just the rule, but the name. When pressed, he stated that the name was not Christ, nor any apostle, but he whose blood is shielded in silence. The scribe underscored that final phrase in the margin and appended a cross beside it, a mark typically reserved for noteworthy or dangerous statements. If accurate, then the Templars may have believed or claimed that they were custodians not merely of relics, but of identity, of continuity, a bloodline traced not simply to kings, but to something sacred. Some have interpreted this as descent from Christ himself, a deeply controversial notion popularized more recently by fiction than by verifiable fact. However, others suggest a more nuanced possibility, that the order preserved the line of David or another ancient priestly lineage, with implications far more mystical than political. This theory would explain the vehemence of the suppression, not solely due to heretical practices, but because of what those practices concealed. The Church could potentially withstand whispers of ritual secrecy or even idol worship. However, a rival narrative of divine descent, one that bypassed Rome and rooted itself in blood, would be utterly unacceptable. The scroll in question bore no relation to monarchy. It was a devotional text, a prayer manual attributed to the Templars' southern French houses, predominantly liturgical and generally innocuous. However, that marginal note fundamentally altered its significance, not due to its explicit statement, but due to its profound implication, that concealed within the order's writings, perhaps within the scrolls now lost, lay a secret not of theology or ritual, but of lineage. In 1994, a historian working in the archives of the Order of Christ uncovered a sealed envelope containing what appeared to be a translation of a lost Templar scroll, incomplete, unsigned, and water-damaged. Within it, however, a single passage remained legible. "He walks uncrowned, bearing no crown, yet the blood in his veins carries the weight of the temple. The identity of he remains unknown, but the document's preservation and its careful concealment suggest that someone considered it profoundly significant. Perhaps someone still does. And so the confession persists, not declared from a pulpit, not inscribed in pristine ink, but etched in the margins, whispered in ritual, transmitted through signs and in silence. A bloodline not publicly proclaimed, but meticulously guarded. Perhaps that is the very reason the scrolls had to vanish, not because they were false, but because they were true. The stone fortresses of Malta ascend like ancient relics, carved into the very geological structure of the Mediterranean. Sun-baked, honeycombed, pockmarked by centuries of conflict, yet still defiant. The island is renowned for its steadfast resistance against Ottoman sieges, for its knights in literal shining armor, and for its towering cathedrals erected upon ancient foundations. However, beneath this visible grandeur lies a more subdued narrative, one that connects the Knights of Malta not only to their Templar predecessors, but potentially to the missing scrolls themselves. Perhaps that is the very reason the scrolls had to vanish, not because they were false, but because they were true. John, more commonly known as the Knights Hospitaller, was granted control of Malta by Emperor Charles V. Crucially, when the Templars had been dissolved 2 centuries prior, many of their surviving members had already begun to assimilate into the ranks of the Hospitallers. Some brought their martial skills, others brought something else entirely. The Maltese archives are extensive and heavily redacted, but scattered throughout their ledgers, amidst land titles and ship manifests, are peculiar entries, items listed not as relics or treasures, but as documenta reservata reserved documents. One such entry, dated 1565, the same year as the Great Siege of Malta, references a sealed tube stored in the underground chambers of Fort St. Angelo. The entry includes a small symbol beside it, a circle bisected by a diagonal cross, nearly identical to one carved above a Templar ossuary in Tomar, Portugal. The scroll within the tube is never described, nor is it mentioned again, but a footnote adjacent to the entry reads, "Non deit lei ad fin mundi." It is not to be read until the end of the world. The phrase is undeniably melodramatic, yet it echoes a Templar maxim found in fragments attributed to the Scroll of the Watchers: guard the breath, seal the flame, unfold only when the stars align again. Both statements imply a document either too perilous to open, or one so profoundly encrypted it requires not only knowledge, but precise timing. The theory that Malta became a sanctuary for lost Templar scrolls gains considerable traction when one examines the peculiar continuity in architectural features between Templar and Maltese Hospitaller sites: secret staircases, sealed crypts, chapels constructed beneath chapels. At Fort St. Elmo, beneath the primary cathedral, lies a chamber with no official entrance. The scroll in question bore no relation to monarchy. It was a devotional text, a prayer manual attributed to the Templars' southern French houses, predominantly liturgical and generally innocuous. However, that marginal note fundamentally altered its significance, not due to its explicit statement, but due to its profound implication, that concealed within the order's writings, perhaps within the scrolls now lost, lay a secret, not of theology or ritual, but of lineage. Even the rituals of the Knights of Malta allude to a deeper lineage. Early versions of their initiation rites, recorded in private journals subsequently confiscated by Napoleonic forces, include veiled references to a scroll of sacred division and a son not of heaven but of knowing. The language is poetic, certainly, but uncannily aligned with phrases found in earlier Templar documents. One particularly unusual phrase reappears in the writings of both orders: lux abscondita, the hidden light. One could argue these are merely echoes, romantic borrowings. However, then there is the physical evidence. In 1732, during an inventory of the Knights' archives following a major earthquake, a chest was opened containing sealed wax packets, each labeled with a number and a concise Latin title. One entry stood out: Templi Vox II, the second voice of the temple. The contents were never disclosed, but a Jesuit archivist's note, penned in the margin of the inventory, reads, "To be returned to the chamber of silence. No such chamber is marked on any records." Yet, in Valletta, beneath the co-cathedral of St. John, exists a sealed crypt with no known entrance, accessible only through a now collapsed tunnel. Its existence is verifiable. What rests inside is not. Some speculate that the Maltese chapter inherited more than mere traditions. They became the custodians of surviving Templar texts, either entire scrolls or painstakingly reconstructed fragments, pieced together over generations. This could account for the continuity in symbols, in ritual structure, and, most curiously, in specific chants preserved within Maltese liturgy that bear a striking resemblance to esoteric prayers catalogued in the suppressed Liber Orationum Ignitarum, the book of unknown prayers attributed to the final decades of the Templar era. There is even a persistent legend among certain Maltese families, passed down in half-whispered fragments, that speaks of a book that binds the East and West, kept hidden beneath the floor of the fortress that listens. Scholars have debated whether this refers to Fort St. Angelo or to an earlier site long since buried beneath the city. But the core idea remains that beneath all the stone and ceremony lies something considerably more ancient. In 1732, during an inventory of the Knight's archives following a major earthquake, a chest was opened containing sealed wax packets, each labeled with a number and a concise Latin title. One entry stood out, Templi Vox II, the second voice of the temple. The contents were never disclosed, but a Jesuit archivist's note, penned in the margin of the inventory, reads, "To be returned to the chamber of silence. No such chamber is marked on any records." If the Maltese Knights did preserve even a portion of the missing scrolls, whether whole or in secreted copies, then the tradition continues not as rumor, but as architecture encoded in limestone, sung in half-remembered hymns, hidden in plain sight beneath vaulted ceilings that have witnessed empires rise and fall. Therefore, when it is asserted that the scrolls are lost, perhaps that is accurate, but only from the surface. For Malta endures, and stone does not forget. Despite all the dramatic events that transpired in France with its conflagrations, tribunals, and papal edicts, England's role in the Templar narrative has always appeared comparatively subdued. There were no spectacular arrests, no mass executions, no whispered gospel recited in the dungeons of Poitiers. Yet, within the silence of that very absence, something else occurred, or rather, failed to occur. A disappearance, not of individuals, but of parchment. The English Templar archives, once housed at Temple Church in London and its surrounding properties, were extensive. Property deeds, legal contracts, theological commentaries, ritual manuals, all meticulously recorded, indexed, and maintained. By 1307, the Templars were not merely a military order, but a formidable financial institution. They possessed vast tracts of land, managed rents, safeguarded treasure, and offered rudimentary banking services to the crown itself. The records should have been encyclopedic, yet they are not, following King Edward II's lukewarm compliance with Pope Clement V's call for suppression. The English Templars were arrested reluctantly and largely without overt force. Trials ensued, but they were notably lackluster. No sensational confessions, no elaborate tortures. The records describe mild questioning, brief detentions, and a subsequent quiet dispersal. The order was indeed dissolved, yet no one seemed particularly eager to enforce its strictures, except, curiously, when it pertained to the scrolls. An inventory compiled in 1310 by royal clerks lists 18 tubes of script, 10 volumes, and 5 bound sheets recovered from the London preceptory. These were sealed and deposited in the Tower of London for safekeeping, accompanied by a note indicating they were to be reviewed by ecclesiastical authority at the request of His Holiness. However, no such review appears in any surviving documentation. No summary, no condemnation, no transfer, the scrolls simply vanish. Later, inventories from the tower enumerate only property holdings, armaments, and coin. The 18 tubes are never again mentioned. The challenge lies in the absence of the key text. Or has it been found? A marginal note in one of Amarik's scrolls, yes, him again references the loop that cannot be closed unless read from within. Most interpreted this as a metaphor. However, a 19th century Jesuit codebreaker named Elias Dumont believed it referred to a scroll called Sol Occultus, or the Hidden Sunday. The Archbishop's concern appears justified when cross-referenced with a curious episode at the Priory of Lenton. In 1313, a sealed box bearing the Templar sigil, a red cross above a crescent, was delivered there by royal messengers. Its contents were never opened. However, a year later, a fire erupted in the priory's scriptorium. The box was reportedly lost. A monk named Oswin, writing 2 decades later, claimed the box had contained a heretical record of stars and oaths bound in skin, unreadable by sane eyes. He offers no further elaboration. What renders this particularly intriguing is that Temple Church itself, the central seat of the English Templars, was never truly subjected to in-depth investigation. While it was transferred to the Hospitallers and its contents supposedly relocated, there is no comprehensive accounting of its manuscripts. Some believe the records were deliberately dispersed. Others suggest a more organized concealment, not destruction, but relocation. And here enters the figure of Prior Godfrey de Grey, an individual whose name appears in multiple ledgers from 1308 to 1311. He had access to the London archive, was never called to testify in the trials, and quietly retired to a remote chapel in Northumberland after the order's dissolution. His later years are sparsely documented, but a fragment from a lost letter, preserved only in quotation, attributes to him the statement, "Not all scrolls speak, some wait." This phrase has resonated through centuries of speculation. Some wait where? For whom? Further complicating the matter is the sudden appearance in 1471 of a manuscript at Oxford, known only as the Codex N. Its origins are obscure, its script irregular, and its subject matter arcane, containing references to the twin lines of David and flame, the silent word beneath stone, and repeated diagrams resembling sacred geometry. It was labeled Gnostic heresy and quietly shelved. Yet, multiple scholars have since noted that its phrasing mirrors terminology found in the Chinon parchment and other Templar fragments. Could the Codex N have drawn from suppressed English Templar material? One theory suggests that the scrolls seized in London were never destroyed, but rather absorbed not by the Vatican or the Crown, but by private hands, hidden in collegiate collections, or filtered into the traditions of secretive English societies that began appearing in the late 16th century. Even now, certain college libraries deny access to their oldest materials without special approval. Some rooms necessitate 2 keys. Some ledgers still contain redacted entries, labeled Confiscata Ecclesia, and in a few rare instances, documents are stored in vaults beneath stone chapels with no public access whatsoever. The greatest irony may be that the English scrolls might have survived precisely because no one intentionally destroyed them, because no one staged a grand trial, because the Templars in England were treated not as villains, but as a temporary embarrassment. And in that bureaucratic shrug, a door may have been left ajar, a moment of institutional indifference during which a scribe could slip away with a scroll, or a box could be delivered to a cellar that no one ever entered again. One theory suggests that the scrolls seized in London were never destroyed, but rather absorbed not by the Vatican or the Crown, but by private hands, hidden in collegiate collections, or filtered into the traditions of secretive English societies that began appearing in the late 16th century. Even now, certain college libraries deny access to their oldest materials without special approval. Some rooms necessitate 2 keys. Some ledgers still contain redacted entries, labeled Confiscata Ecclesia, It is asserted that the flames articulated his final utterances, but the wind dispersed them. Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, stood shackled upon a pyre in the shadow of Notre Dame. It was 1314, dusk. Paris remained still, as if holding its breath. The Seine flowed by, an ancient witness too venerable to intervene. De Molay did not plead. He did not scream. He simply stared, and he spoke. What he pronounced that day has been quoted, distorted, and partially lost across the centuries. Some claim he cursed the Pope and the King. Some affirm he called for divine justice. Yet, buried in one obscure 15th century chronicle from Avignon, attributed to a Benedictine scribe named Brother A, is a different version, a more enigmatic one. In his final moments, de Molay is said to have cried not of vengeance but of revelation. The scroll is not ash. It waits in the hands of the blind. No one definitively comprehends the meaning of that sentence. Most dismiss it as purely symbolic, but the phrasing aligns with certain motifs found in late Templar texts, particularly those concerned with prophecy and inner vision. The blind were sometimes a coded reference to initiates too nascent or too inexperienced to yet grasp deeper truths. Or perhaps it signified literal blindness, the idea that only those who refused to perceive the world as it presented itself could discern the hidden reality beneath. If accurate, this portrays de Molay not merely as a martyr, but as a messenger. The days preceding his execution were shrouded in secrecy. He had been imprisoned for years, subjected to interrogation, recantations, and enforced silence. Yet, during the brief interval between his retraction of confessions and his final burning, he was permitted the company of two men, Geoffroy de Charnay, preceptor of Normandy, and an unnamed Dominican cleric who served as confessor. That Dominican, whose name has not survived, reportedly kept a journal, and in a marginal note from a later manuscript, thought to derive from it, a single sentence appears. He dreamed of a door beneath the cross, and behind it, a page, the dream of the page. Repeatedly, Templar writings reference the page that opens the veil, or the final sheet untouched by fire. In the context of de Molay's death, this may allude to a text known only by whispers, the Ultima Verba, the last words, a supposed addendum or epilogue to the Templar scrolls, secretly composed during the trials. The Ultima Verba was said to contain de Molay's own reflections, not on political matters, but on vision, on what the order had failed to protect, on what still lay hidden. Only one reference to it has ever been documented. In a footnote by the 17th century antiquarian Jean-François Géraud, who claimed to have seen a parchment of last breath authored by the Grand Master, kept within the reliquary vault of a Provençal monastery, now lost to time. If that account was mere fantasy, it was not unique. In Malta, a Hospitaller chronicle lists among its restricted holdings a testament of the crossed flame. Its contents are unknown. In Portugal, a 1702 Jesuit letter describes a Templar gospel of reversal, allegedly penned in captivity, believed to subvert conventional scripture. And in England, as previously explored, rumors persist of a scroll transferred under seal, never read, only preserved. However, perhaps the most compelling fragment is both visual and material. In 1851, during renovations to the former prison at Chinon, a concealed alcove was discovered. Inside was a scorched wooden box, empty save for a single wax seal fragment and a patch of linen embroidered with a red cross, stitched through with gold thread in the shape of an eye. The seal, now housed at the Musée de l'Armée in Paris, bears a rare sigil once attributed to de Molay's private circle, a rose within a compass. Surrounding the image is a Latin phrase, illum oculos claus revelabit, he will reveal to the closed eyes. The echo is unmistakable. Naturally, critics will contend this is all pareidolia, the mind's tendency to discern meaning in patternlessness, that de Molay's death was tragic but mundane, that no scroll survived, that no final vision was ever recorded. But such explanations overlook the sheer volume of subtle references, not bold declarations but hints, Not announcements but footprints left in charters, in margins, in hidden symbols carved into stone and wax. Even the sheen on parchment, long considered a vindicating document for the Templars, offers its own enigma. While it confirms that Pope Clement V secretly absolved de Molay and others before their deaths, it also contains a peculiar line about the transmission of sacred charge beyond the written. This phrase has been a source of debate among ecclesiastical historians. Some believe it refers to oral confession. Others argue it points to a sacred knowledge passed not through text, but through memory, or dream, or flame. So what constituted de Molay's final vision? Was it prophecy? Was it code? Or was it an urgent plea to protect something more profound than the scrolls themselves? Something the written word could never fully encapsulate. Perhaps he understood what was impending, that history would label them heretics, that truth would be redacted, that fire would serve as the ultimate editor. But he also appeared to believe something would endure, not in vaults or Vatican indices, but in echoes, in the blind hands of those who would one day stumble upon the fragments, perceive the residual warmth in the parchment, and commence to interpret. One might even be among them, and perhaps, just perhaps, he was addressing you. High in the Pyrenean cliffs, where clouds enshroud the peaks and the stone resonates with the wind, lie the ruins of Montségur. To the casual observer, it is merely another medieval stronghold, another phantom amongst the skeletal remains of France. However, for those who have listened more intently, Montségur represents something more profound, a lingering memory, a grave, a vault, and perhaps a final sanctuary. At first glance, it appeared insignificant, a square of ancient vellum, worn and discolored, its markings obscured by the patina of time and salt. Yet, beneath a thin layer of protective wax, the lines emerged angular, deliberate, and unmistakably cartographic. A map, perhaps, or the commencement of one. The precise nature of that treasure remains unconfirmed. Some claim it was gold, others assert it was a relic. However, there is one theory, seldom vocalized, that binds Montségur not merely to the Cathars, but to the Templars, and not through material riches, but through parchment. This theory begins with a consideration of timing. By 1240, the Cathars were already in retreat, the Inquisition's grip steadily tightening. Simultaneously, the Templars had grown wary of Rome's encroaching authority. This theory begins with a consideration of timing. By 1240, the Cathars were already in retreat, the Inquisition's grip steadily tightening. Simultaneously, the Templars had grown wary of Rome's encroaching authority. That visit is noted only once, in a disputed letter attributed to a Hospitaller chronicler preserved in the Bibliothèque Inguimbertine in Carpentras. It claims de Roquefort delivered a sealed object of knowledge to the Cathars for safekeeping in the shadow of purity. Many dismiss this as poetic euphemism, but the narrative becomes stranger. In 1325, nearly a century later, and a decade after the official end of the Templar Order, a peasant boy named Estève Roux, from the nearby village of Montaillou, confessed, under duress, that his grandfather had been the guardian of a black roll passed down from a holy knight and a white ghost. He claimed this roll contained the word they burned, but could not silence. He described its letters as twisting in gold and blood, and its language as neither French nor Latin, but something older, like church song, but wrong. Curious phrasing. However, the Inquisition deemed it sufficiently serious to raid his family's home. Nothing was found, or at least nothing was officially stated to have been found. Connecting the Cathars to the Templars has always been a delicate endeavor. Their theologies differed. The Cathars viewed the material world as inherently evil, whereas the Templars were deeply embedded in martial and worldly affairs. Yet, what united them was not doctrine, but shared peril. Both were crushed by the same machinery of ecclesiastical power. Both maintained underground networks, and both were accused of protecting forbidden texts, which returns us to Montségur. In 1896, a German historian and amateur archaeologist named Dr. Friedrich Hilzer undertook a controversial excavation of the site. He was searching for what he termed the Fifth Archive, a theoretical collection of suppressed heretical writings believed to be hidden in Cathar strongholds. His findings were modest: charred wood, pottery fragments, pieces of bone. However, in his notes, later published posthumously, he mentioned a curious detail: a stone cavity beneath a collapsed stairwell which contained traces of rotted leather and copper rivets, arranged in a rectangular shape consistent with a scroll case. The local clergy dismissed his findings. The French authorities prohibited further excavation, and Hiltzer's records were eventually lost during the Second World War. All that remains are his sketches and journal excerpts, preserved by a friend and privately published under the title Ashes Speak in Sleep, but others persisted in their search. In the 1962, a group of French esotericists, styling themselves Les Guetteurs, the Watchers, claimed to have retrieved a fragment of the lost scroll of the Templars from the caves beneath Montségur. Their credibility was tenuous, their claims grandiose. The fragment was never publicly displayed, and the group eventually faded into obscurity. However, in one of their surviving pamphlets, held in the archives of a now defunct occult bookstore in Marseille, there is a quote attributed to a Red Brother of Malta. What was not burned at Montségur was read aloud before sunrise, then sealed again in silence. The scroll was never ours, it was theirs. We were only the watchers. That phrase, "read aloud before sunrise," recurs in Cathar lore. It refers to secret liturgies held in caves and upper chambers, away from the scrutiny of Rome. If the Templar scrolls, or even just a single page of them, were concealed at Montségur, it is not difficult to imagine they might have been absorbed into these rituals, memorized, guarded, perhaps even recopied into altered forms. A curious side note: a 14th century Occitan devotional text, Laura Clausa, contains a passage describing a red cross that speaks in fire, written by the buried and read only by the blind. The identical language de Molay is rumored to have used in his final vision. Mere coincidence, or a resonant echo? One begins to discern the contours of something, not a single scroll, not a singular hiding place, but a network of keepers, whisperers, custodians of pages too perilous to burn and too sacred to expose Templars, Cathars, and later, perhaps others. And Montségur, perhaps not the conclusion of the Cathar narrative, nor merely a site of martyrdom, but a relay point, a place where memory passed like a flame from one generation to the next, until the ash could articulate once more. It was merely a fragment, a curling piece of parchment buried beneath nearly 6 centuries of dust, retrieved in 1911 from behind a false panel in a crumbling chapel wall on the Portuguese coast. No one was actively searching for it. The church was slated for partial demolition. The workers were locals, and the discovery might have gone unnoticed had one of them not recognized the unusually faded inkwork and alerted the parish priest. That phrase, "read aloud before sunrise," recurs in Cathar lore. It refers to secret liturgies held in caves and upper chambers, away from the scrutiny of Rome. If the Templar scrolls, or even just a single page of them, were concealed at Montségur, it is not difficult to imagine they might have been absorbed into these rituals, memorized, guarded, perhaps even recopied into altered forms. The chapel, incidentally, was dedicated to Saint Cyprian, patron of occult knowledge and forbidden writings. It stood in a village once believed to be a layover point for Templar ships returning from the east. And although the Templar order had been outlawed by the time the chapel was constructed, local legend maintained that the site was originally founded by knights in exile who arrived by sea, carrying with them a book wrapped in stone and sealed with fire. That alone might have constituted an eerie local tale. However, when the map fragment was entrusted to the regional diocesan archivist, he noted something even stranger. The symbols on the parchment bore an uncanny resemblance to medieval Templar chart markings, specifically those employed not for oceanic navigation, but for subterranean storage. In Templar code, a circle marked with a dagger implied a sealed chamber. A broken triangle denoted a place of forced entry. One symbol, however, stood out, a stylized eye within a square overlaid with a cross. It was identical to the embroidered motif found centuries later in Chinon, buried alongside a burned seal attributed to Jacques de Molay. Coincidence again? The archivist, Dom Lorenzo Belmar, composed a series of private letters to Lisbon scholars in the 1910 seconds, detailing his theory that the fragment was part of a lost map drawn by Templar survivors in the early 14th century, documenting the locations where critical scrolls or relics had been hidden prior to the order's dissolution. The original map, he believed, was once whole, a tapestry of storage points scattered across the Mediterranean world, each disguised under religious iconography or natural landscape features. Only one letter from Belmar survives. The rest were lost in a fire that gutted the diocesan archive in 1922. That surviving letter, however, offers tantalizing detail. It describes a cluster of glyphs in the lower left corner of the parchment believed to denote a coastal cave system accessible only at extreme low tide. The name etched beneath the marking reads, Editos, the Sanctuary of the Blind. That name appears nowhere in official records, but ancient fishermen's tales from that region speak of a place precisely matching its description. A narrow inlet, invisible except during the lowest spring tides, where the wind moans like monks at prayer. No one has officially located it. A few amateur historians have attempted, one falling from the cliffs and requiring hospitalization. The others eventually abandoned the pursuit. What deepens the intrigue is that an identical eye within a square symbol was also discovered, carved into a hidden beam in the ruins of a Templar preceptory in Tomar, Portugal's Templar stronghold, during restorations in the 1980 seconds. It had been facing inward, away from public view. Beneath it, scribbled in faded ink, was the phrase, "He who sees with no light will find what fire forgot." Portugal, it seems, has been speaking in riddles for centuries. The original map, he believed, was once whole, a tapestry of storage points scattered across the Mediterranean world, each disguised under religious iconography or natural landscape features. Only one letter from Belmar survives. The rest were lost in a fire that gutted the diocesan archive in 1922. That surviving letter, however, offers tantalizing detail. It describes a cluster of glyphs in the lower left corner of the parchment believed to denote a coastal cave system accessible only at extreme low tide. The name etched beneath the marking reads, Editos, the Sanctuary of the Blind. That name appears nowhere in official records, but ancient fishermen's tales from that region speak of a place precisely matching its description. A narrow inlet, invisible except during the lowest spring tides, where the wind moans like monks at prayer. Earlier in this investigation, we examined the theory that some scrolls were spirited out of France by ship, possibly aboard the elusive Templar fleet that vanished from La Rochelle in 1307. If even one of those vessels made landfall in Portugal and records from Tomar suggest that many knights did seek asylum, there it is not inconceivable that their most dangerous cargo, including forbidden writings, was hidden in the only place no one would think to look, a half-forgotten cave on the edge of the known world. More compelling still is a report from 1932 filed by a British intelligence officer working on coastal mapping in the area. He never affixed his name. The memoir, bound in cracked leather and filled with spidery Latin script, was attributed only to a servant of the flame. It appeared unceremoniously within the holdings of a Jesuit seminary in southern Spain sometime in the late 17th century. No one recalls its donor. So what remains? A burned letter, a fragmented map, a disappearing coastline, and symbols that refuse to perish. One has traveled extensively through trial documents, secret codes, vanished ships, and stolen testimonies. Now, with the accumulated dust of centuries upon one's shoulders, one stands at the edge of the sea, with the wind in one's ears and sand beneath one's feet. The scrolls may indeed have disintegrated into ash, but if even a single page remains, tucked into the hollow of a sea-washed cavern, pressed into the stone like a prayer. It will not remain silent indefinitely. The map is not whole, but neither is it useless, because now, at last, one knows where to commence the search. And now, with the dust of centuries heavy upon one's shoulders, one must confront the fundamental question that has shadowed this mystery from the very first vanished line: what was contained on the missing pages? Not symbolically, not romantically, but truly, tangibly. What did they articulate? For decades, it remained misfiled among theological tracts, unopened and gathering dust, until a seminary student, intrigued by its calligraphy, carefully opened its spine and read the initial line. We do not guard the words because they are ours. We guard them because they are not. Moreover, the memoir describes in vivid detail the method employed to preserve the scroll: a wax lining inside the leather, copper wire stitching around the edges to repel moisture, and a thin veil of myrrh-dusted linen wrapped around the parchment itself. This technique aligns with known Templar preservation practices found in other recovered documents, such as the Bézier's Codex, which utilized a near-identical lining technique to resist mildew over centuries. That phrase alone would provoke considerable skepticism. Yet, the document proceeded further. The author spoke of a scroll, not whole, but folded and scorched, inked by a hand trembling with fear and fire. He did not claim authorship, nor did he fully comprehend its origins. However, he recounted how it had been entrusted to his order by a scarred knight in white who arrived in silence during the night of March 19th, 1314, the very day Jacques de Molay was immolated in Paris. The timing, if accurate, is chilling. According to the account, the knight handed over a sealed leather case and uttered only 7 words: "Protect what even God dares not read." He then rode off into the darkness and was never seen again. The Jesuits, newly forming and seeking papal approval in that era, represented a peculiar choice for such a burden. However, the author asserts that the guardianship was not organizational, it was deeply personal. Only one brother at a time was to be aware of the scroll's existence. It was transmitted not through formal ceremony, but through whispered conversation and a singular touch upon the case, to feel its warmth and remember that history breathes still. Skepticism, naturally, abounds. Many dismiss the memoir as invention, a product of pious imagination, or even an esoteric test of Jesuit obedience. Yet, certain clues steadfastly resist dissolution. The text makes reference to a bleeding eye symbol burned into the leather scroll case, a motif previously encountered, carved into hidden beams in Tomar, inked onto the map fragment from Portugal, and even whispered in Montsegur lore. The recurrence is impossible to disregard. Moreover, the memoir describes in vivid detail the method employed to preserve the scroll: a wax lining inside the leather, copper wire stitching around the edges to repel moisture, and a thin veil of myrrh-dusted linen wrapped around the parchment itself. This technique aligns with known Templar preservation practices found in other recovered documents, such as the Bézier's Codex, which utilized a near-identical lining technique to resist mildew over centuries. What followed was not a treatise nor a sermon, but a confession. The unnamed author, writing with the cadence of a dying man, claimed to be part of a silent lineage of custodians keepers, not of relics, but of letters. He described a tradition older than the Society of Jesus, entrusted from father to son, brother to brother, rooted in an oath sworn not to church or crown, but to memory. Specifically, he claimed to safeguard a relic of paper worth a kingdom. Skepticism, naturally, abounds. Many dismiss the memoir as invention, a product of pious imagination, or even an esoteric test of Jesuit obedience. Yet, certain clues steadfastly resist dissolution. The text makes reference to a bleeding eye symbol burned into the leather scroll case, a motif previously encountered, carved into hidden beams in Tomar, inked onto the map fragment from Portugal, and even whispered in Montsegur lore. The recurrence is impossible to disregard. The scroll, the author states, was eventually hidden, not buried, not burned, but nested. That word recurs throughout his memoir. Nested beneath the noise, nested within the holy, nested where the blind may pass and the silent may hear. A riddle or a precise roadmap? Before the final page, the author issues a conclusive plea. Do not seek it unless you are willing to vanish. For those who read truth aloud will find themselves erased in kind. What deepens the intrigue is that an identical eye within a square symbol was also discovered, carved into a hidden beam in the ruins of a Templar preceptory in Tomar, Portugal's Templar stronghold, during restorations in the 1982. It had been facing inward, away from public view. Beneath it, scribbled in faded ink, was the phrase, "He who sees with no light will find what fire forgot." Portugal, it seems, has been speaking in riddles for centuries. We are not pursuing ghosts. We are tracing the afterimage of a document, or set of documents, that once profoundly unsettled the sensibilities of kings, priests, and inquisitors alike. And if this Jesuit memoir is even partially accurate, then the scroll did not vanish. It was preserved, observed, read in silence, protected by an individual whose name will forever remain unknown to us. And somewhere, perhaps even now, it persists. Not in a vault, not in a museum, but under the care of one final guardian. If even one of those vessels made landfall in Portugal and records from Tomar suggest that many knights did seek asylum, there it is not inconceivable that their most dangerous cargo, including forbidden writings, was hidden in the only place no one would think to look, a half-forgotten cave on the edge of the known world. More compelling still is a report from 1932 filed by a British intelligence officer working on coastal mapping in the area. One has meticulously followed the trail, ink blot by ink blot, burn mark by burn mark, from the scorched courtrooms of Paris to the salt-drenched coasts of Portugal, from marginalia inscribed by trembling hands to sealed letters never intended for scrutiny. Not in a vault, not in a museum, but under the care of one final guardian. The fragments unearthed suggest themes of a more profound and volatile nature. A heretical gospel, a bloodline imbued with sacred legitimacy, a ritual that reinterpreted the crucifixion not as sacrifice, but as concealment. Assertions that fundamentally invert, rather than merely upset, the foundations of Western belief. And, most chillingly, the concept that Christ's death was not the denouement of the narrative, because the true story had been erroneously recorded from its very inception. It is tempting to dismiss all of this as monastic fiction, the fevered ruminations of a cloistered individual living in a world illuminated only by candlelight and fear. Yet, it aligns too perfectly with the breadcrumbs previously followed, the missing codices, the redacted inventories, the eye symbol, the whispered confessions from Cathar ruins and Portuguese coastlines. Let us briefly revisit the scroll discovered in 1297, the one from the genesis of this investigation. Its pages were catalogued, meticulously numbered, and cross-referenced. Yet, between pages 43 and 45, there is no page 44. Not a miscount, not a skipped number, but a deliberate absence. The binding seamlessly bypasses this point, exhibiting signs that a leaf had been carefully removed, not torn, not damaged, but surgically, intentionally excised. Someone deliberately chose to leave a void, and the further one pursued that thread, the more similar instances were discovered: the papal index with blacked-out titles, the inventory inconsistencies, the testimonies that alluded to, but never directly quoted, specific teachings, the redacted gospel, the cipher, the fleet that fled with nothing and everything. Each instance revealed the same spectre: knowledge that flared briefly and was then suppressed. Yet, suppressed as it was, it continued to smolder in the hidden marks of Freemasons, in Cathar chants sung in subterranean chambers, in Jesuit memoirs and anonymous marginalia, and in whispered coastal myths, in the symbols that reappear across continents and centuries like a pulsating heartbeat beneath stone. These truths were not forgotten. They were remembered incorrectly, and that may have been the overarching strategy all along. In his diary, discovered decades later in a private estate sale, he noted an unsettling formation of glyphs carved into the back wall of a sea cave during a low-tide survey mission. The officer described it as a vault of stone and thunder, and mentioned the markings resembled a bastardized form of Greek and Latin, overlaid with a crude cross and compass rose. The exact location was never disclosed. The diary concludes abruptly 3 entries later. They lie in vaults mislabeled as heretical, in languages intelligible only to the half-initiated, in paintings that subtly deviate, in relics whose provenance is perpetually uncertain, in that solitary page, absent from the otherwise perfect scroll. Perhaps the most damning truths concerning the Templars were never discovered, because they were never intended to be found, not lost, but hidden within absence. Stories whispered not in presence, but in void. So, what did the missing pages truly articulate? Perhaps one will never definitively know. Perhaps one is not meant to. But perhaps, just perhaps, the very act of inquiry, of interpreting between every silenced line, constitutes its own form of resurrection. There is no ink remaining to trace, no scroll left to unroll, only a breath. A memory of parchment once held in calloused hands. A memory of silence, as dense as stone, enveloping words that were never meant to perish. You have indeed traversed the crypts of history, navigating firelit courtrooms and ruined towers, delving into confessions half-whispered and maps half-burned. You have observed knights riding into obscurity with scrolls concealed beneath their cloaks, witnessed inquisitors weeping behind locked doors, and perceived memory fading, only to reignite. And now, there remains nothing further to pursue, no code to decipher, only stillness. Yet, within that stillness, something endures. In his diary, discovered decades later in a private estate sale, he noted an unsettling formation of glyphs carved into the back wall of a sea cave during a low-tide survey mission. The officer described it as a vault of stone and thunder, and mentioned the markings resembled a bastardized form of Greek and Latin, overlaid with a crude cross and compass rose. The exact location was never disclosed. The diary concludes abruptly 3 entries later. It communicates through sighs, not proclamations, in breathless margins and forgotten dust, in cracked stone that once bore the weight of boots and blood, and the unbearable lightness of truth. Therefore, allow the ambient noise to subside now. Permit the candlelight to dim. Allow your thoughts to drift like pages unbound by time. You are not the first to ponder these mysteries. You will not be the last. The Templars may be reduced to ash, yet their questions persistently burn, and if one closes one's eyes, if one truly listens, one might just perceive their whispers in return.
There are secrets that never sleep. A box, a symbol, and a number 2039. Tonight, let me tell you the story of the final prophecy of the Knights Templar, where the past and the future meet in the dark. If you love stories that send chills down your spine, yet you can't stop listening to stay, history is about to tell you what it was never meant to reveal. The artifact was interred where its discovery was least likely. It was not situated within a grand temple or an ornate reliquary, but deeply embedded behind a decaying altar wall, encased in lead and lime, and concealed for 7 centuries. When the containment box was finally opened in 2001, its contents did not merely unsettle the attending archaeologists. They engendered a profound sense of apprehension. Inside lay a metallic disc, cool to the touch, engraved with a design incongruous with any known Templar symbol. This symbol delineated a specific date, a date within our current era and a prophecy which ecclesiastical authorities had sought to eradicate, a secret the Knights Templar evidently died to safeguard. It was subsequently termed the Last Sigil. The narrative begins with a reconstruction of the scene, the perceived slow creak of ancient iron doors opening into a chapel that had not admitted natural light for 5 centuries. The air hung thick with dust, evoking the solemnity of incense, and every brick seemed to resonate with untold secrets. Behind the main altar, a stone slab appeared, softened by countless forgotten prayers, yet exhibited an unsettling irregularity. The symmetry was flawed. The masonry lines did not precisely align. In 2001, local restoration specialists in Languedoc observed this anachronistic stonework and undertook an unprecedented action. They breached the wall. The subsequent discovery initiated a cascade of quiet repercussions throughout private ecclesiastical archives, discreet academic networks, and ultimately reached a Vatican conservator who chose not to remain silent. A small, lead-sealed medieval box, evidently untouched, contained a singular object. It was neither parchment nor a chalice, but a disc, roughly the size of a human palm, fashioned from an alloy that continues to resist definitive analysis. Its surface was etched with markings that no recognized Templar order should have employed. At its center, a six-armed cross appeared, fractured and distorted. Radiating from this core were sigils of an entirely different nature: astronomical, celestial, and, some posit, prophetic. This artifact, now identified as the last sigil, defies simple categorization. It transcends temporal boundaries. Embedded within its symbolic system, encoded in a cipher so abstruse that it had not been referenced for over 600 years, was a specific date. This date pertained not to the past, but to the imminent future. This narrative diverges from conventional Templar mythology. It does not delve into speculative tangents regarding holy grails or lost bloodlines. This account is not concerned with what the Templars might have discovered, but rather with what they endeavored to conceal, and how they may have encoded the conclusion of an era within a metal disc no larger than a small plate. Should this artifact prove authentic, and all indications suggest it is, it would not merely reveal the Templars' beliefs concerning time, prophecy, and celestial mechanics, but also demonstrate their foresight of an impending, terrifying, and seemingly inevitable event. To ensure continued access to insights history has deliberately obscured, consider subscribing. This investigation will span continents, centuries, and cosmological paradigms, examining forgotten manuscripts, long-suppressed Vatican records, cryptographic patterns, and astronomical alignments once known only to a dwindling priesthood. At the heart of this inquiry lies one sigil, one prophecy, and one inescapable query: what transpires when the countdown concludes? The chapel itself remains accessible, a modest edifice nestled in the French countryside near Bézieux, adjacent to the crumbled remnants of a former Templar commandery. Most passers-by would likely overlook it. Its roof has long sagged, moss encroaches upon the stone like slumbering ivy, and its bell tower has been devoid of a bell for 2 centuries. Yet, beneath this fading ruin lies a mystery whose implications extend far beyond its lichen-streaked walls. The restoration team arrived in the spring of 2001, their efforts discreetly and almost anonymously funded by a preservation grant absent from public registries. Their stated objectives were structural reinforcement and archival photography. However, the team brought more than scaffolding and brushes. Among them was Dr. Hervé Langlais, a medieval symbologist from Marseille, recognized for his unconventional theories on Templar communication. He was not officially listed as an archaeologist, nor was his presence recorded in the site's documentation. Nevertheless, by the 3rd day, it was he who ordered a halt to the work. The reason was straightforward. The altar wall was not original, or rather, it appeared suspiciously new, dating to the early 14th century, shortly after the dissolution of the Templar order. Its stones were cleaner, the mortar less degraded, and when gently tapped, the wall produced a resonance far too hollow for a solid barrier. Behind it, a cavity awaited, sealed centuries prior. The process of dismantling this false wall spanned nearly 2 days, largely conducted in silence under torchlight. Beyond it lay a small alcove carved directly into the bedrock. At its center rested the leaden box, hermetically sealed with no discernible hinge or lock. It had been meticulously wrapped in fragments of what appeared to be silk, a luxury in medieval France, and secured by rusted copper brackets. According to Langlais, an absolute silence descended upon the room as they opened it. The sole content was the disc. It was surprisingly heavy, slightly warm to the touch, and composed of an unclassifiable metallic composition. Some suggested tin, others a complex alloy containing antimony or lead. One theory even posited a meteoric origin, though no tests have confirmed this. More significant than its material composition were the engravings adorning its surface, a network radiating with unsettling precision. There was no Latin text, no inscription, only the visual lexicon of power, geometry, and concealed time. At its core, the unmistakable red cross of the Knights Templar, yet with 6 arms instead of 4, one of which was broken, splintered, as if deliberately shattered. Around it, a ring of symbols echoed ancient planetary glyphs, subtly altered, fractionally offset, like a shadowy reflection of the heavens. Langlais captured hundreds of photographs, but these images were never released. The official report submitted to the Ministry of Culture entirely omitted the discovery. Just 3 months later, Langlais resigned his academic position, departed Marseille, and reportedly relocated to a monastic retreat in Corsica. He has not made any public statements since. The available information derives from a brief period in 2002, when a few low-resolution scans of his notes appeared online. Quickly dismissed as elaborate hoaxes, they have since vanished from most digital archives. However, they confirmed one crucial detail. The object was authentic, and it corresponded to no known Templar artifact ever catalogued. The most peculiar characteristic was neither the central cross nor the enigmatic planetary glyphs, but the outer ring. A precise arrangement of nearly microscopic notches formed what some interpreted as a cipher, specifically a substitution code linked to astronomical ephemeris tables once used to chart celestial bodies. When loosely decoded, this sequence aligned with planetary movements culminating in the year 2039, a date of considerable importance. Historically, Languedoc was no stranger to secrets, having served as a stronghold for Cathars, Templars, and various heretical factions. The town of Rennes-le-Château, mere miles away, has fueled centuries of occult speculation. Yet unlike those myth-enshrouded tales of grails and gold, this disc presented no treasure map, no royal bloodline. Its message was starker, more precise. Not where, but when. The often overlooked detail is that the disc was not merely placed loosely in the box. It was meticulously set into a velvet-lined groove. This groove perfectly matched the disc's curvature, indicating it was designed for transport. It was not concealed to be forgotten, but to be protected and preserved until the appropriate individuals discovered it, or until the opportune moment. This raises a disconcerting question, one still debated quietly among scholars. Was the disc sealed behind that altar to shield it from the Church, or to shield it from humanity? For the Church, it appears, has never formally acknowledged the object. No official records, no conservator samples, no museum holdings exist. The Vatican has consistently denied any involvement. Nevertheless, within 2 weeks of the discovery, a previously unknown cardinal arrived in Bézieux bearing diplomatic credentials. The site was closed the following morning, and the disc, if reports are accurate, was never catalogued into any recognized institutional archive. This silence speaks volumes, not only about the artifact itself, but about what it may signify. A final communication from an order long extinguished, a silent cry encoded in geometry and interred in stone, waiting and perhaps, more chillingly, waiting for the present moment. One is drawn mentally closer to the object itself. The disc, this enigmatic metallic whisper from the 14th century, seems to exert a gravitational pull, much like a lock anticipating its key. From a distance, it resembles a wheel or an ornate seal. However, upon closer inspection, a deeper pattern of deliberate intention emerges. It is evident that this object was crafted to communicate across epochs. The initial attempt at decoding was not undertaken by a cleric or a cryptographer, but by Klaus Ehrenfeld, a retired German astrophysicist with an avocational interest in medieval studies. He spent nearly 2 years meticulously tracing the symbols along the disk's outer edge, utilizing leaked scans from Langlais's 2002 note. His objective was purely data-driven, devoid of theological interest. To his astonishment, what initially appeared as random etchings began to coalesce into a sequence of intervals. Ehrenfeld correlated these notches with known planetary cycles and discerned a profound anomaly. They did not track past events but projected into the future. Specifically, the glyph sequence aligned most precisely with a syzygy, a rare celestial event where 3 or more planetary bodies achieve a straight configuration. The sequence on the sigil corresponded not to any syzygy, but to one predicted for early August 2039, when Mercury, Mars, and Saturn will form a near-triadic configuration in the vicinity of the constellation Virgo. This alignment, while intriguing, became truly unsettling for Ehrenfeld. ultimately prompting him to sever contact with his collaborators when he superimposed the sigil's markings onto the projected sky map. The inner engravings, distinct from the planetary glyphs, specifically the angular patterns between them, mapped perfectly onto the relative positions of the three celestial bodies. The fractured sixth arm of the cross pointed with uncanny precision to the moment of maximum alignment. It appeared as though the disc was created not to represent an idea, but to demarcate a specific moment that had yet to transpire. The disc's outermost ring, so finely detailed it appears purely ornamental, also attracted considerable attention. Under magnification, it revealed a ripple-like texturing, inconsistent with traditional hand engraving. Theories regarding its creation vary. Some propose a rudimentary lathe, while others insist upon an impressed mold, possibly cast. However, the pattern itself deviates from the decorative norms of the period. Instead, it mimics the form of a lysagous curve, an oscillating waveform generated by harmonic motion. The concept of a lysagous curve was not formally described until the 19th century, rendering its presence in a 14th century artifact profoundly perplexing, if authentic. This leads to the most controversial interpretation, that the sigil is not merely symbolic but functional. Some posit it as an astrolabe, a rudimentary device for astronomical calculation. Others, pushing the theory further, suggest it represents an encoded countdown, a temporal trigger whose purpose is to mark a celestial event with significant spiritual or even existential consequences. In this view, it is not a map, but a warning, a clock. Predictably, this is where scholarly debate becomes contentious. The sigil lacks any overt inscription, no Latin, no Hebrew, not even the stylized Gothic script common in late Templar liturgy. It communicates solely through symbols and patterns, making it susceptible to multiple interpretations and potential misapplication. One academic faction argues it is a devotional tool. Another insists it serves as a ritual marker. Yet, a third group suggests it points to something altogether more extraordinary, that the Templars possessed knowledge of celestial rhythms centuries ahead of their era, implying they were not merely crusaders but cosmic archivists. This is a compelling hypothesis, but it rests on a pivotal unanswered question. If the sigil genuinely encodes a future date, how could a group of 14th century warrior monks have calculated a planetary alignment nearly 700 years in advance without telescopes, computers, or access to ephemeris tables that would not exist for centuries? This lies at the core of the debate. Some researchers point to Islamic astronomical influences, noting that the Templars maintained contact with Muslim scholars during the Crusades. Others argue for lost Greek manuscripts transmitted through Byzantine intermediaries. However, even these sources typically lack the precision encoded on the disc. The reference to Langley here is unavoidable. His own unpublished notes, briefly recovered before his withdrawal into silence, hinted at a lost cipher used among high-ranking Templar, initiates a geometric language composed of angles, ratios, and proportional harmonics. Langlaise termed it the initiate syntax. Although the term has never appeared in known Templar documents, it offers a crucial clue. If the sigil operates through such a cipher, it may not utilize language as commonly understood. Instead, it may communicate through temporal intervals. One detail that continues to intrigue researchers is the disc's central axis. A subtle, barely perceptible indentation suggests the sigil was intended to rotate, not freely, but with deliberate manipulation, akin to a combination dial. It is an observation that, once pointed out, becomes impossible to unsee. The concept of a spinning disc aligning with celestial configurations is not entirely unprecedented. Ancient Mesopotamian star maps occasionally incorporated movable parts. However, for the Templars, such a device would necessitate an entirely different historical framework, one where they were not merely importing relics from the East, but forbidden knowledge. One theory posits that the sigil represents a surviving component of a larger apparatus, a modular mechanism, a ritual machine. If this holds true, then what was discovered is not the complete device, but its key. And like any key, its significance resides not solely in its form, but in what it is designed to unlock. Therefore, the present situation involves a disc that projects the future, encoding geometry before geometry had a formal name, and which may, in a profound and unsettling manner, have been counting down to a moment not of discovery, but of convergence, a convergence rapidly approaching. The cross is a familiar symbol, broad arms flared at the ends, depicted in vivid crimson against white, clean, symmetrical, and resolute the Templar cross. It stands as one of the most widely recognized symbols in the Western esoteric tradition, etched into countless altars, tombs, and banners. Yet, on the disc, it is altered, or rather, wounded. At its core, the last sigil bears this iconic shape, but with 6 arms instead of 4. The 2 additional arms do not extend cleanly, they slant downwards, asymmetrically, and one appears fractured at the joint. This is not erosion or weathering, but a deliberate break, as if it was never intended to be complete. Templar historians have contemplated the 6-armed variant for decades. It does not appear in any officially sanctioned insignia, nor does it correspond to any heraldic forms used by recognized military orders of the Crusades. Nevertheless, traces of it emerge in unusual locations, faintly carved into stones in abandoned Pyrenean watchposts, sketched on vellum scraps from confiscated trial records, and once unearthed beneath a ruined commandery in Portugal as a sandstone relief, so weathered that only its unnatural symmetry hinted at intentional design. The implications here become disquieting. In Templar symbology, the cross was not merely a badge, it functioned as a metaphysical diagram. Its 4 arms represented the cardinal directions, the 4 evangelists, and the elemental pillars of their theology. However, this distorted version violates that sacred geometry, tilting the balance and introducing an anomalous axis. Thus, the questions arise. What does the 6th arm represent, and why was it broken? Some researchers propose it is not a 6th arm at all, but an axis mundi, a vertical anchor symbolizing the descent of the divine into matter. Within this framework, the break is not damage but a dramatic symbol of divine interruption, a collapse in the celestial order. Others suggest a simpler explanation, that it was an esoteric reference, an inner circle cipher never intended for external eyes. The true meanings, they argue, were layered, with one interpretation for the public, another for the order, and a final one for the initiated few. However, a more troubling theory has begun to circulate discreetly and cautiously. It suggests that the cross's fractured state may depict not just symbolic imbalance, but cosmological rupture, meaning the sigil represents not the order, but an event. To contextualize, in 1307, when King Philip IV of France ordered the mass arrest of the Templars, most historians agree that the primary political motivation was financial. Philip was bankrupt, and the Templars were wealthy. Yet, some testimonies from the infamous trials, particularly those extracted under torture, contained bizarre claims. Initiates described ritual processions in which a cross was desecrated, altered, or even corrected. One document mentions a false sign with 6 wings carried into a chamber of rites. Most dismiss these as psychological ravings under due duress. However, if one momentarily accepts the premise that a core faction within the order held beliefs outside of the Church's orthodoxy, the 6-armed cross acquires a darker significance. It transforms into a forbidden symbol, indicating not salvation, but something else, something the Church feared sufficiently to attempt its eradication. An obscure detail warrants attention. In 1903, a fragmentary parchment surfaced in Avignon, written in Old Occitan, now referred to as the Codex Rubis. It describes a splinter group of Templars known as the Vigilants of the Broken Arm. Their existence is debated, with most scholars considering the document a forgery. Nevertheless, it references a ritual object, a sigil of metal with 6 points, one shattered, as a reminder of the breach to come. This phrase, the breach to come, has generated considerable speculation. Was it metaphorical, prophetic, or an encoded reference to a specific event? One must recall Ehrenfeld's decoding of the planetary alignment. If the broken arm correlates to a specific position within that celestial formation, then the damage is not incidental, it is intentional, a marker, a countdown. The scholarly debate, as expected, is intense. Some scholars argue that the 6th point was merely a stylized, ornamental flourish, devoid of deeper significance. However, these same scholars have struggled to explain its absence from any other known artifacts outside this singular thread of suppressed symbols. One theologian even proposed that the sigil could represent a heretical reinterpretation of the crucifix, an inversion of the resurrection narrative. Instead of 4 arms representing balance, 6 points symbolizing disruption, instead of ascent, fragmentation. Furthermore, the shape itself, when geometrically mapped, reveals that the six-armed cross on the sigil forms a near-perfect overlay with a collapsed stellation diagram. Specifically, it mimics a distorted hexagon in which one angle has been mathematically folded inward, a structural impossibility in classical geometry, yet permissible in symbolic language. Some have likened it to a fallen star, something once radiant, now bent out of alignment. What does this signify? Esoteric interpretations suggest it points to the fall of a guiding intelligence, not Luciferian in the traditional sense, but the loss of a cosmic axis, a turning away of the divine mechanism that maintains harmony among time, matter, and soul. Such a profound interpretation places considerable weight on a small metallic disc. However, this is not merely any metal disc, it is the last sigil. A crucial connection, which may have been anticipated, brings the discussion back to the indentation mentioned previously, the one suggesting the disc was designed to spin. When rotated around its central axis, the six-armed cross does not generate a uniform shape. Instead, it produces a stuttered waveform, a pulsation. The broken arm creates a visual skip, akin to a machine with a misaligned gear. Could this skip be the message? Perhaps the Templars believed in the perfect symmetry of the cosmos until they encountered something that shattered that conviction. Something they encoded into their final artifact, something for which they broke their own cross to warn humanity. And now, that brokenness appears to be revolving once more, with increasing velocity. Initially, it seemed unremarkable. Another parchment fragment from a collection of judicial archives interred in a dusty storage room near Toulouse. The edges were frayed, the ink partially faded, and the Latin so corrupted it appeared to dissolve into itself. Yet, embedded within those fragmented phrases was a name, not a saint, not a knight, but a brother, an initiate, a man who would become central to one of the most enigmatic disappearances in Templar history. His name, if it was indeed his true appellation, appeared only once in surviving records: Frater Leontius. He was not a grandmaster or a high-ranking dignitary, merely a footnote, a monk who reportedly abandoned his station in 1307, mere weeks prior to the mass arrests of the Templar leadership. The record does not characterize him as a traitor or a heretic. Instead, in a tone both restrained and apprehensive, it labels him with a peculiar phrase, Ultima Sigilli, meaning guardian of the last sigil. For years, historians dismissed this title as a misreading, perhaps referring to a lost charter seal or an esoteric term for relic keeping. However, when the identical phrase resurfaced decades later in a separate ecclesiastical marginal note, this time discovered within an inventory of confiscated Templar items transported to Avignon, it garnered the attention of a smaller, more inquisitive group, the Sigil Investigators. The note referred to an item of anomalous designation, deemed too heretical for open display and marked for discreet disposal. Yet, beside that terse description was a single word, intactus, untouched. The item had not been destroyed, it had been spared. And directly beneath that, a short phrase inscribed by a different hand, not to be shown to the fathers. This would all remain speculative, vague inventory commentary were it not for a discovery made in 1993. That year, a private library acquisition in Arles yielded a previously uncatalogued 14-page codex, handwritten in Latin intermingled with Provençal, bound in aged goatskin, and bearing no title. It was subsequently dubbed the Manuscript of the Lost Brother. Its authorship is unsigned, but the internal voice of the text repeatedly references my exile from the order and describes a forbidden object entrusted to my flesh alone. The manuscript details a frantic flight through the Pyrenees, the burial of the circle that speaks, and cryptic instructions that read more like desperate warnings than theological prose. One passage has been roughly translated as, "The sign is not a symbol, it is a sentence spoken not with voice, but with sky. When the sixth light breaks and the host turns away, none shall be ready." The unusual phrasing and syntax, likely a result of unpolished Latin or mental distress, have led scholars to debate its precise interpretation. Some view it as a poetic lamentation. Others believe it describes an astronomical phenomenon, the sixth light, possibly a planetary body or comet, and the host as a metaphysical presence, perhaps even divine. What is particularly striking is the manuscript's repeated insistence that the object was never intended for general access and must be kept beyond even the reach of high initiates. It also references a curious ritual, the silencing of the sixth arm. This rite, if it ever occurred, is described only in fragmented form. It involved the extinguishing of 6 candles placed around a sigil during an eclipse, after which the 6th candle was not merely snuffed but shattered. It was not symbolic, it was a sealing, a breaking of contact. The manuscript then shifts abruptly into a paranoid tone. The author describes visions of mirrored eyes in the stars and refers to a coming concordance of the ends. These phrases, alien as they sound, echo certain apocalyptic writings found centuries earlier among Gnostic and Manichaean sects, particularly those fixated on celestial alignments and cosmological judgment. What lends the document credibility, despite its almost mystical tone, is its direct reference to a Templar location, later confirmed through independent records. The site, a ruined sanctuary near Montségur, is described as the final hollow where I laid the circle down and folded the stone behind me. Excavations in 1997 revealed a sealed chamber beneath that very sanctuary, which, upon opening, was empty save for 2 items: a velvet-lined recess in the stone and a single broken copper hinge. This hinge matched the description from the Bezu box. This connection compels a reconsideration of the chain of custody. If Frater Leontius, this lost brother, truly fled with the sigil and interred it in Montségur, then someone must have exhumed it later and transported it to Bezu. The temporal gap is vast, nearly 7 centuries. Thus, the question arises: who safeguarded it? Who possessed this knowledge? Who continued the vigil? The manuscript offers its most haunting suggestion on its final page, badly burned but still legible. They who watch are not seen. They need no name. They are the eyes between chapters. This is the obscure detail, a reference to a hidden lineage guardians, perhaps, whose existence is never openly acknowledged. The Church possesses no record of them. The Templar registry, fragmented as it is, makes no mention of a sect within a sect. Yet, the idea persists that while the order collapsed under charges of heresy, a silent few simply vanished, not into death, but into a state of anticipation. The prevailing question facing scholars is whether this manuscript is genuine. Paleographic dating plausibly places it in the early 14th century, but the lack of provenance, the obscure dialect, and the unsettling apocalyptic tone have kept it outside the mainstream canon. Nevertheless, the artifact evidence from Montségur, the coded references in church archives, and the uncanny consistency with the object discovered in Bezu point to a chilling possibility. The manuscript is authentic, and the sigil's journey, far from accidental, was guided by human hands across centuries. If this is the case, then humanity is not dealing with a relic lost to time, but with a message designed to endure it. It commences with a celestial configuration, one not immediately noticeable unless a specific reason compelled observation, unless one possessed a sigil, an object of such antiquity that it predated telescopes, yet of such precision that it charted the invisible. This is a planetary alignment forming not a myth, but a mark, one that has not manifested in nearly 700 years and is predicted to reappear only in 2039. Celestial alignments are a recurring theme in various esoteric traditions, often associated with portals, vortexes, or solar flares. However, this particular alignment is distinct. It does not pertain to vague energies or hopeful vibrations. It is a mathematically precise, astronomically inevitable arrangement that unfolds like a celestial lock clicking into place. And the sigil, the disk to which we are continually drawn, contains within its markings the blueprint for this very moment. Revisiting the outer ring, Dr. Ehrenfeld, the German astrophysicist, determined that the sigil's etchings mapped to syzygy. His calculations aligned not with a minor planetary waltz, but with a highly specific formation predicted for August 4th, 2039. On this date, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn will achieve an unusually tight triangular alignment near the Virgo-Leo boundary, one of the most mythologically significant regions of the sky. Furthermore, if the sigil's radial lines are interpreted as angular divisions, they intersect this constellation with disconcerting accuracy. Some might dismiss this, stating that planetary alignments are common. While true, this particular alignment mirrors another that occurred in 1347, precisely 728 years prior. That date is historically significant as the inception of the Black Death in Europe. While correlation does not imply causation, the Templars may not have differentiated. For them, celestial patterns served as echoes, as warnings the heavens repeating their refrains. The situation becomes more unsettling. In certain suppressed Templar texts, primarily fragments preserved in the Vatican's restricted archive, veiled references exist to what they termed the Great Convergence. This phrase appears in connection with celestial observations, but the texts are maddeningly vague, speaking of the stars lining their heads once more, and the shadow of Mars upon the countenance of the lion. Most scholars dismiss these lines as poetic obscurantism. However, when viewed in conjunction with the sigil's alignments, they begin to coalesce into a more coherent message. One phrase in particular stands out: "When Saturn lowers his crown in Virgo, the seal shall stir." One need not subscribe to prophecy to find this unsettling, as Saturn will indeed be entering Virgo during the 2039 alignment. A coincidence, perhaps? Yet, there is further evidence. One of the sigil's outermost rings is engraved with a small series of 28 indentations. Initially, these were thought to represent lunar phases. However, it was observed that when aligned with the ephemeris tables for 2039, these indentations correlate precisely with the planetary transits for that month, not approximately, but with exactitude. This raises an uncomfortable possibility. The disk was not merely encoded with star maps, but may have been designed to activate, symbolically or ritually, when those celestial conditions were met. It could function as a celestial switch, a form of astrological doomsday clock, its hour hand now inexorably moving towards midnight. This, of course, brings the discussion to the prophecy itself. The term prophecy often implies prediction and certainty, and history is replete with erroneous forecasts. However, in the medieval understanding, prophecy was not necessarily about foreseeing the future, but about recognizing recurring cycles. To them, history was not linear, but cyclical, akin to the heavens, revolving repeatedly. When the same celestial configurations recurred, similar consequences followed. A minor scroll discovered in the archives of Toledo, dated approximately 1325, contains an eerie Latin verse: "Quam steli radent in ordinum fractum, at sextus lumen, ceterit tunc lux versa, erit infam et sigillum ultimum clamet." Loosely translated, this reads, "When the stars return to the broken order, and the sixth light falls, then shall light turn to iron, and the last sigil shall cry out." This is an obscure detail, certainly. Yet, when cross-referenced with the sigil's broken sixth arm, the phrase "sixth light" no longer sounds like mere symbolic embellishment. It suggests that someone understood a particular celestial pattern held profound significance, that it triggered a specific event. Scholarly debate regarding this passage persists. Some interpret light turned to iron as a reference to war. Others believe it to be alchemical, signifying the transformation of spirit into matter or vice versa. A few even suggest it refers to magnetism, though this interpretation is admittedly marginal. What is clear, however, is the recurring language of return of something coming back. Not just stars, but conditions, events, and consequences. Recalling Frater Leontius, the lost brother, his manuscript hinted at a similar concept, that the sigil was not a relic, but a sentence, not a message about a moment in time, but a moment itself, encoded, frozen, awaiting its utterance by the stars. And perhaps now the reasons for his flight, his concealment of the object, and its subsequent retrieval and resealing in Bezu become clearer, for the prophecy was not concerned with their time, but with ours. It is difficult to maintain detached objectivity at this juncture. There is an unsettling quality to contemplating the stars, knowing they will soon align like keys in a lock. There is a sense of finality to it. While debates continue regarding the sigil's meaning, the cosmos continues its motion, indifferent to human beliefs. His execution was protracted. On March 18th, 1314, just before sunset, on an island in the Seine, Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, stood chained to a wooden post, the flames ascending with the deliberate solemnity of a state execution. Eyewitness accounts indicate he did not cry out, but gazed directly at the horizon as the fire consumed him. Just before the heat irrevocably silenced him, he spoke. His final words have resonated through history, embellished in myth and dramatized in literature. Pope Clement, King Philip, I summon you to the judgment of God. Both men, remarkably, died within the year. The curse, if one chooses to term it such, endured. However, a less widely known detail, recorded in less poetic corners of historical archives, indicates these were not his sole pronouncements. According to a single document preserved in the private archives of the Abbaye de Saint-Denis, now held in restricted storage at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, de Molay's complete statement was more extensive. Not a curse, but a warning. Translated from Latin, it reads, "The time of shadow returns, and the stars prepare again their shape. You have silenced the guardians, but the sky remembers." One might inquire why such a statement, if authentic, remained unnoticed for centuries, absent from early chroniclers' accounts. The answer may lie with its transcriber. The manuscript in question is unsigned, but was found among a bundle of personal notes belonging to a monk named Father Eligius, a Benedictine scribe known for his obsessive meticulousness in documenting execution details. Eligius had a reputation for recording what others preferred to omit. He documented the exact breath counts during the slow strangulation of a Cathar heretic, and once devoted 3 pages to describing the scent of scorched hair. His account of de Molay's death was never published. Yet, within his notes lies a singular, hastily scrolled paragraph in the margin. He turned not to the king, nor to the priest. He looked upward, and he spoke of the sky. This represents the sole surviving written source that directly links de Molay to astronomical symbolism, fundamentally altering the historical perspective. For if the Grand Master did indeed refer to the stars preparing their shape, then the sigil was not an isolated artifact, but doctrine, a truth preserved by the highest echelons of the order, a secret carried to the pyre. This brings forth a significant historical fact often overlooked in the Templar narrative. In the months preceding the arrests, de Molay undertook an unusual journey. He traveled to Limousin, stopping at several minor commanderies, none of which were considered strategically vital. Among them was a secluded chapel outside Brillereau, long rumored to house a library of forbidden texts. Records from that visit are sparse, but one phrase survives in a local land registry, updated shortly thereafter, a relic not to be moved. No description, no context, merely those 6 words. Some researchers posit that this relic was the last sigil, or a copy thereof. The obscure detail that few historians connect is de Molay's multifaceted role. He was not merely the military commander of the order, but also its highest ritual authority. He supervised all initiation ceremonies for senior members, and during his tenure, the Templars altered a portion of their private liturgy. A version of the Rite of the Sword was shortened, and a new element introduced, a moment of silence beneath the night sky. The reason for this alteration was never recorded. One surviving version of this revised rite contains a curious instruction. When the stars align with the broken sign, the mouth shall not speak. This may have been intended as a metaphor, or perhaps it was an encoded instruction, an initiatory clue for those entrusted with preserving something sacred and profoundly perilous. A larger question, which continues to divide even the most sympathetic Templar scholars, is, what did de Molay believe was impending? Was the prophecy he referenced apocalyptic in a religious sense, the return of Christ, the end of an age, or was it something else entirely, something neither wholly divine nor entirely human? Let us revisit the phrase, "the sky remembers." In esoteric Templar writings, largely suppressed after the arrests, the heavens were not merely viewed as a canvas of God's creation. They were perceived as a record, a clock, a scroll of divine recurrence. The stars did not merely shine, they signaled, they remembered. And the sigil, if interpreted correctly, possessed the capability to read them. This might elucidate why de Molay spoke nothing of earthly vengeance. He did not curse his adversaries with pestilence or fire. He pointed upward. He invoked not justice, but alignment. This leads to the ultimate mystery. Following de Molay's execution, an unusual document surfaced within a small monastery in Aragon. It was unsigned, but bore the Templar seal. It read, "The key has turned. The last guardian has spoken. The rest shall lie in shadow until the wheel returns." It was not widely circulated and disappeared from public record for nearly 600 years. Yet, when Langlais opened that sealed box in Bézieux in 2001, he is reported to have written only one sentence in his personal notes before receding into silence. The wheel is turning again, a subtle connection perhaps, or a confirmation that de Molay's perception was accurate, that the stars he referenced were not metaphorical but mechanistic. Therefore, when envisioning the flames engulfing him, one should not picture a defeated man. Instead, imagine a man observing the sky, not in fear, but in recognition, as if the fire did not consume him but initiated the subsequent turn of the wheel. And now, that wheel approaches its completion once more. The Vatican archives are often imagined as a repository of aged tomes, a vault of yellowed parchments, and theological footnotes. However, behind its austere stone facade lies a more assiduously guarded and curated labyrinth. Within those depths, not merely holy scripture or papal decrees are preserved, but a record of what the Church deemed humanity was not prepared to comprehend. Among these forgotten shelves, in a climate-controlled drawer 3 levels beneath the Sala Indices, rests a collection of trial transcripts that, by all logic, should not have survived. These are collectively known as the Confession Scrolls. Dated between 1308 and 1311, they document portions of the arduous Inquisition against the Knights Templar, comprising hundreds of testimonies extracted under various, often brutal, forms of persuasion. The Church would later disavow some of these methods, but the documents remained archived, redacted, and sealed. In 1913, Pope Pius authorized a discreet internal inventory of unexamined Templar records. The team included a young Jesuit scholar named Lorenzo Gaspari. He possessed a talent for languages, an affinity for forbidden texts, and a remarkably brief career. For what Gaspari discovered, and what he attempted to publish before being silenced, was a scroll labeled De Septimo Signaculo of the Seventh Seal. To be precise, this is not a direct reference to the biblical apocalypse. The scroll's contents, to the limited extent publicly known, describe a rite performed in silence beneath the lion's stars by the anointed few who held no banner. The document is fragmented, scorched in parts, and written in a peculiar hybrid of ecclesiastical Latin and Occitan. It does not explicitly name the sigil, but it speaks of the circle of broken symmetry and the iron tongue that speaks only when the stars align. Gaspari immediately recognized that this was not standard heresy. This was not idol worship, inverted prayers, or peculiar rituals involving felines. This was cosmology, prophecy, a form of dark astronomy veiled in medieval theological codes. He attempted to present his findings at a Jesuit academic symposium in 1914, but was politely removed from the panel. His personal notes were confiscated, and his license to teach theology was revoked. A year later, he entered monastic silence. He died in 1947, alone and unpublished. Yet his insights were not entirely lost, for one page of his notes survived. It was preserved by a friend and smuggled out of the Vatican, hidden within the pages of a borrowed book. That single page, now termed the Gaspari Leaf, contains a paraphrase of what he claimed was the scroll's final stanza. And when the crowned slow star returns and the 6th cross is seen cracked, let not the fathers look skyward, for the sign shall not ask permission. It is not scripture, it is a warning. Furthermore, in the mid-1992, as part of a limited Vatican transparency initiative, a select group of researchers was granted digital access to scanned microfilm reels of these Templar documents. However, when scholars reviewed the reel labeled Trial Series 17 Amperes, a peculiar anomaly appeared, a 6-page sequence entirely blacked out, not merely missing but present in form yet obliterated in content. 6 sheets, each marked with the Vatican seal, each stamped with a single word, "Seller be silent." This is where the central question emerges. What information was contained on those 6 pages? Why were they entirely redacted? And why were they physically preserved rather than destroyed? Some posit that these pages contain testimony from high-ranking Templars, not merely concerning doctrine, but regarding a calendar or esoteric clock that indicated a future celestial event. Others believe they included references to an actual object described in terms similar to the sigil. And one whispered theory, never published and consistently denied, alleges that within those lines was a map not of land, but of stars. Naturally, none of this can be definitively confirmed. The Vatican has since restricted all access to the original microfilm, citing degradation. The reel itself has mysteriously disappeared. Only 2 verified scans survive, and these do not include the blacked-out section. However, what is more difficult to suppress is the increasing number of convergences. We now have the Bezu discovery, the Leontius manuscript, the astronomical alignment decoded from the sigil, de Molay's final skyward utterance, and now potentially the Church's own evidence of their knowledge that they redacted the scroll not because it was blasphemous, but because it was accurate. Here is the obscure detail, often overlooked. Vatican records employ a very specific code for cataloging forbidden documents. It is a three-part identifier: category, subtype, and status. The code on the De Septimo Signaculo scroll, as recorded in Gaspari's surviving notes, is excat obscura in vigil, translated roughly as outside category, hidden under watch. The term in vigil is not standard. It appears only in a handful of ecclesiastical contexts, consistently implying long-term surveillance. It signifies not merely locked away but monitored. Thus, the sigil was not simply interred, it was tracked. This leads to a grim possibility. What if its rediscovery was not an accident? What if someone within the Church, or closely affiliated with it, knew its precise location? What if they permitted its surfacing at the opportune moment, not to reconceal it, but to prepare for what it signifies? For this is the quietest, darkest thought of all. Perhaps the sigil was never intended to remain hidden indefinitely. Perhaps the sky had to be ready, the clock had to run down, the stars had to fall into place, and now they have. There are languages that are spoken, and then there are languages that are felt, languages that require neither grammar nor alphabet, but rather recognition, akin to recalling a face seen only in a dream. This is the essence of what the sigil's outermost ring appears to communicate. It does not invite reading, it resonates. At first glance, its markings seem purely decorative, tiny, tick-like grooves, unevenly spaced, some deeper than others. They form no obvious letters, no recognizable script, and no repeating pattern. However, as with many aspects of the sigil, meaning emerges only when one shifts perspective, tilts it, and repositions the light. Suddenly, the grooves seem to animate, like a frozen frequency awaiting vibration. The breakthrough originated not from a historian, but from Dr. Antonia Roux, a linguist specializing in medieval initiation rites. She had dedicated 2 decades to studying esoteric symbols embedded in liturgical garments and monastic architecture. Her primary fascination, however, was what she termed ritual compression, the encoding of complex theological ideas into visual shorthand symbols that held one meaning for the outer circle, another for the inner, and something entirely different for the select few. In 2005, Roux received a grainy photograph of the sigil's outer band, courtesy of a former student discreetly investigating the Bezout site. She perceived not noise, but syntax. What Roux identified was a pattern consistent with a class of codes known as substitution matrices, grids in which a symbol or position substitutes for a concept. These were extensively utilized by mystical societies, including certain Cistercian enclaves and, most compellingly, late-period Templars. She cross-referenced the groove sequence against known Templar initiation ciphers, particularly those from the final degree, the highest echelon of the inner circle. This was not the stuff of popular fiction. These ciphers were genuine, attested to in surviving confessions, and discovered in fragments on ceremonial objects. Most were geometrical in nature lines, dots, intersecting angles. Roux precisely matched 5 sequences from the sigil to entries in an obscure 1311 document, now catalogued in Portugal's National Archive as the Carta de Luz Velada, or Charter of the Veiled Light. This document had previously been dismissed as symbolic gibberish, a feverish record of an initiation rite lost to time. But now, with the sigil as key, its meaning became accessible. One sequence on the sigil matched the cipher for vigil, another for silent watch, and a third, more complex and jagged, aligned with a phrase Roux had previously been unable to fully translate. Star wheel reaches rest. The implications were profound. This was not merely decorative art or mathematical abstraction. The sigil's outer ring appeared to encode a final message, reserved for those who had traversed the last veil of initiation, not knights, not even masters, but only those deemed prepared for the darkest knowledge. What constitutes this knowledge? The Carta describes the final degree not as a ceremony of ascension, but one of contraction. The initiate is not granted new vision, but is compelled to close their eyes. One line reads, "He who has seen the sign must carry silence in his bones. The stars will speak louder than we may." This is the obscure detail, the true nature of the final rite. It did not reveal cosmic truth. It instructed its guardians to prepare for something that could not be articulated, a knowledge not meant to be shared, only endured. This interpretation is consistent with the sigil's observed behavior. As noted in earlier discussions, the disc appears to react to light and angle. Some suspect it may have been designed to align with a very specific starlight or solar positioning. One theory from an unpublished Vatican draft, partially translated by Langley, speculates that the sigil activates symbolically when the heavens precisely match its engravings, that the cipher is not intended to be read in isolation, but in context. If this holds true, it leads to a chilling conclusion. The sigil's message may not have been fully decipherable until the present time. This brings the discussion back to Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master and apparent martyr. His final revisions to the order's rituals included a peculiar stipulation. During the third night of initiation, candidates were to be led blindfolded beneath an open sky and asked a single question, whispered by a masked figure. "Do you remember the star that does not move?" The reference to Polaris is evident. However, if Rue's interpretation is correct, this was not a literal question but a test of conceptual symmetry. Polaris, unlike the wandering planets, is fixed, constant, the unmoving pivot of the northern heavens. In the ciphered traditions of the inner order, it represented the silent witness, the idea that cosmic truth does not manifest loudly. It waits, it observes. This concept of silent surveillance echoes both the redacted Vatican scrolls and the concluding line in the Leontius manuscript, "They who watch are not seen." If these watchers existed, and if they utilized the sigil as a form of encoded instruction manual, then the cipher may be more than merely a prophecy. It may represent a ritual timeline. Some researchers now believe that each segment of the outer ring corresponds to a time period, a phase or a watch, a turning of the wheel. The final segment, thinner than the rest, aligns with the August 2039 celestial convergence previously discussed. It constitutes the last component of the pattern, the final watch. Naturally, the scholarly community remains divided. Some argue that Rue's cipher interpretations are excessively speculative, her connections circumstantial. Others contend that medieval societies were fascinated by hidden messages, and any resemblance is coincidental. However, the existence of the Carta de Luz Velada is undeniable, as is the fact that its phrases, long considered nonsensical, now mirror engraved symbols on an object interred in 1307 and unearthed centuries later. One skeptic remarked that it could be a very elaborate coincidence. Rue's retort was, "So is a bullet and a heart valve, if they meet by accident." The lingering question is whether the cipher was intended to be broken, or if it was a lock never meant to be reopened. For if the sigil's outer ring constituted a coded message reserved for the final watchers, and if that message points not merely to prophecy but to active participation, then humanity is no longer solely an observer of the sigil's mystery. It has become its inheritor. The desert wind does not speak, yet it retains memory. In Cairo's ancient quarter, nestled behind a crumbling madrasa and the rusted framework of a 12th century gate, lies a fragment of a forgotten archive, an annex of Dar al-Kutub, Egypt's national library, where rare manuscripts slowly degrade in perennial twilight. It was here in 1926 that Otto Reichenbach, a German Orientalist, unearthed a collection of scrolls, never intended for the scrutiny of European scholarship. They were inscribed in a peculiar blend of Arabic and Syriac, and among them, one volume particularly captured his attention, Al-Tajamu al-Tawaku al-Nujum, roughly translated as the completion of the celestial awaiting. This title alone might have passed unnoticed had it not contained a series of diagrams, mandala-like illustrations featuring intersecting geometries and planetary sigils. However, it was one specific shape that captivated Reichenbach, a six-armed cross, with one arm broken, surrounded by glyphs disturbingly similar to those found on the Bezu sigil. This detail never made it into his official notes, as Reichenbach died quietly before he could present his findings. His papers were subsequently boxed and dispatched to his widow, who sold them en masse to a private collector in Geneva. For decades, the collection remained unexamined until 2008, when Dr. Yvon Montre, a French archaeologist, traced it to a storage vault in Zurich. Inside, still pressed between tissue-thin folders, were high-resolution rubbings and sketches of the Cairo scroll, including a complete rendering of the anomalous cross and the heading above it, Al-Kir, the final seal. Here lies a pertinent historical fact. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the Templars established numerous points of contact with Islamic scholars, particularly during truces and prisoner exchanges. The renowned Templar stronghold of Safed in modern-day Israel was not merely a military fortress. It was a site of negotiation and, according to some accounts, study. Although the official church position advocated theological supremacy, Templar leadership frequently sought knowledge wherever it could be found. Some even maintained private correspondences with Sufi mystics. One document preserved in Palermo's Royal Library describes a discussion of the heavens held between a Templar knight and a muwaqqit, an Islamic timekeeper responsible for determining prayer hours through celestial observation. Their dialogue focused not on salvation, but on Saturn. Why Saturn? Why the slowest, most distant of the visible planets? Because to both Muslim astronomers and Templar mystics, Saturn represented the boundary, the edge of divine influence, the final threshold before the unknown. This brings forth the concept of the Black Sun, a term that has endured centuries of misinterpretation. The Black Sun, Shams al-Aswad, was not originally a Nazi symbol or an occult fantasy. In early Egyptian astronomy and Babylonian stellar theology, it referred to a dark alignment, a moment when the outer planets cast their shadows across Earth, not physically, but metaphysically, an era of delay, of pause, of silence from the heavens. The scroll Reichenbach discovered in Cairo described a moment in which the dark crown of Saturn shall press upon the head of Virgo, and the iron tongue will awaken. This phrase should resonate as familiar by now. It is almost identical to the apocalyptic line from the De Septimo Signaculo scroll in the Vatican archives, a similarity too close to be coincidental. This represents the obscure detail, the transmission of symbology across forbidden divides. Somehow, despite the religious chasm between Christian knights and Muslim astrologers, both sides recorded the same shape, the same timing, the same stellar forecast, not as rivals, but as witnesses. Therefore, the question arises, how did this knowledge travel from Cairo to Carcassonne? This remains an open query. In 1273, a Templar vessel departed from Acre under the command of a man known only as Frater B. His logbook, if authentic, was discovered in the wreck of a salt freighter near Marseille in 1959. It references a dark mirror taken from the east and its intended delivery to the sanctuary beyond Montségur, which places it squarely in Cathar territory. That region, already a hotbed of theological dissent, may have provided the ideal hiding place for a relic deemed too dangerous to keep in Templar strongholds. And Carcassonne, the fortified city northeast of Bézieux and a short distance from Rennes-le-Château, historically contained an unusually high number of Templar initiates per capita. Local oral histories, often dismissed by historians as fanciful peasant tales, speak of men of the Red Cross guarding the stars beneath the stone. These same tales describe a disk of heaven cracked by silence. A coherent arc begins to emerge. Cairo, with its black sun scroll and planetary alignments. Then the Mediterranean voyage. Then Bézieux. Then silence. And, perhaps most significantly, one observes the convergence of esoteric systems. In the east, the black sun as a cosmological boundary. In the west, the sigil as a countdown. Two traditions, separated by creed, yet united by a common pattern. The implication is profound. The Templars may not have originated the prophecy. They may have inherited it, which would render the last sigil not a creation, but a continuation, a vessel not of belief, but of transmission. It represents the medium through which a celestial warning, spanning cultures, languages, and centuries, was preserved. And if this is accurate, then the sigil's re-emergence in the 21st century is not merely timely, it is meticulously timed. For as the 2039 alignment approaches, the black sun returns, the slow crown of Saturn descends again, and the watchers, whoever they may be, once more lean in, awaiting. The atmospheric conditions shift upon entering Italy. While the language changes, the underlying prophecy remains consistent. Long before the Templars etched warnings into metal, and prior to Islamic astronomers charting the dark crown of Saturn, there existed the Sibyls, mystic prophetesses who delivered riddles from shadowed caverns. These figures were not priestesses or seers in the modern sense. Rather, they were regarded as vessels, mouthpieces for divine truths, intended not to comfort but to disquiet. Though pagan, their traditions were tolerated by the early church just long enough to be absorbed, assimilated, and ultimately suppressed. Nevertheless, fragments persist, and one in particular emerges from the past to align with the form of the sigil. This is the Kuman warning, found in a partial copy of the Oracula Sibyllina, dated approximately to the 2nd century CE, but recopied and annotated throughout the medieval period. The relevant passage, obscured within a deluge of apocalyptic metaphor, reads, "When 6 points pierce the wheel of stars, and the watchers blink not beneath Virgo's gaze, a silence shall descend upon man's tongue. The iron mark shall stir, and the order of heaven turn backward." It would be tempting, perhaps too tempting, to dismiss this as mere poetic coincidence. Classical prophecy is, after all, notorious for its layered ambiguities. However, a crucial detail emerges. In 1321, an anonymous marginal note was appended beside this stanza in a Latin manuscript housed at Monte Cassino. It simply states, "Templum, fractum, sigillum, novissimum, broken temple, last sigil." Scholars concur that this is no coincidence. The historical fact is that the Templars were known to have translated and preserved select classical texts. Their scribes frequently worked in multilingual scriptoria, particularly in commanderies near Muslim-controlled territories, where Greco-Arabic scientific manuscripts were abundant. The presence of a Sibylline fragment in a Templar archive is therefore within the realm of possibility. The situation becomes even more intriguing with another marginal note, this one discovered in a damaged volume held at the Abbey of Farfa. It suggests that certain Templars considered the Sibylline books not as pagan heresy, but as veiled prophecy, originating from the same divine source they worshipped. God, the monk wrote, speaks not only through saints but through echoes, and what better echo than the stars? This brings forth the obscure detail, a parchment discovered in Avignon in 1967, folded between pages of unrelated land tax record. It bore no title but included a diagram, a circle with 6 spokes, one broken and a Latin phrase beneath, "Oracula rotum sicit astra attemput famstranget." This translates as, "Prophecies turn as the stars do, and time, like iron, will break itself." The symbolic resonance is eerie. The 6-armed wheel, one arm broken, references to iron and silence, the proximity of Virgo, the repetition of themes across radically distinct traditions. This convergence points not to cultural coincidence, but to a deeper underlying pattern. The open scholarly debate, however, lies in interpretation. Some argue that the Sibylline fragments were misinterpreted, recontextualized through a medieval Christian lens to justify apocalyptic expectations. They suggest that the Templars, under duress from persecution and betrayal, began to perceive themselves as guardians of a cosmic truth, appropriating symbols from diverse sources to construct a narrative of final warning. Others propose a more unsettling hypothesis, that the Templars were not merely fabricating myths from panic, but were responding to an actual tradition. They encountered a lineage of thought that extended from Delphic utterances to Babylonian stargazers through Sufi mystics and Coptic scribes, all referencing the same event. A celestial turning, a fracture in the temporal order. Where does the sigil fit into this? If one subscribes to the convergence theory, then the sigil serves as the medium, a condensation of eschatological ideas transmitted through centuries of sacred geometry. It is not merely a Templar relic, but a glyph encoded with ancient expectation. Dr. Silvano Marchesi of the University of Bologna went so far as to claim that the sigil is a Sibylline engine, a symbolic device intended to fulfill prophecy not through speech, but through precision. The Sibyls sang the song, he wrote. The Templars built the instrument. This theory would be readily dismissed were it not for one final detail. In the Vatican's restricted index, beneath a now-sealed category once designated clausus obscura, lies an inventory of confiscated items from 1,312. One item is described as a wheel of iron engraved with stars and notations, suspected of demonic origin. The attached note indicates it to be of Eastern design, but mentioned in the writings of the Sibyl. The document, now redacted, was signed by none other than Cardinal Bertrand de Got, later crowned Pope Clement V, the very pope who orchestrated the Templars' downfall. The connection is clear. He did not merely destroy them, he appropriated something he knew. Thus, the question arises, were the Sibyls simply mythical madwomen, or were they early messengers of a pattern none were meant to recognize? And if so, why is it still unfolding? The stars possess no religion, no doctrine, no allegiances, but they do possess memory, and it appears they too are spiraling towards a specific outcome. It is secured in a locked drawer within a private collection, far removed from museums and institutional scrutiny. Its value lies not in traditional monetary terms, but in what it reflects, or rather, what it once reflected. The object is a mirror, roughly oval, approximately the size of a human face, set within a frame of obsidian black glass. The reverse side bears an etching, not a name, not a prayer, but a pattern. For those who have followed this investigative journey, the nature of this pattern is familiar. 6 arms, 1 broken, the sigil. Its provenance leads to a name frequently whispered in the shadows of European mystery: Mary Magdalene. More precisely, it leads to the legends surrounding her, the whispered myths of her journey to southern Gaul after the crucifixion, the sacred feminine she purportedly embodied, and the guardians who watched over her relics. However, the present inquiry does not pursue bloodlines or apocryphal romances. It follows the trail of an artifact rumored to be held by a group of guardians situated outside Rennes-le-Château, the same region where Templars once constructed commanderies and concealed their deceased in catacombs that remain largely unmapped, the identical ground where the box containing the last sigil was sealed behind the Bézu altar. The mirror surfaced in the late 19th century when an obscure cleric, Abbé Duret, mentioned it in a letter to a fellow antiquarian. He claimed it had been preserved by a secretive order of nuns, les filles de l'ombre, the daughters of the shadow, who traced their lineage to the Magdalene's companions. According to the letter, the mirror was utilized during nocturnal rites to observe the return of the seal, and here the narrative becomes peculiar. The abbé described the mirror not as a passive object, but as reactive. He asserted that under specific astronomical alignments, particularly when Mars ascended beneath Virgo in late summer, the mirror would reveal not the one who looks, but the one who waits. Predictably, historians dismissed this as pious hallucination. Duret was labeled unstable, and his letters filed under folk legend. However, in 1972, the mirror reappeared in the possession of a reclusive Belgian collector who permitted a select group of scholars to examine it. The obsidian frame matched volcanic glass from a quarry in Anatolia, a site frequented by early Gnostic cults. The engraving on the back precisely matched the radial curvature and central geometry of the Bézu sigil. Now for the obscure detail. Under polarized light, the mirror's surface reveals faint inscriptions invisible to the naked eye. These are not words, but points mapping constellations, yet not random ones. When charted, they correspond to the celestial configuration as it would appear on August 4th, 2039. Again, that specific date. This raises a disquieting question. If the sigil is a record, then the mirror may have been the medium, a vessel through which the encoded knowledge of the Templars, or their predecessors, could be observed. Not read, not interpreted, but seen. Some have likened it to a scrying device, but that term oversimplifies its nature. What the mirror reflects is not future or past in the conventional sense. It is a configuration, an alignment, as if its sole purpose is to respond when the heavens assume a particular arrangement. Consider this: the mirror was consistently kept face down, wrapped in black silk, stored in cedar boxes, and concealed behind altars or beneath floorboards. This was not because it was sacred, but because it was deemed dangerous. This notion recurs repeatedly in the disparate documents pertaining to the mirror, warnings to keep it covered, instructions that it must only be unwrapped beneath silent stars, accounts from initiates who gazed into it and claimed to perceive shapes, movements, and patterns that echoed through their dreams for years afterward. Skepticism is natural, but here is the crucial link. Several of these accounts describe what they witnessed not as a vision, but as a fracture, a breaking of symmetry. One individual described the moment as a sound without sound in the shape of a wheel. Another simply wrote, "The sky turned black and said nothing," recalling the ciphered initiation text from the Carta de Luz Velada, which instructed, "He who has seen the sign must carry silence in his bones." The connection grows stronger and more deliberate. This mirror, if it is indeed what the nuns and the abbé believed, was not a relic of Mary Magdalene at all, or rather, it was never inherently hers. It may have passed through the hands of her followers, preserved as a sacred object, and reinterpreted as a divine mystery, but its fundamental function predates any Christian myth. Its geometry is older, colder, celestial, and that opens an even deeper question: who created it? The craftsmanship of the frame does not align with medieval techniques. The black glass is unusually smooth for the period. more akin to obsidian polished by Mesoamerican artisans than by European monastics. And the etching, laser-precise yet without lasers, presents a paradox. A recent unpublished analysis, discreetly conducted by a private conservation laboratory, dated the obsidian surface to at least the 12th century. However, the tools employed to shape it remain unknown. No chisel marks, no tooling residue, merely a single, perfect form, reflective and dark, bearing an engraving that no known contemporary could have created, save perhaps those who comprehended not merely form, but function. What if the mirror was never intended for self-reflection? What if its purpose was to reveal something one was not meant to perceive? Not prophecy, not deities, but timing. What if the sigil is the code, and the mirror is the reader? This would elucidate why the two objects, separated by geography and function, share the identical broken geometry. Why both reference the same celestial date? Why the deepest rituals of the Templar inner circle referred not to revelation, but to reflection? For if one observes the sigil for an extended period, one does not merely perceive stars. One begins to feel observed not by God, not by angels, but by the sky itself. It commences with music, not a melody one might hum or a composition that resonates beneath cathedral domes, but a deeper, more enigmatic resonance, a vibration embedded within language, rhythm, and chant. This is the type of music that ancient orders believed could alter the world, not through melodic expression, but through alignment. Within such a chant, discovered partially erased on goatskin vellum in the ruins of a Templar priory near Freiburg, lies perhaps the most cryptic clue in the entire sigil mystery. A chant without a name, an unknown composer, and no recognized liturgical application. Scholars now refer to it simply as the seal of the angelic war. To establish the historical context, in 1891, during a winter excavation in the Black Forest, archaeologists recovered fragments of a musical manuscript stored inside a wooden reliquary box. Initially, it appeared to be a typical monastic antiphon. However, certain irregularities were apparent. The notation employed an archaic pneumatic system predating Gregorian script. The language was not entirely Latin. It oscillated between Latin roots, Aramaic inflections, and what appeared to be a constructed code, a form of musical cipher. What drew particular attention was not the melody, but the imagery. Etched into the top corner of the vellum was a peculiar circular diagram, 6 lines radiating outwards like a star, with the top spoke jagged, deliberately broken. The significance of this broken element is now understood. The accompanying chant, described in fluid, parallel phrasing, spoke of a wheel of silence, a battle without voices, and the mark that binds the host of the upper sky. It was structured as a call and response, yet the responder's part was conspicuously absent, silent, entirely blank, as if the second voice had been erased or was never intended for human audition. This is where the obscure detail becomes critical. Templar musical rites are seldom discussed. Most assumptions posit their rituals as predominantly martial and architectural. However, recently translated documents suggest the order practiced a unique form of chant, reserved exclusively for initiates of the inner circle. These were not hymns of praise or repentance. They were calibrations, rituals of resonance designed to mirror the structure of the stars. The Freiburg fragment appears to reference one ritual above all others, Luer Dixim Rayon, or the sealing of the 6th ray. A companion parchment, found nearby, contains a short passage in flowing script, now partially lost to decay. The legible portion reads, "When the 6th ray is severed, the host shall not descend. Only the sign shall speak." In angelology, the term host refers to celestial beings, warriors, or forces of divine order. In this context, the host shall not descend implies a failure of connection, a celestial silence, as if something destined to arrive does not. This aligns disturbingly well with the phrasing from the Sibylline warnings and, once again, with Frater Leontius's apprehensive writings. When the 6th light breaks and the host turns away, what are all these sources describing a war that never materializes, a silence where thunder should resonate? The phrase angelic war typically evokes images of trumpet-blaring archangels engaged in combat with demons. Yet, in the chant, the conflict is internal, not between beings, but between harmony and fracture, between the expected celestial music and the terrible moment when that song falters. And recalling the mirror, the reflections that did not correspond to the viewer, The celestial silence, these echoes manifest the same apprehension, not of invasion, but of disconnection, of being severed from something vast, structural, cosmological. Dr. Helena Chazarus of the University of Salamanca interpreted the chant as a mourning rite, not for the deceased, but for the fallen order of heaven itself. The chant does not summon angels, she wrote. It grieves their silence. And here is the unexpected element. Chazarus discovered a similar six-armed symbol in a 10th century Mozarabic manuscript, hidden within a marginal illumination. It featured the same broken radial pattern, the identical missing upper spoke. However, in that version, the central circle bore a single, barely visible word in ink, obivit. It means it fell silent. The open question therefore arises: was the sigil intended to herald some form of divine return, or to mark the moment when divine order definitively ceased communication? For if the chant is authentic and the musical alignment intentional, it fundamentally alters the interpretation. It transforms the sigil from a countdown into a eulogy, not for humanity, but for the very architecture of the cosmos, a cosmic circuit breaker, a ritual marker of when the music ceased. The implications are unsettling. The broken sixth arm of the sigil may not symbolize physical destruction or earthly chaos. It may represent silence, the failure of alignment, the moment when the harmonic code of the universe collapses by a mere fraction sufficient to alter everything. Chazarus's final translation of the chant concludes with the lines: "The sixth fell, the seventh closed, the host wept behind glass, and the wheel turned alone." This closely echoes the language from the Leontius manuscript: the circle that speaks and the silence that follows. The connection tightens. The fragments dispersed across chant, metal, cipher, and prophecy all point to the same fracture. Not an apocalypse of fire and fury, but an apocalypse of withdrawal, the quiet collapse of something so fundamental that its absence may go unnoticed until it is irretrievably gone. And what remains thereafter? Only the sigil, only the wheel still turning. Numbers are often perceived as infallible, a comforting myth humanity embraces amidst the cold expanse of uncertainty. Mathematics is considered pristine, pure, eternal. Yet, what transpires when numbers begin to murmur? Let us return to the sigil. Its physical form, celestial alignments, and broken symmetry have been examined. However, a deeper aspect exists. Beneath the curves, arms, and engraved glyphs, beneath the ciphered outer band and the fractured cross, lies a structure of such mathematical precision that it has begun to shift the focus of contemporary researchers from what the sigil signifies to what it does. The breakthrough did not originate from historians, but from Dr. Leonard Duquesne, a Swiss-born computational theorist with no prior involvement in relics or prophecy. He first encountered the sigil during a guest lecture at the École Normale Supérieure in 2015 as a blurry image on a student's presentation slide. While most viewers perceived an ancient metal object, Duquesne identified ratios. He requested access to high-resolution scans of the artifact, utilizing leaked copies quietly circulating among academic forums, and subjected them to a pattern recognition model typically employed for analyzing cryptographic overlays in ancient papyri. What emerged astonished him. The angles between each arm of the sigil, including the fractured sixth, formed a repeating sequence of prime numbers embedded within a golden ratio spiral. The spacing of notches around the outer ring, though seemingly irregular, aligned with Fibonacci intervals when measured at the micron scale. Even the grooves, tiny and visually inconsistent, formed a fractal resonance when modeled three-dimensionally. It was as if the sigil was less an artifact and more an equation, encoded not with words, but with recursion, harmony, and collapse. One detail particularly captured Duquesne's attention. At the exact center of the sigil, where the arms converge, lies a tiny depression, less than 2 millimeters across. He conducted simulations to ascertain what type of stress or wear might create such an indentation. The result? None. The mark was not a flaw, it was intentional. Furthermore, it functioned as a focal node. Duquesne hypothesized that if the sigil were placed under light and rotated precisely, its geometry would create a lensing effect, a dispersion of light analogous to that produced by a diffraction grating. In essence, the sigil might be a computational device, a machine not powered by electricity but by alignment, a cosmological computer with the stars as its power source. And that is where the numbers became crucial. Hidden within the rotational geometry, specifically the angular ratio of the 5 intact arms to the broken sixth, was a mathematical constant not commonly found in medieval systems, 729. At first glance, it appeared arbitrary, but Duquesne recognized it instantly. 3 to the 6th power, 3x, 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 3, or 729. Recalling the Charter of the 13, mentioned later in this investigation, which references a ceremony performed once every 729 years, a connection emerges. At the time, this was largely considered allegorical or poetic. However, if that number is embedded in the sigil's very structure, if it is an integral part of the artifact's geometry, then the discussion moves beyond poetic mysticism. It concerns a clock, a countdown spanning centuries, with the year 2039, the date of the celestial alignment situated 729 years after the dissolution of the Templars in 1310. Again, the convergence tightens. The obscure detail most often overlooked is that 729 also appears in Hermetic and Pythagorean mysticism as the number of restoration, a term employed in texts referencing the return of balance after catastrophic disruption. This association was not made public until Duquesne quietly published his findings in a small, peer-reviewed journal in late 2018. The article was titled Recurrence Engines, Geometry, Fractals, and the Temporal Functions of Esoteric Devices. It received almost no attention. Subsequently, the journal was acquired, the article removed, and the archive closed, a familiar pattern. The open question among those who have reviewed Duquesne's data is, was the sigil designed by someone who comprehended these mathematical principles, or did it emerge from a deeper, unknowable pattern? Did the Templars intentionally embed the number 729, or did the number reveal itself to them, like a whisper from the very structure of time? Some believe it points to ancient knowledge, not extraterrestrial, not magical, but simply ancient, forgotten, transmitted not in words, but in ratios, carried from Sumerian stargazers to Egyptian architects to Arabic mathematicians, and finally to a group of warrior monks who ostensibly should have possessed none of this knowledge. The connection here is subtle but essential. Recalling the lysagous curves identified in the sigil's surface texture, which describe harmonic oscillations, essentially wave interference, Duquesne discovered that when modeled as a 3D topography, the sigil's surface replicates a harmonic field collapse at 729 Hz. Coincidence? Or was the sigil designed not only to be observed, but to resonate? One might inquire about the significance of 729 Hz, what that frequency implies. The answer is that it signifies nothing in isolation. Frequency alone is inert. However, when combined with structure, geometry, rotation, and precise timing, it transforms into a signal, a tone, perhaps even a summons. The implications are dizzying. If the sigil is a device, what occurs when it activates? What is the outcome of the countdown? Is it spiritual, astronomical, psychological, or something entirely different? For the sigil does not prophesy an ending. It counts to 1 to the number of the end. And what transpires thereafter, no one has yet dared to record. In a quiet archive room beneath the Torre do Tombo in Lisbon, filed among centuries of forgotten maritime records, exists a document whose existence was long suspected but never verified. It is a single sheet of vellum, brittle with age and inked in a peculiar blend of Latin and Galician Portuguese. Its heading reads simply, Carta dos Treze Silencios, or the Charter of the 13 Silent Ones. It is unsigned, undated, and anonymous, but the seal pressed into the corner, though faded and partially crumbled, still bears a haunting shape, a cross with 6 arms, one, as always, broken. This charter is not a law, an edict, or even a letter. It is a ritual prescription, a set of instructions written in such ceremonial prose that it reads less like an administrative record and more like a code of conduct for spectral entities. It describes the formation of a conclave, 13 individuals, nameless and faceless, selected once every 729 years. Their duty: to tend the wheel, seal the mouth, and ignite the circle when time curls upon itself. The phrasing is maddeningly opaque. It never explicitly mentions the sigil, but it reiterates the same numeric and geometric cues found etched into the artifact itself. And embedded within the final paragraph is the most specific line of all. Upon the return of the six-pointed cross to the southern stone and the shadow of Saturn upon the Virgin, the watch shall resume. The circle must be spoken not with voice, but with action. For those following closely, the 729-year cycle once again connects 1310 to 2039. This constitutes the historical fact. The Charter exists. It is archived and catalogued as a private devotional text of unknown sectarian origin. However, behind closed doors, numerous cryptographic specialists have examined its structure and concur that it is not merely devotional rambling, it is a countdown protocol. Here is the obscure detail that has agitated scholars prone to conspiracy theories. The Charter is formatted into 13 stanzas. Each stanza consists of 7 lines, totaling 91 lines, which coincidentally happens to be the number of days in a single astronomical quarter of the solar year. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, 4 seasons, 4 quarters, 13 watchers. If this appears arbitrary, consider that the inner edge of the sigil's outer ring, when evenly divided according to its etched indentations, also segments into 13 radial divisions. One of these, the 13th, is narrower than the others, and aligns with the broken arm of the cross, the identical spoke where every harmonic and alignment model indicates the symbolic fracture. Coincidence? At this juncture, the term begins to sound like denial. The true enigma now arises. If 13 individuals were genuinely designated once every 729 years to perpetuate this ritual, where are they? Who selects them? Who possesses this knowledge? The Charter offers an enigmatic, oblique answer. They are not chosen by man, but recognized by sign. The watchers shall not know one another until the mirror darkens. Many interpret this to signify that the reappearance of the sigil activates their awareness, or even their memory, a triggering device not solely for prophecy, but for individuals. This is the open question. Are these 13 metaphorical, allegorical, or are they actual human beings, descended through secret lineages or bound by sacred oaths, reactivated only at the appointed moment? They are tasked with a duty so ancient and so surreal that it has lost all grounding in logic. A controversial 1987 manuscript from Portuguese historian Thomas Frade da Costa suggests a possible lineage. He traced records of 13 unusually interconnected family names, all recurring every few generations in archives across the Languedoc-Portugal axis. These were not merely recurring names, but similar dates of death clusters of passings within the same years, spaced centuries apart. According to Frade, these clusters occurred roughly every 729 years. Such a claim typically leads to dismissal from academic conferences. However, Frade died under unusual circumstances, just a year after his findings were privately published. Heart attack, they stated, in the bathtub, with his notes missing. The connection, undoubtedly perceived by now, reverts to Frater Leontius and his lost manuscript. The circle that speaks, the seal that waits. If he was the first of the 13, it would explain his flight, his silence, and his cryptic prose. And if the sigil was intended to mark not merely time, but activation, then the 2001 rediscovery at Bezu was not a fluke. It was the signal. And here is the chilling part. One of the Charter's final lines reads, "The iron tongue shall strike not 12 but 13, and in that final hour, the mirror must be turned." The iron tongue, the mirror, 13 hours. None of these references appear in standard Templar liturgy, yet all of them appear separately in the various investigative threads surrounding the sigil, from the mirrored artifact near Rennes-le-Château to the silent chant of the broken angelic war, to the coded 729-year recurrence hidden in its geometry. And all of them point to the same inexorable conclusion. The sigil is not a relic, it is a mechanism. The Charter is not myth, it is the manual. And somewhere, whether they are aware of it or not, 13 individuals may be gravitating towards the same location, the same moment, drawn by something they cannot name. Something inscribed in metal, in stars, in time. And when they converge, the wheel turns. The air in the Black Forest becomes dense after dusk. Even in the contemporary era of streetlights and satellites, an ancient essence lingers in the shadows between its pines. Venture far enough from the designated trails, and the world constricts. Dark tree trunks lean inward like conspirators. The wind transforms leaves into murmurs. It is readily comprehensible why legends took root here. but one in particular transcends folklore, reaching across time with significant historical resonance. In October 1894, Dietrich Clausen, a Prussian civil engineer, supervised a survey project for a proposed railway extension through the southern edge of the forest near Freiburg. He maintained a meticulous field journal, standard practice for the period, which included measurements, weather conditions, and occasional complaints about muddy boots or faulty equipment. However, on the night of October 21st, Clausen recorded a divergent entry. He and two assistants had opted to camp rather than undertake the arduous return hike to the village. Around 2:40 a.m., Clausen was roused by a low, rhythmic hum. Initially, he presumed it to be distant thunder, but as he exited the tent, he observed faint torchlight through the trees, flickering in a distinct pattern. The journal entry, later recovered and archived in Berlin, describes his observation in simple, unadorned terms. A procession of figures, 13 inches number. They wore long robes, their hoods drawn. They circled a stone marked with a kind of compass star, 6 lines, one fractured. I could not see faces. I could not hear voices. Only the low sound like a choir humming a single note. He remained motionless, refrained from calling out. His assistants, when questioned the following day, claimed to have seen nothing. Yet, the next evening, Clausen discovered a small object beside the stone, partially buried in the soil, a circular pendant made of some dark metal, engraved with a 6-pointed star, and at its center, what appeared to be a planetary glyph for Saturn. He retained it, and 3 years later, he drowned in his bathtub. His wife asserted that he had become increasingly paranoid in the months leading up to his death, speaking in his sleep about turning mirrors, the tongue of silence, and a wheel that hums. Here is the historical fact. The Black Forest has long been associated with secret societies, particularly during the early modern period. Documents from the 17th century refer to midnight congregations held on solar equinoxes and during rare planetary alignments. While most of these groups were local or symbolic offshoots of Freemasonry, Rosicrucian experiments, some scholars believe one particular lineage operated in deliberate obscurity, a group known as Die Stillen Wächter, the Silent Watch. The term appears sparingly in Prussian police records from the 1800s, typically dismissed as rumor. However, a classified memorandum dated 1851, now declassified and housed in the Bundesarchiv, describes an intercepted letter referencing the return of the 13 and the reawakening of the fracture beneath the fir trees. The obscure detail is that this letter was intercepted in Freiburg. What connects this ritual to the sigil? It is the shape. The compass star Clausen described precisely matches the pattern etched into the disc discovered at Bezu, the same broken 6th line, the identical radial geometry. And the planetary glyphs, particularly Saturn, constitute a recurring motif among watchers from Cairo to Carcassonne. However, the Black Forest ritual introduces a new element, the sound. Multiple sources mention it not a chant, not a song, but a tone, low, harmonic, continuous. Recalling the earlier analysis of the sigil's harmonic structure, the mathematical modeling identified a 729 Hz resonance when the disc is rotated under specific light conditions. This is not a frequency typically chanted by humans. It is a tone, a tuning, a signal. This leads to a disturbing possibility. What if the Black Forest ritual was not commemorative, but functional? What if those 13 hooded figures were not merely honoring an ancient symbol, but activating it? If the sigil is indeed a device, and if that device responds to sound and alignment, then such rituals might not be symbolic at all. They might be keys. The open scholarly debate hinges on this interpretation. Some researchers argue that the 1894 account is unreliable, dreamlike, and anecdotal. However, the pendant Clausen recovered has been verified. It exists. It was analyzed in 1974 by a metallurgical laboratory in Munich. The alloy defied classification, containing trace amounts of iridium and antimony in ratios uncharacteristic of European metallurgy. Its engraving was microscopic, laser-precise, and its central indentation, almost imperceptible, matched the recess found at the core of the sigil itself. Yet, no public institution currently holds the pendant. It vanished from the archive in 1981. All that remains is a black and white photograph tucked in a drawer at the Technical University of Berlin, with a handwritten caption, "Uncatalogued sample, echo artifact." That word again, echo, silence, resonance. It recalls the chant from Freiburg, the wheel turned alone, the mirror that did not reflect, the angelic seal that bound the heavens in stillness. Everything eventually circles back. The figures in the Black Forest might have been initiates or inheritors of the Charter of the 13. If so, their presence in 1894 suggests a chilling implication. The countdown had already commenced. Preparations were underway, not in churches or temples, but secretly within the forest, by those who remembered what others had forgotten. The connection, quiet but deliberate, brings us to the recurring motif of activation. The sigil, the mirror, the chant, the sound, the number, 13, alignment, silence, Saturn. Each element layered like concentric rings, not disparate, but resonant. And here is the most unsettling thought. Clausen described the figures as circling the stone in silence, yet he heard sound. He wrote, "There were no mouths, only the note." This leads one to ponder who or what was producing the sound. For if the sigil responds to harmonic triggers, perhaps it does not require human initiation. Perhaps it merely requires human presence, at the opportune moment, in the correct location, to listen. Their roles are absent from official records. They held no lands, wore no insignia of rank, and participated in none of the Order's public campaigns. Their names, if ever recorded, have been lost to history. Yet traces persist, in slips of parchment, fleeting references in trial records, and the margins of forgotten letters. They are the individuals the records omit, but whom rumors refuse to release, the Watchers. In 1312, Frater Guyot, a minor Templar scribe imprisoned in Avignon, underwent interrogation over several days. Most of his responses consisted of mundane denials, evasions, and attempts at theological justification. However, near the conclusion of the transcript, just before the session abruptly ended, he made a cryptic statement. The Watchers are gone to the hills. The last light is theirs. No follow-up question was recorded. No clarification sought. The following day, Guyot was discovered deceased in his cell. Suicide, it was declared. He had inscribed something on the wall with bloodied fingertips, a crude circle, and beneath it, a single fractured line. Here is a historical fact. During the final years of the Templar Order, particularly after the arrests commenced in France in 1307, a number of knights and clerics vanished. They did not undergo trial. They did not seek refuge in England or Portugal. They simply disappeared. Contemporary reports estimate that nearly 15% of the Order's recorded personnel were unaccounted for by the time of its dissolution. Disappearances in the 14th century were not uncommon due to war, illness, or shipwreck. However, what renders this statistic unusual is the accompanying silence. The Church exerted considerable effort in apprehending fugitives accused of heresy. Yet, in these specific cases, no pursuit appears to have occurred. It is as if a higher authority tacitly accepted their absence. This silence has led a small number of researchers to propose the existence of a shadow sect within the Order, not a splinter group, but a designated role, a silent rank beyond that of master and preceptor. These were guardians not of territory or treasure, but of knowledge. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for this theory originates from a letter dated 1325, discovered in the cloisters of a Cistercian monastery in northern Italy. The author is anonymous, but the recipient is addressed solely as custos, guardian. The letter references a prior ceremony, the turning of the mirror, and warns that the circle has spoken sooner than the chart foretold. However, the signature presents the true enigma, not a name, not a title, but a symbol, a six-pointed star with one spoke broken. This is the obscure detail. The Watchers may never have referred to themselves by that term. The appellation appears only as whispers, retrospectively applied by later scholars. Yet, the geometry persists, the fractured arm, the circle, the silence. One document, the so-called Chronicle of the Hidden Ones, was smuggled out of Avignon in the early 18th century, and is presently held in a private collection in Antwerp. It is part poem, part ritual instruction, and describes a role performed not during the zenith of the Order's power, but during its decline. It speaks of a final generation of guardians instructed to preserve not symbols, but timing. The refrain reads, "We do not guard the blade nor the book, we guard the hour. We are the eyes between the minutes. We are the space between the stars." This poem, found repeatedly in various forms across Europe, hints at a group whose function was not to combat or to proselytize, but to wait, to witness, and perhaps, when the alignment returned to act. The question, of course, is whether they still exist. Some argue that the Watchers were absorbed into other secret societies, Freemasons, Rosicrucians, or more obscure continental orders. However, the symbols do not align. Most modern secret societies pursue ideals, power, or enlightenment. The Watchers, if the documents are to be believed, had no interest in power. Their loyalty was to time itself. A more unsettling theory posits that their role was generational, passed silently through bloodlines or sacred oaths, reactivated only at the appointed moment. One passage from the Codex Leontius, the same manuscript from our lost brother, mentions a cycle of 13 threes, which some interpret as a reference to 39 Watchers distributed across history, activated in phases. We now recall the Charter of 13. If that document indeed prescribes a ritual to be performed once every 729 years, it is conceivable that the Watchers function as timekeepers, ensuring that when the cycle resets, all components are in place, not a congregation, but a circuit. The connection tightens here. The Black Forest ritual, the mirror, the number 729, the harmonic resonance. In each instance, echoes of timing and coordination have been observed. But who coordinates? Who watches the stars? Who returns to the same ritual site century after century? Perhaps those who have always watched, and perhaps they have been closer than one might imagine. A final note. In 2002, shortly after the discovery of the sigil at Bézieux, a sealed envelope was mailed to the French Ministry of Culture. It bore no return address and no fingerprints. Inside was a slip of paper with a single line. "It is not too early. It is precisely now." Beneath the line were 13 dashes, one broken. If that letter is genuine, then the Watchers are not gone. They are active, and the clock they have tended across centuries is now, finally, audibly ticking. And if they are watching, then perhaps humanity is being watched. It is often overlooked that the Templars possessed ships. Most recollect the Order's gleaming swords, fortified strongholds, and repositories of gold. Fewer recall their extensive maritime network, encompassing coastal commanderies, inland river ports, and entire fleets operating not only in the Mediterranean but also in the North Atlantic. Their activities extended beyond waging wars in the Holy Land. They were engaged in the movement of people, knowledge, and potentially relics. One particular voyage stands out, like a ripple in the profound silence that succeeded the Order's collapse. A final journey northward, towards the lands of ice. The historical record concerning this is frustratingly sparse. However, in a 1343 naval logbook recovered from the archives of the Hanseatic League, inexplicably misfiled among grain contracts, lies a single, inexplicable entry. A scribe, noting the arrival of a small ship at Bergen, Norway, records, 3 men, foreign, bearing a sign of red upon white, requesting no lodging, said to be on pilgrimage to Nordlios. Nordjas, the Old Norse term for the Northern Lights. This constitutes the initial clue. From this point, the trail becomes almost literally glacial. A 15th century Icelandic saga, Guðmundar Saga Gatha, includes an unusual passage describing strange monks from the southern seas who built no chapel but studied the sky and carved wheels into the stone. The local populace referred to them as Stjörnuverðir Star Watchers. No names, no dates, merely rumor. However, in 2009, during construction near the Snæfellsnes Peninsula, a region long associated with volcanic energy and mythic pilgrimage, archaeologists unearthed a stone slab buried face down beneath a collapsed lava shelf. It bore no runes, no Viking symbology, but carved into its face was a perfect circle with radial lines, 6 arms, 1 truncated, the distinctive Templar geometry. The slab is now housed in the National Museum of Iceland. Its existence has been publicly acknowledged, though its design has not. Officially, it is catalogued as medieval cosmographic unknown. Unofficially, it has become the focal point of one of the most obscure theories in the sigil mystery, that the Templars, in their final days, established an astronomical observatory in Iceland, not for worship, but for alignment. Let us delve into this. During the 13th and 14th centuries, Iceland was not the frozen backwater often imagined. Monasteries flourished, and the clarity of its night sky was unparalleled. Crucially, the North Pole's axial precession was beginning to shift into its current orientation, rendering this latitude uniquely suited for tracking long-cycle celestial events. Recalling the number 729, the countdown encoded in the sigil, it is clear this is not a human scale of time. It is stellar time. And to measure stellar time accurately, one requires the appropriate vantage point. This is a historical fact. In the early 14th century, a set of astronomical texts arrived in Iceland from undisclosed sources. These manuscripts, written in Latin, employed terminology inconsistent with Islamic astronomy, Greek scholarship, or even early Western observations. One of them includes diagrams depicting Saturn's synodic cycle plotted across 8 centuries. It also features a star chart annotated in a cipher that, when rotated through a Caesar shift of 13 characters, spells out the word sigillum seal. The obscure detail here is a footnote, inscribed in a different hand centuries later. It reads, "This map is not for navigation, it is for preparation." Thus, the question arises, what were they preparing for? This is where the connection becomes unavoidable. The mirror, the chant, the watchers, the number of the end, each thread hints at a timing mechanism, an event tied to a specific celestial rhythm. If this is the case, the Templars would have required a location to monitor that rhythm somewhere isolated, stable, and dark. Iceland perfectly fits this description. Now, consider this. A map known as the Carta Marina, published in 1539 by Olaus Magnus, depicts the North Atlantic in meticulous detail. Yet, near the western coast of Iceland, a tiny, unlabeled island is shown bearing only an image, a wheel. No settlement, no animals, no ships, simply a wheel. This map was suppressed shortly after its printing, and copies are rare. However, that image has perplexed cartographers for centuries. Some identify it as an emblem of a whirlpool, others a printing error. Yet, when overlaid with modern star maps, the wheel's position aligns with the rising point of Virgo during the 2039 alignment, at that latitude, on that specific date. Coincidence? Possibly. However, in this narrative, coincidences tend to accumulate like frost on ancient stone. The open question remains, what became of this northern outpost? If the Templars indeed constructed a star-watching sanctuary in Iceland, why has it left so few traces? A controversial theory, circulated quietly among certain esoteric historians, suggests that the site still exists, that it was abandoned, not destroyed, sealed, and is now waiting. Furthermore, its location is purportedly encoded into the sigil itself, using longitude expressed as celestial arc minutes rather than degrees. Dr. John Torvik, one such researcher, believes these coordinates indicate a cavern beneath the Snæfellsjökull volcano. He claims to have discovered seismic irregularities consistent with a man-made structure. He has applied for excavation permits 6 times. All 6 applications have been denied. Icelandic authorities cite environmental protection concerns. However, in 2017, a classified report leaked to a Swedish journalist revealed that the site had been designated culturally sensitive due to foreign heritage claims. It did not specify which foreign heritage. Torvik's latest appeal, filed in 2023, has, as of this writing, not been denied. The implication lingers. The Templars, it is now suspected, did more than merely safeguard the sigil. They mapped it, tracked it, and aligned with it. Their final voyage was not towards conquest. It was towards calculation. And what they constructed in the frozen north may not have been a refuge, but a trigger. For Iceland does not merely lie at the edge of the world, it lies at the edge of time. They were not merely accused of heresy, they were accused of listening. Among the extensive list of charges levied against the Knights Templar in the early 14th century, idolatry, blasphemy, secret rituals, one stands out not for its theatricality, but for its quiet absurdity. Several accused knights were said to have studied the movements of the heavens with tools of forbidden proportion. This was not astrology, nor astronomy, but geometry, sacred geometry. At the time, this constituted less a scientific charge and more a spiritual crime. Geometry was deemed sacred only when applied to the construction of cathedrals or the calculation of feast days. However, when employed to map the sky, or, more dangerously, to predict its movements, it trespassed into territory the Church considered hazardous, presumptuous, and subversive. For what if the heavens were not divine chaos? What if they were patterned? This is the historical fact. By the mid-13th century, the Templars had amassed a discreetly growing collection of mathematical manuscripts. These included translated copies of Euclid, Arabic texts from Al-Andalus, and geometric treatises smuggled from Byzantium. Most were housed in commanderies far from Rome's oversight, particularly in Portugal and southern France. However, one scroll, known only as Spira Obscura, has become central to understanding why the Church may have feared the Templars even more than it publicly indicated. The scroll, recovered in 1906 from the ruins of a Templar outpost near Tomar, Portugal, contains diagrams resembling nested circles, spirals, and intersecting arcs. Yet, when processed through modern modeling software, these images resolve into a type of harmonic map, consistent with orbital resonance patterns between Earth, Mars, and Saturn over multi-century intervals. In essence, it is a model of planetary timing. Now, here is the obscure detail that renders this scroll impossible to dismiss. In one corner, scratched in a slightly different ink, is a peculiar Latin phrase, Audivimus spas fractus loqui in silentio. We heard the broken spheres speak in silence. This is nearly identical to language found in the seal of the angelic war chant, and, again, in the Leontius manuscript, the concept of broken celestial music, of disrupted harmony. This brings us to the so-called music of the spheres. In medieval cosmology, particularly within Neoplatonic and early Christian traditions, it was believed that the movements of the planets generated a form of divine music, not audibly perceived, but genuinely present a harmony of orbits, a metaphysical symphony. But the Templars, it appears, believed this music had altered, that a note had ceased. Several trial confessions, brutally extracted and dismissed for centuries, mentioned the disharmony and the wounded star. One even refers to a ritual where initiates were instructed to draw the chord that no longer sounds, followed by a period of enforced silence in the dark. What were they perceiving? Or, more precisely, what were they no longer perceiving? Let us return to the sigil. Its geometry, its broken sixth arm, its radial balance is recognized as more than symbolic. When digitally modeled, the sigil generates an imperfect harmonic field. It resonates discordantly. This is not a metaphor. When laser scanned and processed through frequency analysis software, the sigil's shape generates overtones inconsistent with balanced radial forms. It does not resonate properly. Yet, this flawed resonance precisely matches the pattern described in Spira Obscura, a field warped along a Saturnine arc. Saturn, once again, always Saturn. The connection is inevitable. From the mirror's darkened surface to the silent chant to the Icelandic observatory, everything points to a celestial structure that has been damaged, misaligned. And if one credits the Templars and their mysterious watchers, that misalignment is not metaphorical, it is mechanical. This leads to the open question scholars rarely voice. What if the music of the spheres was not merely a poetic concept? What if it was actual, not a sound, but a force, a synchronization, a system of cosmic ratios that maintain time, matter, and perception in alignment? And what if that system is fracturing? Viewed through this lens, the sigil becomes more than a warning. It transforms into a diagnostic tool, a device constructed not to protect or summon, but to measure, and perhaps, at the appropriate time, to respond. There is one additional layer. In a lesser-known appendix to the Templar interrogation records compiled in 1311, a scribe notes a phrase uttered by a dying knight. He had been burned at the stake in Toulouse, and as the flames consumed his robe, he screamed, "The sixth arm fell, the wheel cracked, the song is dead." 3 sentences, disconnected, or a confession far deeper than theology. Thus the question arises. If the sigil marks a future moment when celestial harmony will fracture, when the silent music of the universe stutters, what then transpires? What happens when the spheres no longer sing? Some believe this moment is not catastrophic but evolutionary, a cosmic shift in perception, a new age, as mystics might term it. Others fear a collapse that the very fabric of time, held together by resonant forces beyond human comprehension, might ripple or rupture. And then there are those who insist the sigil does not merely observe, it compensates. That when the harmonic breach occurs, the sigil performs an action, corrects, initiates, or concludes. For heresy, as defined by the Church, was never solely about belief. It was about control. And the greatest heresy of all may have been this: the concept that the heavens were not a mystery to be feared, but a machine to be comprehended. When the sun momentarily disappears, time appears to suspend. Across every culture, every epoch, eclipses have inspired a sacred form of terror. From ancient Babylon to Qing dynasty China, the sudden vanishing of daylight consistently signified more than a mere trick of celestial mechanics. It was an omen, an interruption, a disruption in the regular order of existence. Therefore, when the sigil's radial geometry was initially cross-referenced with eclipse maps from the past millennium, few anticipated anything remarkable. The disk was presumed to be planetary, concerned with alignments, not occlusions. However, then came the revelation. Two eclipses separated by centuries, positioned at perfectly opposing arcs on the sigil's outer ring. One in 1347, one in 2039, and between them, exactly 729 years. That number, once more. Let us commence with the historical fact. On May 3rd, 1347, a total solar eclipse cast its shadow over a broad swath of southern Europe, including Languedoc. Records from that era, inscribed in a blend of Latin and Occitan, describe the light becoming still, birds falling silent, and a second dusk descending. One chronicler, writing from Carcassonne, claimed the sky trembled as if remembering something. Later that same year, the Black Death commenced its catastrophic spread across Europe. Now fast forward. On July 23rd, 2039, a total solar eclipse will again traverse Europe, this time cutting diagonally across the continent, casting a shadow over parts of Spain, southern France, and northern Italy. The path of totality will graze within 40 kilometers of Bézieux. Two eclipses, occurring in the same region, exhibiting the same rotational alignment on the sigil's geometry, and separated by the same temporal interval of 729 years. This is not merely poetic symmetry, it is astronomical. The obscure detail here is the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours, after which eclipses recur in a similar pattern. The two eclipses in 1347 and 2039 do not fall within the same Saros cycle. They are separated by over 40 Saros generations. This renders their alignment not predictable, but unique. Yet, the sigil encodes both. Dr. Jian Mai, an astrophysicist at the University of Leiden, conducted a modeling experiment in 2016. Utilizing precise eclipse path data from NASA and advanced simulation tools, she overlaid the Bézieux sigil onto a polar projection of Earth's eclipse map. The results were startling. The broken arm of the sigil, the same fracture traced across chants, ciphers, and celestial schematics aligned within half a degree of both eclipse path's center lines. Mai did not publish her findings in a mainstream journal, citing academic pressures. However, in a private interview she stated, "It is either deliberate or impossible." This leads to a chilling possibility. What if the sigil was not only tracking planetary motion, but also eclipse recurrence? What if it was designed to mark not where the light shines, but when it vanishes? This connects to a fragment found in the Codex Leontius, where he writes, "The hour of shadow will be twice, the first to silence the world, the second to speak the seal." Many dismiss this as allegory, but recontextualized through the twin eclipse theory, it begins to sound disturbingly literal. The first eclipse, in 1347, preceded an apocalyptic event, not a prophecy, but a plague, a restructuring of civilization. The second eclipse, in 2039, has yet to occur, and the question lingers. Will it herald another profound turning point? The connection here is unavoidable. The number of the end, 729 years. The seal of the angelic war, silence descending. The mirror, the chant, the star watchers in Iceland, all observing not merely for light but for the fracture in its rhythm. And here is where it becomes even stranger. A medieval astronomical codex, housed in the Bodleian Library and rarely viewed outside of private requests, includes an anonymous marginalia note written beside a solar diagram. It reads, "Let the dark kiss come twice before the circle breaks. Then shall the last key hum again." That sound motif, that low vibration, that idea that the sigil awaits a precise moment when the light disappears, when the hum returns, when something opens. Now, for the open scholarly debate. Are these eclipse alignments intentional, or are they the result of pareidolia perceiving patterns where none exist? Duquesne's work on resonance suggests otherwise. His modeling demonstrates that the sigil's geometry, when viewed as a harmonic device, reacts most intensely to simulated solar occlusion at the same angular tilt as the eclipse paths. This is not merely visual metaphor, it is interference. The sigil's intrinsic resonance, that subtle, inaudible frequency, destabilizes when subjected to eclipse-modeled light fluctuation. In simpler terms, it responds when the sun vanishes. This has given rise to considerable speculation that the sigil might have been designed to perform an action at the moment of an eclipse to activate, emit, or initiate. But what would it initiate? Theories range from spiritual awakening to catastrophic collapse to the revelation of hidden perception. One group, operating under the name Chronostellum, believes the twin eclipses represent a gateway, a cosmic hourglass flipped once in 1347 and poised to be turned again in 2039. They have created simulations predicting gravitational anomalies, electromagnetic field disturbances, and even shifts in human brainwave activity coinciding with eclipse conditions. All speculative, all denied by mainstream science, but none disproven. Therefore, the thought that has subtly underpinned every aspect of this investigation must now be confronted. What if the Templars foresaw this? What if they possessed this knowledge? Not in vague prophetic language, but in precise measurements, in astronomy, in long-forgotten models inherited from older, more obscure traditions, perhaps from Egyptian star priests or Babylonian mathematicians, or even earlier civilizations. And what if the sigil is not a mere memory of those predictions, but the instrument of their fulfillment? 2 eclipses, 2 silences, 1 last seal, and the light between them diminishing. It was composed of iron, not gold-heavy, dull, and unornamented, save for the same symbol observed carved in stone, etched in metal, whispered in chants, and encoded in cipher, a cross with 6 arms, the lowest one fractured. In 1623, an English nobleman struck it with a hammer. This account originates from the private journals of Sir Lionel Ashcombe, a lesser-known antiquarian and member of Parliament, whose interests leaned more towards esoteric curiosities than statecraft. Among his extensive collections, animal skulls, alchemical folios, fragments of Roman coins, one item remained secured in a cedar box for over a decade. A ring, too large for comfortable wear, discovered in the ruins of a chapel on the Ashcombe estate in Northumberland. This was his grandfather's land, and according to family lore, the ring was unearthed in 1598, buried beneath the collapsed altar stone alongside a piece of broken black glass and a scroll so faded it disintegrated upon exposure. But the ring persisted. Lionel's notes describe it with an intensity bordering on obsession. Not a thing of beauty, but of purpose. A wheel malformed. The 6th break unsettles me. He sketched it dozens of times, consistently fixating on the broken arm, its deliberate appearance, as though it had been struck or perhaps designed in that manner. This is a historical fact. In the early 17th century, England experienced a brief but intense resurgence of interest in forbidden knowledge. Alchemy, geomancy, angelic languages, anything deemed inappropriate by ecclesiastical law, acquired a magnetic allure. The Ashcombe ring would have fit seamlessly into this context. However, Sir Lionel did not display it, publish about it, or share it with fellow collectors. Instead, he kept it locked away until, as his diary records, the wheel turned and the stars fell ill. What did he signify by this? On August 12, 1623, a triple planetary conjunction occurred. Mercury, Venus, and Mars converged in the pre-dawn sky. Most observers perceived it as a mere celestial curiosity. Lionel, however, interpreted it as a signal. That night, he brought the ring into his study, placed it atop a mirror, and according to his own hand, waited for the silence. What transpired is recorded in a letter to his sister, which was never dispatched, but later discovered among his papers. It reads, "The ring sang without voice. The silence was deeper than death. I saw the 6th fall again. I feared it would open. He shattered the ring with a hammer, a process that required 4 blows. Here is the obscure detail. Fragments of the ring survive. They are held in the Ashcombe family's private collection, and in 1998, they were examined by a team of metallurgists at Oxford under limited access. Their report, quietly published in a footnote in the Journal of Historical Materials, mentioned something curious. The inner surface of the band bore an engraving too fine to be seen with the naked eye. When magnified, it revealed a spiral composed of 13 dots, one misaligned. The number 13 again. This directly connects to the Charter of the 13, the Watchers, the harmonic resonance of the sigil, and the 729-year countdown. The connections are no longer subtle, they are recursive. However, the Ashcombe ring introduces a new element. Fear not symbolic, not theoretical, but physical and tangible. Lionel, by all accounts a rational man, believed the object to be dangerous, not in the manner of a sword or a poison, but in the way a key becomes perilous when it no longer fits a lock, but instead activates something else entirely. The open question becomes, was the ring part of the sigil system a control, a trigger, a duplicate? Was it one of many, a personal relic passed down from one watcher to the next? A secondary account, recorded in the journals of Lionel's manservant, Johan Beck, adds a chilling detail. Beck writes that after the ring was broken, Lionel ceased sleeping. He sat by the fire for hours, muttering about the sixth line, the silent circle, and the hum inside the shadow. He became pale and agitated, insisting that the stars had shifted and that the mirror was facing the wrong way. 3 weeks later, Lionel Ashcombe was dead, officially attributed to heart failure. But Beck's last entry records. He died with his mouth open, as though still listening. The idea that a physical object could channel something, that the sigil's symbols are not merely representations but invitations, is not new. It has been observed with the mirror, the chant, the Icelandic stone. But the ring is distinct. It was wearable, personal. It may have marked an individual, like the Watchers, or operated as a form of harmonic token, one piece of a distributed mechanism scattered across centuries, designed not for constant use, but to wait, and perhaps to warn. For if Lionel's journal is to be believed, he did not destroy the ring out of mere superstition. He destroyed it to halt something, to silence a signal, to prevent the wheel from turning again. Yet, the thought that casts a shadow over this entire chapter persists. What if he was too late? Or more ominously, what if breaking the ring was not a prevention, but a trigger? What if the silence he feared was not silence at all, but merely a temporary pause, waiting for the hum to recommence? Their existence is not widely known. This is by design. They wear no robes, construct no temples, publish no books, organize no rallies, and upload no cryptic online sermons. Indeed, they rarely speak at all. However, upon rigorous observation, a discernible pattern emerges. They identify themselves by various appellations: the silent line, the order of the sixth light. In certain circles, they are simply referred to as continuance, a name drawn from the final page of the Leontius manuscript, suggesting that the seal might continue even when forgotten. They operate in scattered enclaves across Europe and South America, though recent years have witnessed a quiet expansion into North America and parts of Southeast Asia. They do not proselytize or solicit funds. Instead, their activities are focused on observation and data collection. To provide historical context, in 2012, during renovations to a 19th century Jesuit seminary near Cordoba, Argentina, workers uncovered a locked chest sealed with lead. Inside were 13 small notebooks, identical in size and format, though inscribed in different hands. Their contents included diagrams, celestial maps, dates, and recurring references to eclipses, Saturnian cycles, and planetary syzygies. And this phrase, repeated across almost every volume: the seal is not a relic, it is a rhythm. Those notebooks are now part of a private archival collection. The Argentine government officially listed them as esoteric instructional materials of uncertain origin. However, a digital leak in 2016 revealed scans of several pages. Page 9 of Notebook 5 depicted a familiar shape, 6 arms radiating from a circle, the bottom right one fractured again. But what is more intriguing is what transpired after the leak. Within weeks, 3 individuals contacted the archivist anonymously, all separately, all fluent in obscure medieval Latin, and all claiming prior access to the notebook's contents, despite their never having been publicly viewed before. Each signed their email with the same symbol, a broken ring encircling 13 dots. This is the obscure detail. These contacts did not request access, they requested return. They claimed the notebooks were stolen during the transition and had been meant for the safe watchers. The phrase itself is meaningless unless one recalls Section 17 and the Canticle of the Hidden Ones. We are the eyes between the minutes. If their claims are to be believed, these individuals do not merely subscribe to the sigil's significance, they are actively continuing its work. The situation becomes stranger still. In 2020, Maya Ver, a security researcher, uncovered an encrypted subdomain attached to an otherwise unremarkable historical preservation website in Bruges. Behind layers of obfuscation, she discovered a trove of data: astronomical ephemerides, acoustic modeling charts, and eclipse maps extending into the 24th century. There were scanned images of locations previously discussed: the Snæfellsjökull site in Iceland, the Freiburg forest, the Bezu altar, even the shattered Ashcombe ring, captioned in Latin, "One falls to speak the next." And then came the calendar, a countdown updated daily, ticking towards August 4th, 2039. She posted a single image on a private forum. It was removed within hours. Her system was hacked, her files corrupted, and she received a cease and desist notice from a legal firm that does not exist. She has since vanished from digital life. Here the open question arises, now less academic and more existential. Are these modern groups the direct descendants of the Templar Watchers? Have they inherited their charge through bloodline, ritual, or simply shared conviction? Or have they independently discovered the sigil, drawn to it not by tradition, but by resonance? That word again, resonance. The sigil does not broadcast, it draws. It hums softly on a channel few can perceive. Those who do describe dreams, shifts in perception, visions of wheels, rings, and mirrors. Many sense it before they visually confirm it, leading to the possibility that these revivalists are not inheritors but receivers, and the signal is intensifying. One documented case is particularly compelling. In 2017, Lucan Desroches, a French cryptographer, disappeared while mapping a forest near Montségur. When his belongings were recovered, his GPS unit indicated an unnatural walking pattern, perfect concentric circles around a central point marked only as X. Beneath that X, searchers found nothing, but faintly etched into the bark of a nearby tree was the six-armed sigil. Desroches was later found unharmed 30 kilometers away. He had no memory of walking, but when shown a photograph of the sigil, he wept. A connection here is unavoidable. The Black Forest ritual, the mirrored chant, the Watchers in Iceland, the count of 13 all functioning as discrete circuits in a system of belief or perception centuries in the making. But now that system is stirring, not within temples, not within books, but within people, within minds, in motion. There is a final, quiet theory whispered by those who have dedicated their lives to studying the sigil, that the revivalists are not organizing due to the sigil's rediscovery. They are organizing because the sigil is almost ready, as if it is more than metal, more than symbol. As if, with each echo of alignment, it draws its keepers to itself not by voice, but by rhythm, by design, by the hum that slowly recommences. One may not perceive it yet, but something is audibly ticking. It is not the clocks worn on wrists, or those that adorn domestic spaces, nor even the atomic pulses that synchronize satellites. This ticking belongs to something deeper, slower, and vastly more ancient. It belongs to the sigil. For if every element traced thus far holds true, if the geometry, the eclipses, the resonance, the watchers, the charter, and the alignment are factual, then the sigil is not merely a warning, it is a clock, and it is nearing the end of its time. The historical fact is simple and chilling. Every major thread of this investigation converges on a single date, August 4th, 2039. This encompasses a planetary alignment, a recurring eclipse, and a harmonic cycle 729 years in the making. The sigil encodes this moment in metal. The charter anticipates it. The chants describe its resonance, and those who have attempted to disrupt the circuit have failed. However, consensus remains elusive regarding what transpires next. This is where theory begins to waver under the weight of possibility. Some contend that nothing significant will occur, that the sigil is merely symbolic, an echo of medieval pattern obsession amplified by modern paranoia, simply geometry, myth, a cold relic with an engaging narrative. Yet empirical data suggests otherwise. Over the past 2 decades, there has been a measurable increase in global electromagnetic disturbances during minor planetary alignments. Most are attributed to solar flares, magnetic anomalies, or local interferences, but some remain unaccounted for. A 2014 study, largely overlooked in a minor physics journal, documented a set of unexplained harmonic spikes in the ELF, extremely low frequency, range over Central Europe during a Saturn-Mercury conjunction. The frequency, 729 Hz. No follow-up study was published. Here is the obscure detail. A satellite launched in 2017 to monitor deep space cosmic background radiation experienced a 4.3-second data blackout while traversing directly over the coordinates of Bézieux, France. The team reported a momentary signal saturation of unknown origin. When queried if it could be solar interference, the lead technician reportedly laughed, stating, "It came from below." Now, for the direct connection, the watchers, the revivalists, the sealed sites, the quiet rituals. Every action traced across these chapters has been building towards something, not a vague expectation, but a precise moment, an hour. And the sigil, if it is a machine, as some believe, is not counting down indefinitely. It is designed for precision. It has been awaiting a specific intersection of time, space, and resonance. 2039. So, what occurs when the clock ceases its count? One theory, derived from the leaked notes of Dr. Antonia Roux, suggests a massive shift in perception. This theory posits that the sigil's function is neurological, that its resonance, when activated by eclipse shadow and planetary frequency, induces a global cognitive phase shift. Not hallucination, not madness, but a collective attunement to a new harmonic framework, an awakening. Others fear the inverse, that the sigil's activation represents not a beginning, but a cancellation, that it encodes a shutdown, a collapse of the harmonic lattice that stabilizes perception, time, or even matter, that the seal is not protecting humanity from knowledge, but protecting reality from humanity. The most disturbing theory originates from the unpublished pages of Frater Leontius, recovered in fragments from the Montségur site. His final line, inscribed beneath the symbol of the fractured sixth arm, reads, "It is not death, it is unbeing. The wheel turns and the mirror forgets." There is an inherent terror in that phrase, "the mirror forgets." If the sigil encodes the structure of reality, then perhaps its activation represents a reordering so complete that memory itself becomes unmade. Imagine a moment in which time resets not backward, not forward, but sideways, where the alignment triggers a harmonic reboot, where the watchers are not preparing for apocalypse, but for reinitialization, a system update. But of what? The open question is no longer what is the sigil. That has been addressed. The sigil is a device. It measures, it resonates, it remembers. The true question now is what transpires when it remembers everything at once, and who or what will be observing when it does. For when the clock stops, it does not merely mark the cessation of waiting. It marks the commencement of whatever follows, and the sky, turning slowly above, does not inquire whether humanity is prepared. It simply waits. The journey has extended across 13 centuries, through dust-choked vaults and forgotten chants, across eclipse paths and icy ridges, and through broken rings. Now, at the precipice of understanding, the most critical question must be posed. What was the sigil's ultimate purpose? Not its meaning, nor its symbolism, but its intended function. For one truth has emerged from the surrounding enigma: the sigil is not inert. Its patterns, alignments, and harmonic structures are not the product of random medieval obsession. They are purposeful, consistent, precise, and they are converging. Thus, the prevailing theory is presented, the one that interweaves every fragment. The sigil is not a relic, it is a trigger, not for warfare, nor for destruction, but for activation. Let the threads be drawn taut, the fractured sixth arm echoing across carvings, ciphers, rings, and rites. The countdown of 729 years recited in chants, encoded in planetary cycles. The watchers who vanished, the revivalists who returned, the mirror that does not reflect, the clock that does not audibly tick, and the hum, the inescapable, inaudible vibration that recurs in every document, testimony, and dream. Plainly stated, the sigil was not created to inform, it was made to perform an action, and that action is imminent. The historical fact anchors this entire endeavor. Every major thread of this investigation converges on the final century of the Templars. Their cryptic rituals, geographic expansion, and sudden dissolution point not towards the accumulation of power or the protection of treasure, but towards the management of time of knowledge so perilous that it could not be stored in libraries or articulated in words. It had to be locked within recurrence, ritual, and geometry. The mechanism is clear. The sigil's outer ring encodes planetary resonance. Its broken arm tracks eclipse symmetry. Its harmonic frequency collapses at 729 Hz. the same frequency projected across the 2039 celestial alignment. Duquesne's modeling, Roux' cipher translation, and the Icelandic Observatory's seismic map all corroborate this. The sigil's core is structured around event convergence, a point where astronomical alignment, temporal recursion, and symbolic ritual intersect. This is the obscure detail almost universally missed. The sigil was not created to record an ending, it was made to initiate it. An ending may not correspond to conventional understanding. A passage from the Charter of 13 speaks of a gate not between places but between arrangements. Another fragment from the Gasperi leaf reads, "The wheel does not open to space but to ordering." Even Frater Leontius, despite his apprehension, wrote, "The fracture is not death, it is reassembly." This reverts to the concept that the sigil functions not as a weapon or a warning, but as a cosmic switch, a tuning fork for consciousness, or perhaps for reality itself. If one accepts the sigil as a trigger, then what it triggers is not fire or ruin, but transition, a phase shift, a reharmonization of the pattern that underlies the sky, the mind, and the mirror between them. The connection now culminates in a convergence. The silent watchers, the angelic seal, the Icelandic sanctuary, the revivalist calendar, the Black Forest procession, the Sibylline prophecy all describe not annihilation, but alignment. They all speak of the moment when the mirror turns. The open question, one that remains unanswerable, is what lies beyond that threshold. Is it illumination or erasure, evolution or silence? There is no consensus, there is only recurrence. Echoes reverberate through architecture, through chant, through stone and metal and dreams. The sigil manifests wherever it is required, akin to a blueprint for a machine yet to be constructed, or a memory that humanity is only now beginning to retrieve. And if 2039 signifies the moment it completes its remembering, then so too must humanity. For that is its intrinsic purpose, to transcend time, to synchronize the human mind with something older, vaster, and incomparably quiescent. And now, the stars approach their designated angles. The hum beneath the silence intensifies, and the sixth arm, still broken, still waiting, aligns once more with the shadow that darkens the sky. This is not a symbol, it is a signal, and the time is almost at hand. The culmination will not manifest as fire, blood, or trumpet-blown judgment beneath a fractured sky. That has never been the essence of this phenomenon. The end of an age is not synonymous with the end of the world. It signifies the cessation of the rhythm that has maintained the world's equilibrium, the final exhalation before the subsequent inhalation begins. And if the sigil speaks truthfully, if the hum traced across centuries is authentic, then that breath is now being drawn. What transpires next may appear as nothing at all. It may arrive as stillness, a moment when the air feels subtly altered, where birds pause mid-flight, where a mirror for a singular second fails to reflect, where Saturn crests the shoulder of Virgo, and the hum finally becomes perceptible, not loud, merely undeniable. What the Templars feared, what they preserved, was not chaos, it was clarity. For when the sigil activates, whether through resonance, ritual, or cosmic clockwork, it does not destroy. It reveals the silence. It is not absence, it is invitation. And that invitation, centuries in its making, may offer more than mere revelation. It may demand something, a choice, a shift, a comprehension of time, not as a linear progression, but as a wheel, as harmony, as a forgotten melody. Perhaps the age that concludes in 2039 is not humanity's. Perhaps it is theirs, the watchers, the builders, those who waited not for human action, but for human perception. For nothing endures indefinitely, not even silence. And when the sigil emits its final tone, what echoes back may define the very nature of future existence. Therefore, one may now find repose. The signs have been observed, the silence heard. One has stood beneath the stars and perceived the ancient geometry pressing inward like breath held too long. Release it, permit the wheels to turn. And when the light bends anomalously across the sky, when the hour decelerates and the shadow extends slightly longer than it should, fear not. The age is concluding, human presence remains, and the stars, slowly, remember, allow all to dissipate. The maps, the echoes, the whispering stone, let them drift like leaves upon water, receding beyond reach. The sigil revolves, but pursuit is no longer necessary. Its form has been perceived, its pull felt, its quiet question heard, hidden across centuries. And now, it can rest, as can one. Exhale, allow the final circle to close. Permit the mirror to forget, let the silence return, not as loss, but as rhythm. One is no longer a seeker, one is part of the hum.
Explore the profound possibility that the Knights Templars' true objective extended beyond territorial conquest. Consider whether Jerusalem symbolized a deeper spiritual battle, not for earthly dominion or material wealth, but for the very essence of human spirit. Envision the entire order, from their enigmatic pledges to their ultimate demise, as a silent homily delivered to the disheartened, a clandestine doctrine intended for those who had lost conviction. Ponder the notion that this ancient message, long concealed, might hold relevance for contemporary individuals. Take a moment to alleviate your burdens. Allow the tranquility of the evening to envelop you. The profound insights you seek are not inscribed in monumental stone, but rather emerge subtly, like whispers carried through ancient catacombs in the flickering glow of candlelight. Should your conviction falter, know that you are not isolated in this experience. This evening, we shall trace the legacy of individuals whose unwavering belief compelled them to make the ultimate sacrifice. The narratives of knights adorned in white mantles, their chests emblazoned